Welcome to the Grimface Livestream. Tonight, we're diving into a powerful compilation of the most impactful lessons from the past 2 weeks. A collection designed for deep, focused listening, or for having on in the background as you push forward and execute your plans. To our returning viewers, we thank you from the core of our being. This movement has already changed the lives of thousands, helping them regain their bearings in these trying times. Every day, we're flooded with messages about the profound impact this channel has had on people's lives. Honestly, creating this content has transformed my own life in ways I can't fully express. We've eliminated distractions, hit financial goals, and let go of the toxic habits that once held us back. We are living the Grimface movement, and with every passing day, it's growing stronger. We are deeply humbled by the 25,000 strong souls who make up this community. You have restored our faith in humanity. And we're just getting started. The work we're doing here is far from over. We'll continue to bring you daily content that inspires, motivates, and pushes you back into the game. For those of you new to the Grimface family, we invite you to join this movement. Come with us on this journey as we rise together. Our mission is clear: to restore honor, discipline, and true strength to the human spirit. Let's get to work. It all starts with separating from the herd mentality. We are bombarded by endless temptations, poisoned by a media machine that thrives on our distractions, and seduced by the illusion of comfort. Everywhere we look, we're told to give in, to let go, to take the easy path. But we are not like the rest. We stand as warriors in the ruins of what once was, refusing to let our virtues erode. Because without honor, we are nothing. Without integrity, we are hollow. And without discipline, we are slaves to our impulses. The path we walk is not easy, but it is necessary. It is the path of the warrior spirit, the spirit that conquers not just enemies, but the greatest opponent of all, ourselves. In today's video, we'll take on the lessons that are vital to this journey. We'll talk about self-discipline, the key to true freedom. We'll confront the need to detach from external validation, to rise above the noise of the world. We'll reflect on memento mori, the inevitability of death, and how it fuels a life of purpose. We'll embrace adversity, the forge that sharpens our blade, and the power of gratitude to see abundance where others see scarcity. And we'll remind ourselves to live in the present moment, where all action, all life, truly exists. This is a call to action, to conquer your goals, to embrace your struggles, to rise above a world that wants you weak. We are Grimface. We are warriors. And together, we will rebuild what the world has forgotten. So subscribe, share, and let's build a community that stands unshaken in a world desperate to see us fall. Lesson 1. Control what you can, accept what you can't. Have you ever felt like the world was stacked against you? Like the universe delights in throwing chaos at your feet, daring you to stumble? You're not alone. But let me tell you something. There's a secret weapon you've been ignoring, a blade you've left sheathed. That weapon is control. Not control over the world. No, that's a fool's errand. You'll never stop the storms from rolling in, or the tides from rising. You'll never silence the whispers of those who misunderstand you, or change the fickle nature of fate itself. But within you, within the fortress of your mind, there lies a power no storm, no critic, no tragedy can touch. It's the power to control how you think, how you act, how you respond. The great Stoics called this the dichotomy of control. Imagine your life divided into two realms, the things within your grasp and the things forever outside it. What's in your grasp? Your thoughts, your decisions, your ability to rise again and again, no matter how many times the world tries to bury you. What lies beyond? The opinions of others, the outcomes of your efforts, the unpredictable hand of destiny. Here's the truth. No one tells you. Peace of mind is not given. It is forged. And it's forged in the fires of that dichotomy. The moment you stop chasing control over the uncontrollable, you free yourself. You cut the chains of anxiety, frustration, and despair. You become untouchable, not because the storms cease, but because you no longer fear getting wet. But let me warn you, this path isn't for the faint-hearted. It requires brutal honesty. It demands that you confront your weaknesses, your ego, your endless desire to control what cannot be controlled. It means staring into the mirror and admitting, I am not the master of this universe, but I am the master of myself. Think about this. You have no control over whether others will applaud or criticize you, but you have every control over whether their words define you. You have no control over whether your plans will succeed, but you have every control over how you show up to face the battle. And here's the paradox. The more you focus on controlling what's within, the more power you wield over what's without. People admire the unshaken. They fear those who stand firm amid chaos. So what will it be? Will you continue to exhaust yourself trying to control the tides? Or will you become the rock that the tides crash against, but can never move? Let the world throw its worst at you. Let it rage and twist and burn. Your task is not to fight it, but to transcend it. When you stop wasting energy on things outside your control, you unlock a terrifying strength. The strength to shape yourself into someone the storms can never break. And remember this, control isn't about domination, it's about liberation. It's the freedom to say, this is who I am. This is how I choose to respond. This is my unshakable ground. Let go of what you can't control, not as an act of surrender, but as an act of defiance. Because the world doesn't get to decide your peace. You do. Master your mind. Control your actions. Shape your attitude. And then watch as the world, in all its chaos, bows to the one thing it cannot conquer. You. Lesson 2. Live in accordance with nature. Have you ever wondered why life feels like a constant battle? Why every step forward seems to be met with resistance, chaos, or pain? It's because you've been fighting the wrong war. You've been wrestling with something unyielding, something eternal, the very nature of life itself. But let me ask you this. What if the chaos wasn't your enemy? What if it was your greatest teacher? The Stoics understood a truth most people are too afraid to confront. Life does not owe you comfort. It does not promise fairness or predictability. Nature, in all its infinite complexity, operates on its own terms, not yours. To live is to face storms, to stumble on rocky paths, to be thrown into fires you never asked for. But within this chaos lies order, an order you must learn to see, embrace, and align yourself with. To live in accordance with nature is not to shrink away from life's trials. It is to recognize that they are not interruptions. They are the essence of life. Challenges aren't obstacles in your path. They are the path. Pain isn't a curse. It's a forge. Every struggle, every heartbreak, every disappointment is shaping you, tempering you into something stronger, sharper, and more resilient. But only if you let it. Nature is neither cruel nor kind. It simply is. Seasons change, storms come, and the sun sets, regardless of your preferences or plans. The universe doesn't bend to your will, but it doesn't need to. You're not here to control it. You're here to align with it, to understand its rhythms, to flow with its currents, and to find peace. not in avoiding hardship, but in mastering yourself within it. Ask yourself this: what does it mean to live virtuously, to live in harmony with reason and the universe? It means to stop fighting the inevitable and start embracing the truth. It means rejecting the lie that life should be easy or fair. Instead, it's about finding strength in your ability to endure, to adapt, to thrive in the face of whatever comes your way. Living in accordance with nature doesn't mean passively accepting your fate. It means actively choosing how you respond to it. It means realizing that while you cannot control the storms, you can control how you navigate through them. Do you crumble? Do you rage against the wind? Or do you stand tall, unshaken, knowing that storms are simply part of the great order? Nature rewards those who embrace it, not with material wealth or superficial comfort, but with something far greater: clarity, resilience, and a peace of mind. It's the understanding that life unfolds exactly as it should, not to serve your desires, but to reveal your strength. So when life tests you, and it will, don't ask, "Why me?" Instead ask, "What can I learn from this? How can I grow?" Because every challenge is an invitation to rise above, to align yourself with the natural order, to live in harmony with the truth of existence. And here's the ultimate truth: you are not separate from the universe. You are not its victim, nor its master. You are the universe. Its laws are your laws. Its challenges are your lessons. Its beauty, its chaos, its infinite complexity, all of it is within you. So, stop running. Stop resisting. Step into the storm, not as its enemy, but as its equal. Live virtuously. Live with reason. Live in accordance with nature. Because in doing so, you'll discover a strength that no chaos can break, a peace that no storm can shake, and a life that is not just endured, but fully and unapologetically lived. Lesson 3. Practice virtue above all else. We live in a world obsessed with illusions. Illusions of wealth, of pleasure, of power. Everywhere you turn, society whispers the same poisonous lie: that happiness lies out there, somewhere beyond you, in the shimmering glow of riches, in the fleeting thrill of indulgence, in the hollow applause of others. But you know better, don't you? Deep down, you've always known the truth. True happiness isn't found in what you can hold in your hands. It's found in who you become. And who you become is forged in the crucible of virtue. The Stoics understood that virtue, true, unwavering virtue, is the only good worth pursuing. Not the riches that can be stolen, not the pleasure that fades with the dawn, not the applause that vanishes the moment the crowd finds someone else to praise. Virtue stands alone, unbroken and unyielding. It is wisdom in the face of ignorance, courage in the face of fear, justice in the face of corruption, and temperance in the face of chaos. It is the foundation of a life that cannot be shaken, no matter how fierce the storm. But here's the harsh truth: virtue is not easy. It's not glamorous. It's not something you'll be rewarded for by the fickle world around you. Virtue demands everything of you. It demands that you rise above your base desires, that you reject the comforting lies of society, that you hold yourself to a standard most will never even attempt to reach. It demands that you look in the mirror and confront every flaw, every weakness, every excuse you've ever used to justify mediocrity. And that's why most people will never understand what it means to be truly happy. They chase pleasure, but pleasure enslaves them. They chase wealth, but wealth corrupts them. They chase power, but power devours them. They build their lives on foundations of sand. And when the waves come, as they always do, everything crumbles. But you have the chance to be different. to build your life on the unshakable foundation of virtue, to live with wisdom, choosing your path not out of ignorance or impulse, but with clarity and understanding, to live with courage, facing your fears, and standing firm in the face of adversity, to live with justice, doing what is right, not because it is easy, but because it is necessary, and to live with temperance, mastering yourself, and refusing to be ruled by the chaos of your emotions or the temptations of the world. This is not the path of the weak. It is not the path of the faint-hearted. It is the path of those who are willing to sacrifice comfort for greatness, to abandon the fleeting for the eternal, to endure suffering, knowing that true strength is born in struggle. The world will try to tempt you away from this path. It will dangle its trinkets in front of you, whispering promises of ease and pleasure. It will mock you for choosing virtue over vice, discipline over indulgence, truth over lies. Let it. Let the world play its games while you rise above it, untouchable, unshaken, unstoppable. Because here's the secret. Virtue is not just the path to happiness. It is happiness. The joy of knowing you've lived a life of integrity. The peace of knowing you've done what is right, even when no one was watching. The strength of knowing you are unbreakable, because you've built your life on the only foundation that cannot be destroyed. So ask yourself, what kind of life will you choose? Will you chase the illusions that enslave so many? Or will you rise above, practicing virtue, not because it is easy, but because it is the only path worth walking? The choice is yours. But remember this, in the end, everything fades. Wealth, pleasure, power, even life itself. But virtue endures. Virtue is eternal, and those who live by it will leave this world, not empty-handed, but with a legacy carved in the hearts of those they touched, and a soul unshaken by the trials of existence. Practice virtue above all else. Live wisely. Live courageously. Live justly. Live temperately. And in doing so, live a life that even death cannot diminish. Lesson 4. Focus on rational thought. In the depths of chaos, where emotions run wild and desires whisper false promises, there is a single weapon that separates the strong from the weak, the masters from the enslaved. It is not brute strength, nor blind ambition. It is something far more powerful, far more enduring, rational thought. Think about this. What defines you as a human being? Is it your ability to feel, to want, to fear? Number. These things, as overwhelming as they may seem, are shared with animals, driven by instinct and impulse. What truly defines you, what sets you apart, is your capacity to think, to rise above the storms of emotion and see clearly, logically, truthfully. Rationality is your greatest gift, and yet, so few dare to wield it. Most people are prisoners of their own emotions, trapped in cycles of anger, fear, lust, and despair. They let fleeting feelings dictate their actions, their choices, their very lives. They are puppets, dancing to the strings of desire and impulse, blind to the fact that they hold the scissors to cut those strings at any moment. But you have a choice. You can take control. To focus on rational thought is to train your mind to become a fortress, impenetrable to the fleeting whims of emotion, unshaken by the chaos of the outside world. It is to sharpen your reason like a blade, cutting through the noise of irrationality, of fear, of weakness. It is to see things as they truly are, not as you wish them to be. Rationality does not deny emotion. It does not pretend that anger, sadness, or desire do not exist. Instead, it places them in their proper place, under your control, not the other way around. It allows you to feel without being ruled, to want without being consumed, to fear without being paralyzed. Rational thought is not the absence of emotion, it is mastery over it. But, let me warn you, this path is not easy. The world will tempt you with quick fixes, with fleeting pleasures, with the seductive lie that it's easier to act on instinct than to think. And yes, it is easier. But ease is the enemy of strength. Comfort is the enemy of growth. If you want to rise above, if you want to truly live, you must be willing to fight against the pull of irrationality, to fight against the parts of yourself that would rather give in than rise up. Start now. Start by questioning everything. Question your fears. Are they real, or are they shadows cast by your mind? Question your desires. Are they leading you toward your goals, or are they distractions pulling you off course? Question your anger, your jealousy, your despair. Do they serve you, or are they chains holding you back? Rationality is a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. Train your mind relentlessly. Study your emotions, dissect them, understand them. Learn to pause before you act, to think before you speak, to weigh your choices not against what feels good in the moment, but against what will lead you to your higher self. The world is full of chaos, of unpredictability, of forces beyond your control. But your mind is yours. It is the one thing no one can take from you, the one thing you must master if you ever hope to master your life. So, let the storms rage. Let the noise rise. While the masses are swept away by their emotions, their desires, their impulses, you will stand firm. You will think clearly. You will act decisively. You will be unshaken, not because the world is kind to you, but because you have made yourself unbreakable. This is the power of rational thought. This is the gift of reason. Use it. Wield it. And watch as the world, chaotic and irrational as it may be, bends to the will of the one who can see it clearly. Focus on rational thought, not because it is easy, but because it is necessary. Not because it is comfortable, but because it is powerful. Train your mind, master your emotions, and take control of the life that is rightfully yours. The world may tempt you with chaos, but your mind will always be your sanctuary, your fortress, your weapon. Use it and become unstoppable. Lesson 5. Practice negative visualization. Close your eyes and imagine this. Everything you hold dear, your possessions, your health, your loved ones, gone in an instant. Imagine the worst-case scenario, the kind of loss that sends most people spiraling into despair. Now ask yourself, would you crumble or would you stand? The world fears this kind of thinking. It clings to the illusion that tomorrow will always come, that fortunes will always remain, that the things we cherish will last forever. But the truth is far darker and far more liberating. Everything you have, everything you love, is temporary. Life is impermanence, and it is in acknowledging this impermanence that you unlock a strength most people will never know. The Stoics called this negative visualization, the practice of confronting the worst before it happens. Not as an act of pessimism, but as an act of preparation. Because when you imagine the worst, when you face it in your mind, you strip it of its power. You rob it of its ability to catch you off guard. And when, inevitably, it comes knocking, you'll meet it not with fear, but with calm, unshakable resolve. Most people avoid this practice because it's uncomfortable. They tell themselves, why dwell on what could go wrong? Why think about losing what I have? But that avoidance, that willful ignorance, is a weakness, a chink in their armor that life will exploit. Because when the storm comes, as it always does, they are unprepared. They are shattered by what they refuse to confront. But you will not be caught unaware. You will not fall apart when the inevitable happens. You will have already walked through the fire in your mind. You will have already felt the sting of loss, the weight of hardship, and emerged stronger. And when reality mirrors your darkest imaginations, you will endure. Not because you were lucky, but because you were ready. But here's the secret that most miss. Negative visualization is not just about preparing for loss. It's about appreciating what you have while you have it. When you imagine losing everything, suddenly, the things you take for granted, the roof over your head, the people who love you, the air you breathe, become priceless. You see them for what they truly are, fleeting gifts, not guarantees. And in that awareness, gratitude is born. Think about this. How often do you really stop and appreciate the things you claim to value most? How often do you truly feel grateful for the life you live, instead of complaining about what you lack? The practice of negative visualization forces you to confront the fragile nature of existence, to understand that nothing is owed to you. And in that understanding, you learn to savor every moment, every connection, every breath. But make no mistake, this practice is not for the weak. It requires courage to imagine losing the things you love. It takes strength to confront the worst and still rise. Most people would rather hide from these thoughts, living in a fragile bubble of false security. But you are not most people. You are stronger than that. You are willing to face the darkness, to walk through it, and come out on the other side, unbroken. So, practice this. Imagine the loss of everything you hold dear. Feel the weight of it. Let it burn into your mind. And then open your eyes and look at your life. See the things you have, not as entitlements, but as blessings. Appreciate them. Hold them close. But do not cling. Understand that they are temporary, and that their impermanence is what makes them valuable. Negative visualization is not about living in fear. It's about living with awareness. It's about facing the worst, so you can appreciate the best. It's about building a mind that cannot be shaken, a soul that cannot be destroyed, no matter what life takes from you. Because in the end, life will take everything. That is the nature of existence. But when you've prepared, when you've already faced the loss in your mind, you'll greet that reality not with despair, but with defiance. You'll say, I was ready for this. I lived fully. I loved deeply, and I endured. Practice negative visualization. Not to dwell on the darkness, but to master it. Not to fear loss, but to embrace life. Not to crumble under the weight of reality, but to rise above it with gratitude, with strength, and with the unshakable understanding that you are more than anything life can take from you. You are resilient. You are prepared. You are unstoppable. Lesson 6. Embrace adversity. What if I told you that every obstacle standing in your way, every hardship breaking you down, every challenge clawing at your resolve, is not your enemy, but your greatest ally? Would you still curse the storm? Or would you step into it willingly, knowing that it is the very thing that will forge you into something unbreakable? Life is pain. Life is struggle. Life is chaos. But life is also growth. And the only way to grow is through the fire. There's no shortcut. No way around it. You don't grow stronger by avoiding resistance. You grow stronger by embracing it. The Stoics understood this truth, and Marcus Aurelius captured it in words that echo through the ages. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Let that sink in. The very thing you see as a roadblock is the path itself. The struggle isn't in your way, it is the way. The pain isn't a punishment, it's a lesson. And every obstacle you face is an invitation to rise, to evolve, to become. But here's the part that separates the strong from the weak. Most people run from adversity. They see it as unfair, as cruel, as something to avoid at all costs. And in their flight, they lose themselves. They lose the chance to grow. They lose the opportunity to become who they were meant to be. They choose comfort, and in doing so, they choose mediocrity. Not you. You know better. You understand that adversity is the forge that sharpens your blade, the weight that builds your strength, the fire that tempers your soul. You don't run from challenges. You run toward them. Because you know that every obstacle you overcome brings you closer to mastery. Every failure you endure teaches you a lesson you could never learn in comfort. Every ounce of pain you feel is fuel for your transformation. Look at your life. Look at the struggles you faced. Did they break you? Or did they reveal something within you that you didn't even know was there? Think of the times you've been brought to your knees. Did you stay there? Or did you rise, stronger, harder, more focused than before? Adversity doesn't destroy you. It strips away the unnecessary, leaving behind the core of who you truly are. But let me be clear. Embracing adversity doesn't mean enjoying it. Pain is pain. Loss is loss. Struggle is struggle. But within each of these lies an opportunity. The opportunity to grow. To prove to yourself that you are stronger than you think. To show the world that no matter how many times you're knocked down, you will always rise again. Think of the greatest warriors, the greatest leaders, the greatest minds. Do you think they became great because life was kind to them? Number. They became great because they faced adversity head on. They didn't see obstacles as problems. They saw them as stepping stones. They didn't run from the fire. They walked into it, knowing it would forge them into something extraordinary. This is your choice. Will you curse the difficulties in your path? Or will you thank them for the opportunity they bring? Will you see adversity as an enemy to be feared, or as a challenge to be conquered? Life will never stop testing you. The storms will never stop coming. But you have a choice. You can let the storms drown you, or you can learn to navigate them. You can let the weight crush you, or you can use it to build your strength. You can let the darkness consume you, or you can become the light that cuts through it. Adversity is not the end. It is the beginning of your growth, the beginning of your transformation, the beginning of a life lived with purpose, with courage, with unshakable resolve. So embrace it. Embrace the struggle, the pain, the setbacks. See them for what they are, opportunities to become more than you were yesterday. Let adversity be your teacher, your forge, your proving ground. Because when you stop fearing it, when you start facing it, you'll realize that the only thing standing between you and your greatness is your willingness to embrace the fire. The obstacle is the path. The challenge is the opportunity. The adversity is the gift. Take it. Face it. Master it. And when the world looks at you, broken and battered but unyielding, it will know. You are not a victim of life's hardships. You are the master of them. And nothing, absolutely nothing, can stop you. Lesson 7. Live in the present moment. There's a prison that most people never escape. It's not built of steel bars or concrete walls, but of memories and fears, regrets about the past, and anxieties about the future. And the saddest part? This prison isn't locked. The door's wide open. But instead of walking free, most people choose to stay, shackled by what was, and terrified of what might be. Why? Because the present moment, the here and now, terrifies them even more. It demands something they're unwilling to give. Their full attention, their full effort, their full selves. But here's the truth you need to hear. The past is dead. The future is a ghost. The only thing that exists, the only thing that has ever existed, is this moment, right now. And yet, most people squander it. They live their lives looking backward, drowning in regrets they can never change. Or they live staring forward, consumed by fears of a future that doesn't even exist yet. They are everywhere but here, and in doing so, they miss the only thing that matters, the present. Ask yourself, how much of your life have you wasted? How many moments have you spent replaying your mistakes, wishing you could rewrite them, knowing full well you can't? How many hours have you spent worrying about a future you can't control, robbing yourself of the energy you need to face it when it comes? You're not living. You're surviving, trapped in a mind that refuses to let you be free. But you can break the cycle. You can escape the prison. All it takes is the courage to step into this moment, fully and completely. Not half-heartedly. Not with one foot in the past and one in the future, but with everything you are. Because this moment, this single breath, this single heartbeat, is all you'll ever truly have. The Stoics knew this. They knew that life isn't measured in years or decades, but in moments. They knew that regret and fear are illusions, distractions designed to pull you away from the now. And they knew that to live fully, to live powerfully, you must embrace the present, no matter how difficult, no matter how uncertain. Think about this. How many opportunities have you missed because you were too busy dwelling on the past or fearing the future? How many times have you held back, hesitated, because your mind was somewhere else? Every moment you spend trapped in regret or anxiety is a moment you lose forever. And once it's gone, it's gone. No force in the universe can bring it back. But here's the good news. You don't have to live this way. You don't have to be a prisoner of time. You can choose right now to step into the present and take control of your life. You can choose to focus not on what was or what might be, but on what is. Because the present is where action happens. It's where decisions are made. It's where life is lived. So stop wasting time wishing you could change the past. Stop wasting energy worrying about the future. Focus on what you can do, right here, right now. Ask yourself, what can I control in this moment? What action can I take? What choice can I make that will bring me closer to the person I want to become? Living in the present doesn't mean ignoring the past or the future. It means refusing to be controlled by them. It means using the past as a lesson, not a chain. It means preparing for the future, but not fearing it. It means understanding that the only power you have, the only power you will ever have, is in this moment. This is where strength is built. This is where courage is born. This is where life happens. So seize it. Own it. Do not squander another second dwelling on what you cannot change or control. Live with intensity. Live with purpose. Live as though this moment is all you have, because it is. And when the end comes, as it inevitably will, you'll face it without regret, without fear, because you'll know that you didn't waste your life chasing shadows. You lived fully, moment by moment, with strength, with courage, with everything you had. You lived in the now, and that made all the difference. The present is your battlefield. Fight for it. Claim it. Master it. Because in the end, the present is all there is, and all there will ever be. Lesson 8. Memento mori. Remember you will die. Look around you. This world, this life you're living, feels endless, doesn't it? Days blend into weeks, weeks into years, and you move through it all as if you'll live forever. But let me remind you of a truth you spend your life trying to ignore. You will die. Not someday far in the future. Not in some vague, distant moment that doesn't feel real. No, your death is coming. It's closer than you think. With every breath you take, with every second that slips through your fingers, it creeps closer. The clock has been ticking since the moment you were born, and it won't stop for you. It won't pause because you're scared, because you're too busy, or because you have plans. Death doesn't care. It is inevitable. It is absolute. This truth terrifies most people. They run from it, burying themselves in distractions, in trivial pursuits, in the noise of a world designed to make them forget. They cling to petty complaints, to fleeting pleasures, to hollow ambitions, pretending that tomorrow is guaranteed. But it isn't. Your tomorrow is not promised. Your days are numbered, and you don't even know the number. But here's the secret that the brave few understand. Death is not your enemy. It's your greatest teacher, your most powerful motivator. It strips away the illusions, the excuses, the lies you tell yourself to justify wasting your life. When you truly embrace the fact that you will die, you begin to live. Ask yourself this: if today was your last day, would you be proud of how you've lived? Would you be satisfied with the choices you've made, the time you've spent, the person you've become? Or would you be filled with regret for all the moments you let slip away, for all the dreams you abandoned, for all the chances you were too afraid to take? Memento mori. Remember you will die. This is not a morbid thought. It's a call to arms. It's a reminder that your time is finite, that every breath, every heartbeat, every moment is precious. Life is not measured by the years you live, but by the meaning you bring to those years. And meaning doesn't come from wasting time on petty grievances, chasing material wealth, or seeking the approval of others. Meaning comes from living with purpose, from embracing each moment as if it were your last, from daring to be authentic, no matter the cost. Death does not wait. It doesn't care if you're ready. It doesn't care if you've accomplished your goals or made peace with your past. When it comes, it comes. And when it does, all that will matter is how you've lived. Did you love deeply? Did you fight for what mattered? Did you face your fears, or did you let them rule you? Did you waste your life chasing shadows? Or did you create something real, something lasting, something that will echo even after you're gone? The awareness of death is not meant to paralyze you. It's meant to set you free. Free from the fear of failure, because failure means nothing in the face of mortality. Free from the fear of judgment, because the opinions of others are fleeting and meaningless. Free from the chains of procrastination, because time is a gift you can never get back. So stop waiting. Stop waiting for the perfect moment, the perfect opportunity, the perfect time to start living. That moment is now, right now. This breath, this heartbeat, this second, this is all you truly have. Use it, seize it, fill it with something meaningful, something real. Live boldly, love fiercely, work tirelessly for the things that matter. Chase your dreams, not because you'll live forever, but because you won't. Don't waste another second on trivial pursuits, on meaningless distractions, on complaints about a life you refuse to take control of. When your time comes, and it will, let death find you alive. Let it find you fighting, striving, creating, living a life that mattered. Let it find you without regret, without fear, without unfinished business. Let it find you as someone who understood that the inevitability of death is not a curse, but a gift, a reminder to live fully, to love deeply, to embrace the fleeting beauty of existence. Memento mori. Remember you will die, And because of that, remember to truly live. Lesson 9. Detach from external validation. Let me ask you something. Who are you living for? Is it for yourself or for the fleeting approval of others? Be honest. Because for most people, their worth, their identity, their very sense of existence is chained to one thing: external validation. They live for the applause, the likes, the empty compliments. They bend themselves into shapes they don't even recognize, just to gain a nod of approval from people who wouldn't flinch if they disappeared tomorrow. They chase status, possessions, and recognition, hoping that these things will fill the void inside them. But they never do. Because here's the truth: you will never find yourself in someone else's reflection. The Stoics understood this. They knew that true self-worth comes from within, not from titles or trophies, not from the approval of a crowd that forgets you the moment you stop performing, and not from possessions that rot and decay as easily as you do. Real strength, real peace, comes from detaching yourself from all of it, from severing the chains that bind you to the shallow, fleeting judgments of the world. Think about it. How much of your energy do you waste trying to impress people who don't matter? How many of your decisions are driven not by your own values, but by the fear of being judged or the desperate need to be liked? How much of your life have you spent wearing masks, playing roles, pretending to be someone you're not, just to hear a few hollow words of approval? You don't need it. You never did. The opinions of others are fickle, temporary, meaningless. They shift like the wind, and if you let them dictate your worth, you'll spend your life chasing shadows. The more you chase, the emptier you'll feel. And one day, you'll look back and realize that you gave away your power, your freedom, your life, all for the sake of people who are too busy chasing their own validation to even notice. But there's another way. A harder way, yes, but a freer one. Detach. Step back from the noise, the applause, the judgment. Stop looking outward for your worth and start looking inward. What do you value? What do you stand for? What kind of life do you want to build? Not for the world to see, but for yourself to live. When you detach from external validation, you reclaim your power. You become untouchable. When the crowd cheers for you, you don't let it inflate your ego. When they jeer or ignore you, you don't let it crush your spirit. Their opinions become irrelevant, like whispers in a storm, because you've built your foundation on something they can't touch. Your own values, your own actions, your own truth. This isn't easy. It requires brutal honesty. It requires you to strip away the masks, to confront the parts of yourself that crave approval, that fear rejection. It requires you to walk away from the crowd, to stand alone in the silence of your own mind and ask, who am I when no one is watching? But once you do, you'll discover something incredible. Freedom. Freedom from the exhausting need to please. Freedom from the fear of judgment. Freedom to live a life that's authentic, meaningful, and yours. You'll no longer waste time chasing recognition, because you'll already have something far more valuable: self-respect. Detach from the applause. Detach from the criticism. Detach from the empty rewards the world offers in exchange for your soul. And focus on what truly matters: your character, your integrity, your actions. Let your happiness come not from what others think of you, but from knowing you've lived in alignment with your own values. Let your worth be defined not by their fleeting approval, but by the unshakable truth of who you are. The world will still scream at you. It will try to pull you back, to tempt you with its shallow rewards, to punish you with its judgments. Let it scream. Let it try, and then let it pass, like the meaningless noise it is. Because once you've detached, once you've reclaimed your power, nothing the world does can touch you. You'll stand apart, unshaken, free. So stop looking outward. Stop living for others. Live for yourself. Build your worth on something real, something eternal. Detach from external validation and watch as the chains fall away, as the noise fades into silence, and as you rise, unbound, unstoppable, and truly alive. Lesson 11. Help others and contribute to the greater good. What do you stand for? What drives you? If your life ended today, would the world notice your absence? Would your existence leave behind echoes, or would it fade into nothingness, like a whisper lost in the wind? This world doesn't revolve around you. That's a bitter pill for most to swallow, but it's the truth. You are not the center of the universe. You are part of something far greater. And yet, most people live like parasites, taking from the world, feeding their egos, hoarding wealth, and offering nothing of value in return. They live in service of themselves, blind to the fact that this selfishness leads to emptiness, not fulfillment. But you can be different. You must be different. Because the real measure of a life isn't what you take, it's what you give. It's not about how much you accumulate, how many trophies you collect, or how loudly people cheer your name. It's about the impact you leave behind. It's about the lives you touch, the pain you ease, the light you bring into a world that desperately needs it. The Stoics understood this. They knew that true fulfillment isn't found in isolation or selfish ambition, but in service to others. They knew that humanity is a web, interconnected and interdependent. When you uplift others, you uplift yourself. When you contribute to the greater good, you align with something eternal, something far greater than yourself. But let me make one thing clear. Helping others isn't about glory. It's not about recognition or applause. If you're seeking praise, you've already lost. Service is not glamorous. It's often thankless, unnoticed, and misunderstood. You don't help others to feed your ego. You help because it's the right thing to do. Because it's what gives your life meaning. Because it's what makes you human. This isn't about being a savior. You're not here to fix the world single-handedly. The world doesn't need a hero. It needs people willing to do the work, no matter how small, no matter how uncelebrated. It needs people who see the suffering, the injustice, the brokenness, and say, "Not on my watch." But make no mistake, helping others isn't easy. It demands sacrifice. It demands that you set aside your pride, your comfort, your selfish desires. It demands that you confront the darkness in the world and within yourself. Because helping others isn't just about easing their burdens. It's about showing them what it means to live virtuously. It's about embodying the strength, the courage, the wisdom they need to see. It's about being an example of what's possible, even when the odds are stacked against you. Think of the impact you could have. One act of kindness, one moment of courage, one choice to serve, instead of take. That's all it takes to change someone's life. And when you change one life, you create ripples that extend far beyond what you can see. The person you help today might go on to help someone else tomorrow. And so the cycle continues, building something far greater than you could ever accomplish alone. This is the paradox of service. In giving, you receive. In helping others, you find yourself. In contributing to the greater good, you discover the kind of fulfillment that wealth, fame, and power can never provide. Because true fulfillment doesn't come from what you gain, it comes from what you give away. So ask yourself, what kind of legacy will you leave behind? Will you be remembered as someone who took and consumed, or as someone who gave and created? Will you leave behind a trail of destruction, or a path of light for others to follow? This isn't about martyrdom. It's about purpose. It's about stepping into your role as a member of humanity. as someone who understands that we rise or fall together. It's about recognizing that the strength you build in yourself isn't just for you. It's for the people around you, the community, the society, the world. When you help others, you are not weak. You are not soft. You are powerful. You are dangerous to the selfishness, to the greed, to the apathy that infects this world. When you contribute to the greater good, you become unstoppable. Because no force in the universe can break someone who has found their purpose in service to something greater. So rise. Look beyond yourself. See the pain, the need, the opportunity to make a difference. Act not for applause, but because it is who you are. Let your strength serve others. Let your courage inspire them. Let your wisdom guide them. And in doing so, you will find a fulfillment that no external reward could ever provide. This is how you truly live. Not by taking, but by giving. Not by standing alone, but by lifting others up. This is how you create a legacy that will endure long after you're gone. Help others. Contribute to the greater good. And in doing so, become a force that cannot be forgotten. Lesson 12. Be grateful for what you have. You wake up every day, and what's the first thing you do? Complain? Focus on what you don't have? Compare your life to someone else's and feel the sting of envy? You look at your world through the eyes of scarcity, blind to the abundance that surrounds you. And that blindness, it's killing you. Slowly, insidiously, it's robbing you of the peace and power that could be yours. Let me remind you of a truth you've forgotten. You already have more than most people will ever dream of. No, I'm not talking about material wealth. I'm talking about the simple fact that you're alive. You're breathing. Your heart is beating. You have another chance, another day, to make something of yourself, to change your path, to fight for what matters. But instead of embracing that, you squander it, chasing shadows of what you think you need to be happy. Gratitude isn't weakness. It isn't settling. It's strength. It's the ultimate rebellion against a world that constantly screams, "You're not enough. You don't have enough. You need more." Gratitude says, "No. I see what I have, and I am richer than you'll ever understand." Gratitude is a weapon, and it's one you need to start wielding. Because here's the dark truth. Life doesn't owe you anything. It doesn't care about your wants, your dreams, or your expectations. It will take from you without warning. It will strip you down to nothing if you let it. And when that happens, and it will happen, what will you hold on to? Will you collapse into despair, mourning what you've lost? Or will you stand firm, grounded in the knowledge that even in the darkest moments, there is something to be grateful for? Gratitude isn't about pretending everything is perfect. It's not about ignoring pain or pretending you're content when you're not. It's about perspective. It's about recognizing that no matter how bad things get, there is always something to hold on to, something to fight for. It's about seeing the world for what it is, not a perfect paradise, but a battlefield where every victory, no matter how small, matters. Look at your life. Really look at it. Are you so blind that you can't see the gifts right in front of you? The people who care about you, the opportunities you've been given, the simple, profound miracle of existing in this moment, right now. These things are not guaranteed. They can be taken from you in an instant, and when they're gone, you'll wish you'd cherished them while you had the chance. Gratitude is not passive. It's not sitting back and saying, "This is enough." It's the fuel that drives you to make the most of what you have. It's the fire that pushes you to fight harder, to climb higher, to never stop growing. Because when you recognize the blessings in your life, you stop wasting time chasing things that don't matter. You stop feeding the lie that happiness lies somewhere outside yourself, in things you don't yet have. Abundance isn't about what you own. It's about how you perceive your life. Two people can stand in the same storm. One sees only the rain, the mud, the chaos. The other sees the opportunity to grow stronger, to find shelter, to appreciate the calm that will inevitably follow. Which one will you be? Stop waiting for the world to give you more. Stop wasting your energy wishing for things you don't have. Look at what's in your hands right now. Look at what you've survived, what you've built, what you've been given. Be grateful for it. Not because it's perfect, but because it's yours. And here's the secret. Gratitude doesn't just change how you see your life. It changes how you live it. When you're grateful, you stop wasting energy on bitterness, on envy, on regret. You focus on what matters. You fight for what matters. You build a life that, no matter how imperfect, is yours. And that is a life worth living. So stop complaining. Stop comparing. Stop taking your blessings for granted. Be grateful, not in some shallow performative way, but in a raw, visceral way that lights a fire in your soul. Gratitude is power. Gratitude is resilience. Gratitude is freedom. Look at your life and see it for what it is. A gift, a battle, a fleeting moment in time that you'll never get back. Don't waste it wishing for more. Don't waste it blind to what you already have. Be grateful. Fight harder. Live fully. Because abundance isn't out there. It's already within you. We are now booting up the next video explaining the Warrior's Code. Lesson 1. Perception. See clearly and objectively. Perception. It is the lens through which we see the world, the filter that shapes our reality. But what if that lens is cracked, distorted by fear, anger, or desperation? What if the reality you see is nothing more than an illusion, a twisted reflection of your emotions? The truth is this: perception is power. The way you interpret your challenges defines your response to them, and your response shapes your destiny. If you see your obstacles as immovable walls, then you have already accepted defeat. But if you dare to see them as opportunities, as the universe sharpening your blade, then those obstacles transform into stepping stones, each one taking you closer to the life you crave. But here's the catch. This transformation requires brutal honesty. You must train yourself to see events as they truly are, not as your fears paint them, not as your desires twist them, but as they are. Objectivity is your weapon, your shield against the chaos of emotion. Because emotions, oh, they are liars. They whisper to you in moments of despair, clouding your judgment and leading you to make decisions you'll regret. Emotions beg you to act on impulse, to react in anger, to flee in fear. But you are not your emotions. You are not a puppet to their strings. You are the master of your mind, and mastery begins with clarity. Focus only on what you can control. This is the secret most never learn. The storm will rage, the winds will howl, but you cannot command the storm. What you can command is yourself, your thoughts, your actions, your discipline. Control these, and you control the outcome. Let go of what you cannot change. This is not weakness. This is strength. Accept reality, not as you wish it to be, but as it is. Wishes are for the weak. The strong face the truth, no matter how dark, no matter how brutal. They do not waste time cursing the darkness. They adapt, they endure, and they conquer. Ask yourself, what would happen if you stripped away your emotional distortions? What would happen if you saw every challenge, every failure, every setback with cold, calculated clarity. You would see the cracks in the wall that others miss. You would see the path to victory where others see dead ends. You would become unstoppable. But to do this, you must be willing to shed the comforting lies. You must be willing to step into the void of uncertainty, with only your focus and discipline to guide you. This is not the path of the many. It is the path of the few. The path of those who refuse to let fear, anger, or despair define them. So, train your mind, sharpen your perception, strip away the illusions, and when you stand in the face of the storm, when the world throws chaos at your feet, you will not flinch. You will not falter. You will see clearly, you will act decisively, and you will rise. Because in the end, perception is not just how you see the world, it is how you conquer it. Lesson 2. Action. Turn adversity into advantage. Adversity. A word that strikes fear into the hearts of the weak and hesitation into the minds of the uncertain. But let me tell you a secret. Adversity is nothing more than a challenge wrapped in shadows. And if you're bold enough to step into that darkness, to confront it, you will find something extraordinary waiting for you. Opportunity. Every obstacle you face is a test, a question posed by the universe. What will you do? Will you cower in fear, or will you act? Because action, my friend, is the difference between the defeated and the victorious. When others stand frozen, paralyzed by fear, doubt, or despair, you must move. You must strike while the chaos swirls around you, while the rest are too afraid to lift their heads. But let's be clear. Action does not mean flailing wildly against the tides. It means calculated, deliberate movement. When you face a mountain, you don't try to move it all at once. You take it apart piece by piece. You break the boulder into gravel. You turn the impossible into the inevitable. Small, consistent actions, relentless in their execution, create a force unstoppable. This is the power of momentum. Think of it this way. Adversity wants you to feel overwhelmed. It thrives on your paralysis. It wants you to see the whole towering problem and believe that it's too much for you. But here's the truth. It's never too much if you're willing to break it down, to chip away at it with unyielding determination. Every small action you take is a strike against the wall, and eventually, walls crumble. But what happens when one approach fails? What do you do when your first plan falls apart? Here is where most people give up. Here is where most people accept defeat. But not you, not us. Because we understand that resilience is the weapon that shatters failure. If one door slams shut, kick down another. If one path is blocked, carve a new one. Adapt. Be flexible. This is survival. This is power. Creativity isn't just a gift. It's a weapon forged in the fires of adversity. Wield it without hesitation. You see, adversity wants you to believe it's unbeatable. It wants to make you think you have no choices. But you always have a choice. You can choose to act. You can choose to fight. And in that choice lies your freedom, your strength, your victory. The weak succumb to the pressure, but the strong use that pressure to forge themselves into something unbreakable. So the next time adversity stands in your path, don't flinch. Don't hesitate. Take action. Strike first. Strike hard. Break the problem into manageable pieces and attack it with ruthless precision. Adapt when necessary. Be creative, be resilient, and above all, refuse to quit. Because every obstacle is an opportunity. Every setback is a chance to grow stronger. Every failure is a lesson in disguise. The question is not whether you'll face adversity, it's whether you'll rise to meet it. And when you do, when you take action, when you turn your challenges into stepping stones, you'll realize that adversity was never your enemy. It was your greatest ally, pushing you to become the force of nature you were always meant to be. So act, conquer, and show the world what it means to turn adversity into advantage. Lesson 3. Will. Endure and thrive. Will. The fire that refuses to die, no matter how fierce the storm. The quiet, unyielding strength that keeps you standing when the world would see you fall. It is the anchor that holds firm amidst chaos, the sword that cuts through despair. But let me tell you a truth most refuse to hear. The world doesn't care about your comfort. It doesn't care about your dreams, your pain, or your struggles. Life will throw you into the abyss without hesitation, daring you to crawl your way back out. And in those moments, when you're battered, broken, and stripped of all illusion, it is your will that determines whether you endure or whether you are forgotten. Willpower is not loud. It doesn't shout or demand attention. It is silent, relentless, and composed. True willpower isn't about the absence of pain. It's about enduring pain with grace. It's about standing tall when everything inside you screams to collapse. It's about composure when chaos reigns. The world respects those who can endure, but it bows to those who endure and thrive. To thrive, you must cultivate a long-term perspective. Do you think the darkness you face now will last forever? It won't. Challenges are temporary, fleeting shadows that pass across your path. But the lessons they carve into your soul, those last a lifetime. Every setback is a seed. Every failure, a teacher. The question is not why this is happening to you, but what you will learn from it. The strong do not see obstacles as curses. They see them as opportunities to grow stronger. And here's the secret weapon of the unbreakable: amor fati, the love of fate. Do not simply accept what happens to you. Embrace it. Love every twist, every trial, every moment of suffering. Why? Because it is all part of your story. The pain, the loss, the triumph, it's all shaping you, sharpening you, preparing you for what lies ahead. Fate doesn't work against you. It works for you, molding you into the warrior you are destined to become. Think about it. Every challenge, every hardship, it has led you to this moment. You are here not despite your struggles, but because of them. The scars you carry are proof that you survived, that you endured, that you refused to break. Love those scars. Love the moments that nearly destroyed you, because they didn't. You're still here. You're still standing. And so, when the next storm comes, and it will come, face it with open arms. Face it with a quiet, unshakable will. Tell the storm, do your worst. I have already endured worse. And then thrive. Rise above it. Let the world see what it means to be unbreakable. Because this life, it isn't about avoiding challenges. It's about embracing them. It's about enduring with grace, learning with humility, and thriving with strength. So cultivate your will. Sharpen it. Make it your greatest weapon. And when you look back on the trials you've faced, when you see the mountains you've climbed, you'll realize that the world's attempts to crush you only made you stronger. Fate wasn't your enemy. It was your forge. And you are the blade that was forged in fire. You are will incarnate. So endure, thrive, and show the world that nothing can break you. Lesson 4. Turn trials into triumph. Trials. They're the moments that define us. They arrive uninvited, unwanted, and unapologetic, testing every fiber of our being. They whisper in your ear, you are not strong enough. You are not worthy. You will fail. And for most, that whisper becomes their truth. But not for you. Not for us. Because we know a deeper truth. a truth forged in the fires of adversity. Every trial hides a triumph, but only for those brave enough to uncover it. Look at the obstacles in your path. They feel immovable, don't they? Like towering walls designed to keep you trapped, broken, defeated. But what if I told you that those very walls aren't barriers at all? What if I told you they are stepping stones, waiting for you to climb them? The things that seem to block your path are the path. The trials you face are not distractions from life. They are life itself. And the way you rise to meet them will determine the person you become. Most people spend their lives running from struggle, avoiding discomfort, seeking safety. But safety is a cage. Comfort is a slow death. Growth, real, raw, powerful growth, lives in the struggle. It lives in the dark, in the pain, in the moments that test your will to survive. And if you're willing to face those moments head on, you will discover that every challenge carries a hidden opportunity, a chance to transform yourself into something greater. But transformation does not come easily. It demands a shift in mindset. You must stop seeing obstacles as enemies and start seeing them as allies. They are not here to destroy you. They are here to forge you. Every setback is fuel for your fire. Every failure is a lesson. Every struggle builds strength, courage, and wisdom. These are the tools you need to conquer the life you desire, but you will only find them in the depths of adversity. Think about it. How do you build strength? By lifting more weight than you think you can bear. How do you build courage? By facing fears that make you tremble. How do you gain wisdom? By enduring mistakes, pain, and hard-fought victories. The trials in your life are not random acts of cruelty. They are deliberate. They are here to sharpen you, to prepare you, to mold you into the person you are destined to be. But destiny doesn't wait for the weak. It doesn't hand itself over to the timid. It bows only to those who are willing to fight for it. So fight. Take the trials that life throws at you and use them as fuel. Burn brighter. Push harder. Transform every obstacle into a stepping stone, every failure into a lesson, and every setback into a comeback. Ask yourself, what will you become if you stop running from struggle and start embracing it? What kind of unstoppable force could you be if you leaned into the pain instead of avoiding it? The truth is, you'll never know unless you try, unless you stand in the fire and let it forge you. So, the next time life throws a trial in your path, don't curse it. Don't run from it. Look it in the eye and say, thank you. Thank it for the opportunity to grow stronger, to become wiser, to rise higher, and then conquer it. Because triumph doesn't come to those who avoid trials. It comes to those who face them, who endure them, who transform them into stepping stones to greatness. Turn your trials into triumphs, and show the world what it means to be unbreakable, unstoppable, and undeniable. This is your path. Walk it. Conquer it. Own it. Lesson 5. Control your response. The world is chaos. No matter how much you prepare, how much you plan, there will always be events beyond your control. The storm will come. The fire will burn. The unexpected will strike when you least expect it, tearing through your life like a thief in the night. But here's the truth that most people refuse to accept. You don't control the storm. You don't control the chaos. But you can always control your response. This is where your power lies. Not in controlling the uncontrollable, but in mastering yourself. In a world full of uncertainty, this is your unshakable foundation. How you respond is what defines you. When chaos reigns, most people crumble. They panic. They lash out. They let their emotions run wild, turning small fires into infernos. But not you, not us. Because we understand something they don't. Emotional stability is a weapon. In the face of pressure, of uncertainty, of disaster, it is the calm mind that emerges victorious. The one who keeps their composure when the rest are falling apart is the one who seizes the advantage. Staying calm under pressure is not weakness. It is control. It is power. It is clarity. When others are blinded by fear, you see clearly. When others are paralyzed by doubt, you act decisively. Emotional stability doesn't just allow for better decision-making. It forces the world to work in your favor. Because while the masses are busy reacting, you are already calculating, adapting, and taking action. But mastering your reactions is no easy task. It requires discipline. It requires self-awareness. It requires you to step outside the chaos of the moment and ask yourself one simple, brutal question. What matters right now? Not your anger, not your fear, not your frustration. What matters is the next move, the next step, the next decision that will take you closer to victory. Understand this. Life will test you. It will throw obstacles in your path, and watch how you respond. It will strike you down just to see if you have the strength to rise again. And when it does, you have two choices. You can lose yourself to anger, to despair, to the chaos of the moment. Or you can take control. You can stand tall in the storm and say, "You will not break me." Every obstacle is an opportunity in disguise. But only those who can master their reactions will see it. Only those who can stay calm in the fire, who can think clearly when the world is crumbling, will find the hidden advantage and turn the tide in their favor. This is your challenge, to be the one who doesn't flinch, who doesn't falter, who doesn't lose their head when everyone else does. The next time life comes at you with its chaos, its storms, its trials, remember this. The external world may be out of your control, but your response is yours alone. It is your weapon, your shield, your path to power. Master it, and there is nothing that life can throw at you that you cannot overcome. Stay calm, stay composed, and let the world see what it means to be unshakable, unstoppable, untouchable. Control your response, and you control your destiny. This is your power. Wield it, own it, dominate with it. Lesson 6, discipline and routine. Discipline, a word that sends shivers down the spine of the weak, the complacent, the uncommitted. But for those who dare to rise above mediocrity, for those who crave greatness, discipline is not a burden. It is a weapon. It is the unrelenting force that keeps you moving forward when motivation fails, when the odds are stacked against you, and when the world wants to see you fall. You see, the secret to conquering life is not found in fleeting bursts of inspiration or moments of passion. No, the secret is in the grind, in the mundane, repetitive, often thankless routines you commit to every single day. Success is not glamorous. It is forged in the small, unremarkable moments when you choose discipline over distraction, focus over chaos, and action over excuses. Routine is your battlefield. Every habit you build, every ritual you follow, is a weapon in your arsenal. The world will throw challenges at you, hoping to catch you off guard. But if you have forged a routine, if you have trained yourself to face discomfort every day, then you are always ready. You become the calm in the storm, the unshakable force that cannot be rattled. Discipline is not just about getting things done, it's about who you become in the process. Every time you wake up early when you'd rather sleep in, every time you push through a workout when your body screams to quit, every time you stay focused, when distractions beg for your attention, you are building something far greater than the task at hand. You are building mental toughness. You are building fortitude. You are building yourself. But here's the harsh truth. Discipline is painful. It demands sacrifice. It asks you to give up comfort, to reject instant gratification, to do what most people won't. That's why most people fail. They let their emotions rule them. They give in to laziness, to excuses, to the seductive lie that there's always tomorrow. But not you. You don't have time for tomorrow. You don't have time for weakness. Because every day you waste is a day you'll never get back. Start small. Discipline isn't built in grand gestures. It's built in the tiny, deliberate choices you make every day. Choose self-control when no one is watching. Choose effort when no one is applauding. Choose discomfort over ease, struggle over stagnation, grit over giving up. These small victories, these moments of self-mastery, compound over time. They turn you into a force to be reckoned with. Someone who doesn't just survive the challenges of life, but dominates them. Ask yourself, who will you become if you master your habits, if you conquer your routines? Who will you be if every small act of discipline you practice today transforms into unshakable strength tomorrow? The answer is simple. You will become unstoppable. You will become the person who looks at challenges and laughs, who sees obstacles as stepping stones, who stands unflinching while the rest crumble under pressure. So, cultivate your discipline, forge your routine, train yourself to endure discomfort, to embrace the grind, to do the hard things when no one else will. Because discipline isn't just a tool, it's your edge. It's the fire that will burn through every obstacle, the anchor that will keep you steady in the storm, and the foundation upon which your greatness will be built. Rise every morning with purpose, face every day with discipline, and let the world see what it means to be unyielding, unbreakable, and unstoppable. This is your time. This is your grind. And through discipline, this is how you take what is yours. Lesson 7. Discipline and routine. Discipline. A word that sends shivers down the spine of the weak, the complacent, the uncommitted. But for those who dare to rise above mediocrity, for those who crave greatness, discipline is not a burden. It is a weapon. It is the unrelenting force that keeps you moving forward when motivation fails, when the odds are stacked against you, and when the world wants to see you fall. You see, the secret to conquering life is not found in fleeting bursts of inspiration or moments of passion. No, the secret is in the grind. In the mundane, repetitive, often thankless routines you commit to every single day. Success is not glamorous. It is forged in the small, unremarkable moments when you choose discipline over distraction, focus over chaos, and action over excuses. Routine is your battlefield. Every habit you build, every ritual you follow, is a weapon in your arsenal. The world will throw challenges at you, hoping to catch you off guard. But if you have forged a routine, if you have trained yourself to face discomfort every day, then you are always ready. You become the calm in the storm, the unshakable force that cannot be rattled. Discipline is not just about getting things done. It's about who you become in the process. Every time you wake up early when you'd rather sleep in, every time you push through a workout when your body screams to quit, every time you stay focused when distractions beg for your attention, you are building something far greater than the task at hand. You are building mental toughness. You are building fortitude. You are building yourself. But here's the harsh truth. Discipline is painful. It demands sacrifice. It asks you to give up comfort, to reject instant gratification, to do what most people won't. That's why most people fail. They let their emotions rule them. They give in to laziness, to excuses, to the seductive lie that there's always tomorrow. But not you. You don't have time for tomorrow. You don't have time for weakness. Because every day you waste is a day you'll never get back. Start small. Discipline isn't built in grand gestures. It's built in the tiny, deliberate choices you make every day. Choose self-control when no one is watching. Choose effort when no one is applauding. Choose discomfort over ease, struggle over stagnation, grit over giving up. These small victories, these moments of self-mastery, compound over time. They turn you into a force to be reckoned with. Someone who doesn't just survive the challenges of life, but dominates them. Ask yourself, who will you become if you master your habits, if you conquer your routines? Who will you be if every small act of discipline you practice today transforms into unshakable strength tomorrow? The answer is simple. You will become unstoppable. You will become the person who looks at challenges and laughs, who sees obstacles as stepping stones, who stands unflinching while the rest crumble under pressure. So, cultivate your discipline. Forge your routine. Train yourself to endure discomfort, to embrace the grind, to do the hard things when no one else will. Because discipline isn't just a tool, it's your edge. It's the fire that will burn through every obstacle, the anchor that will keep you steady in the storm, and the foundation upon which your greatness will be built. Rise every morning with purpose. Face every day with discipline, and let the world see what it means to be unyielding, unbreakable, and unstoppable. This is your time. This is your grind. And through discipline, this is how you take what is yours. Lesson 8. Focus on process, not outcome. We live in a world obsessed with results. People want success, power, and wealth. Now. They salivate over the end goal, blinded by their hunger for the outcome. But what happens when the results don't come as quickly as they imagined? What happens when the reward they feel entitled to remains just out of reach? They crumble. They quit. They call the process unfair and walk away, leaving their dreams to rot. But you are not like them. You don't chase shiny outcomes. You don't beg the world for rewards. You understand the truth they refuse to see. The outcome is irrelevant. The process is everything. Results are not guaranteed. You cannot control them, no matter how hard you try. What you can control is the work, the grind, the effort you put into every moment, every task, every decision. That is your power. That is where greatness is forged. Not in the results, but in the process. The process is your battlefield. It's the quiet, unglamorous fight you face every day when no one is watching. It's the sweat, the discipline, the relentless pursuit of excellence in every small, seemingly insignificant moment. The outcome? That's just a byproduct of the process. It's the shadow cast by the work you do. And if you stay committed to the process, if you pour everything you have into it, the results will come. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but they will come. And they will be worth it. Detach yourself from the results. Let go of entitlement. The world owes you nothing. No amount of wishing, hoping, or expecting will bring success to your doorstep. Only the process, the relentless grind, has the power to do that. Embrace the process with everything you have. Make it your obsession. Fall in love with the grind, the struggle, the repetition. Because that is where transformation happens. That is where you become unstoppable. When you stop focusing on the outcome, something incredible happens. You free yourself. You stop being a slave to your expectations and start mastering the present moment. You channel your energy into the only thing you can control, giving your best, right here, right now. And that, my friend, is where true power lies, in the ability to give everything you have, regardless of the results. Ask yourself, what would happen if you poured your soul into the process and let go of the need for immediate gratification? What would happen if you stopped chasing rewards and started chasing excellence in every step you take? You would become dangerous, unrelenting, a force no obstacle could withstand. Because when you focus on the process, you become immune to failure. The outcome no longer matters, only your effort does. The world doesn't respect those who wait for results. It bows to those who stay committed to the grind, who persevere in the face of uncertainty, who trust the process even when the rewards seem distant. So, let go of your need for validation. Let go of your expectations, and trust the process. Stay present, stay focused, and know that every ounce of effort you give is carving the path to your success. Because in the end, it's not the outcome that defines you. It's the work. It's the grit, the persistence, the refusal to quit when the results don't come. That's what makes you unbreakable. That's what makes you unstoppable. Focus on the process, commit to the grind, and let the world watch as you turn relentless effort into undeniable success. The outcome is just the shadow. You are the fire. Burn brighter, burn longer, and let nothing stand in your way. Lesson 9. Transform setbacks into strength. Setbacks. The cruel hand of fate that knocks you down, strips you of your illusions, and leaves you gasping for air. They will come for you, just as they've come for everyone who's dared to dream, dared to fight, dared to rise above mediocrity. The difference between the defeated and the triumphant is simple. The defeated see setbacks as the end, while the triumphant see them for what they truly are, opportunities to become stronger. You see, most people fear failure. They cower before it, avoid it, treat it as if it's a curse. But failure isn't the opposite of success. It's the foundation of it. You don't succeed in spite of your failures. You succeed because of them. Every setback you face is a lesson, a teacher, a forge where your character is tempered and your strength is built. The question is not whether you will fail. You will. You will fall. You will stumble. You will be betrayed, beaten down, and tested to the limits of your endurance. The real question is this: what will you do when it happens? Will you let the weight of failure crush you? Or will you use it to rebuild yourself into something stronger? Will you give in to despair? Or will you rise, sharper and harder than before? Every challenge you face is a test of your resolve. The universe doesn't care about your comfort. It cares about your growth. It will throw obstacles in your path, not to break you, but to see if you have what it takes to overcome them. Each setback is an invitation to rise higher. Each failure is a mirror, reflecting the person you are and the person you could become, if you're willing to embrace the struggle. But let's be clear, transforming setbacks into strength isn't easy. It's painful, it's brutal. It requires you to face the darkest parts of yourself, to confront your fears, your weaknesses, your doubts. It demands resilience. It demands grit. But in that struggle, you will find something extraordinary. Power. Not the fleeting, shallow power of external success, but the deep, unshakable power of knowing that you can endure anything and emerge stronger. How you handle setbacks defines who you are. When the world knocks you down, it's not your circumstances that matter. It's your response. Do you wallow in self-pity? Or do you rise with vengeance in your heart and fire in your veins? Do you let failure define you? Or do you use it as fuel to ignite your transformation? The choice is yours, and it is the only choice that matters. Understand this. The strongest warriors are not those who have never been defeated. They are those who have faced defeat time and time again and refuse to surrender. They are the ones who have taken every setback, every failure, every betrayal, and turned it into armor, into weapons, into strength. That is the path you must walk. So the next time you face a setback, don't curse it. Don't run from it. Embrace it. Look it in the eye and say, "You will not break me. You will build me." Use the pain to sharpen your resolve. Use the struggle to build your character. Use the failure to prepare for success. Because setbacks are not the end of the road. They are the beginning of your transformation. They are the crucible where weakness is burned away and strength is born. They are the tests that separate the ordinary from the extraordinary, the weak from the unbreakable. So rise. Take every setback, every failure, every challenge, and transform it into strength. Let the world see what it means to face adversity and thrive. Let the world see what it means to turn pain into power. This is your story. Write it with every challenge you overcome. Write it with every victory you earn. And show the world that no setback can stop you. Not now, not ever. Lesson 10. Obstacles are universal. No one escapes the storm. No one walks through this life without scars. You may look around and see others who seem to have it easy, who seem to be untouched by struggle. But understand this: appearances are lies. Beneath every calm surface is a battle being fought. Beneath every smile is a burden being carried. No one is exempt from obstacles. Struggle is the price of existence. It is the tax you pay for living, for growing, for daring to chase something greater. The sooner you accept this truth, the sooner you stop feeling like the universe is targeting you. The sooner you stop asking, "Why me?" Struggle isn't personal. It doesn't single you out. It's universal. It's part of the human experience. And once you embrace that, you'll realize that struggle isn't here to break you. It's here to make you. Think about it. Nothing worth having comes without a cost. Greatness isn't handed out like candy. It's earned, forged in the fires of adversity. And those fires, they're not a punishment. They're a gift. They burn away your weaknesses. They temper your resolve. They transform you into someone capable of standing tall when the weight of the world is pressing down on you. You don't grow in comfort. You don't build strength in safety. Growth comes from struggle. Character is forged in hardship. Resilience is born in pain. Without obstacles, there is no progress. Without struggle, there is no greatness. The very challenges you face are the stepping stones to the life you want, but only if you have the courage to embrace them. Stop looking at obstacles as curses. Stop seeing them as barriers meant to stop you. They are not walls. They are tests. They are here to ask you one simple question. How much do you want it? How much are you willing to endure to reach your goals? How hard will you fight to claim what is yours? Because the truth is, the path to greatness is littered with challenges, and only those who refuse to give up will make it to the other side. Every obstacle you face is shaping you. It's sharpening you. It's preparing you for the battles ahead. When the weak run from adversity, you will face it. When the fearful crumble, you will rise. Because you understand that obstacles are not the enemy. They are the training ground. They are the crucible that forges the strong, the relentless, the unstoppable. So the next time life throws a challenge in your path, don't curse it. Don't complain. Don't ask, "Why me?" Instead, ask yourself, "What can I learn? How can this make me stronger?" Because every struggle you face is an opportunity. Every obstacle is a chance to grow, to build character, to prove to yourself and to the world that nothing can stop you. Remember, you are not alone in your struggles. Every great figure in history, every hero, every legend has faced their own demons, their own battles. What made them great was not the absence of obstacles, but their refusal to let those obstacles define them. They rose because they embraced the struggle, and so will you. Obstacles are universal. Struggle is inevitable. But greatness is a choice. It's the choice to face the storm, to endure the pain, to rise stronger with every setback. It's the choice to see challenges not as barriers, but as opportunities. So rise, embrace the struggle, use it. Let it build you, let it shape you, let it transform you. Show the world that obstacles are not your end, they are your beginning. And let the scars you earn along the way be the proof that nothing can break you. This is your story. Write it with your resilience. Write it with your strength. Write it with your triumph. Lesson 11. Keep moving forward. The world will throw everything it has at you. Fear, frustration, failure. It will stack the odds so high against you that you'll be tempted to stop, to surrender, to stay where you are, frozen in place. But let me tell you something. If you stop, you die. Not physically, no, but the part of you that dreams, the part of you that craves more, the part of you that dares to be great, that part will die. So keep moving forward. Crawl if you must, but move. Progress, no matter how small, is still progress. Each step, no matter how painful, takes you closer to the life you were meant to live. Standing still is not an option. Fear will whisper that you're not strong enough. Frustration will scream that it's not worth it. But fear and frustration are liars. They are tests, meant to see if you have the courage to push through. Show them you do. Life is not a straight path. The road will twist and turn. It will be blocked by obstacles so massive, they seem impossible to overcome. But here's the truth. No obstacle is truly immovable. If you can't go over it, go around it. If you can't go around it, break through it. And if you can't break through it, find another path entirely. Persistence and creativity are your weapons. Use them without hesitation. Do you think the greats achieved their success by walking an easy road? No. They faced walls taller than anything you can imagine. But they didn't stop. They didn't stand there, lamenting their fate, cursing their bad luck. They moved. They adapted. They found a way. And that's what you must do. Your journey will not be perfect. You will stumble. You will fall. You will face moments where the darkness feels endless. But that's when you must move the most. Because every step, no matter how small, pushes you closer to the light. And as long as you're moving, you're winning. As long as you're moving, the darkness cannot consume you. Let me ask you this. What will happen if you stop? What will happen if you let fear or frustration paralyze you? You already know the answer. You will stay exactly where you are, trapped in mediocrity, chained by regret, haunted by the life you could have had if only you had kept moving. Don't let that be your story. Refuse to stop. Refuse to quit. Keep moving forward, not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. Keep moving forward, not because the path is clear, but because the destination is worth it. Even when progress is slow, even when every step feels like a battle, keep moving. Because every inch forward is an inch closer to your victory. Every step is proof that you are stronger than what stands in your way. You will face challenges. You will face setbacks. But you will also find solutions. You will find strength, and you will find that there is nothing more powerful than a person who refuses to stop. Persistence is the key to success. Creativity is the tool to overcome. Together, They make you unstoppable. So the next time fear grips your heart, the next time frustration makes you want to quit, remember this: the only way out is through. The only way to win is to move. Keep going. Keep fighting. Keep pushing forward. Because every step you take is a step toward greatness, a step toward the life you deserve, a step toward proving that nothing, not fear, not frustration, not failure, can stop you. This is your journey. Own it. Move forward relentlessly, and let the world see what happens when someone refuses to give up. The obstacles will fall, the darkness will fade, and you will rise, unbroken, unyielding, unstoppable. Keep moving forward, always. We are now booting up the next video about leaving your past in the past. Lesson 1. The power of the mind-body. Connection. They say the body never forgets. Every scar, every ache, every shiver in the dead of night, it speaks to a memory buried deep within. You may not recall the moment your world broke, but your body remembers. Traumatic experiences don't fade with time. No, they carve themselves into the crevices of your mind, stored like a poisonous echo, reverberating through your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. You may think you're free, but the prison lies within you. Your fear, your anxiety, the panic that rises unbidden, these are not random. They are the chains of unprocessed memories, locked away, yet steering your every move. A touch, a sound, a smell. These things trigger reactions so visceral, so overwhelming, that you wonder if you're losing control. But the truth is harsher. You were never in control to begin with. Your mind holds the trauma, but your body carries the burden. The tension in your shoulders, the weight on your chest, the pit in your stomach. These are not just symptoms. They are messages. Messages from the past screaming to be heard. And yet, most of us ignore them. We silence the cries with distractions, numb the pain with substances, or pretend it doesn't exist. But the body is relentless. It will not be ignored. What you refuse to face, it will force you to confront, again and again, until you decide to listen. Healing is not an easy path. It is not about forgetting or pretending the past didn't happen. Healing demands courage, the courage to turn inward, to face the dark shadows that haunt you, to acknowledge that your pain is real. Healing is not just a mental journey, it is a physical battle. Your body, the vessel of your survival, holds the memories your mind has buried. To heal, you must reconnect the two. The mind and body are not separate entities. They are a singular force, a partnership forged in survival. You cannot heal the mind without tending to the body. You cannot release the body's pain without addressing the mind's torment. This is the truth most ignore. Healing is integration. It is the merging of thought and sensation, of memory and movement. You must learn to sit with the discomfort. Feel the tension, the ache, the heaviness that has become so familiar. These sensations are not your enemy. They are your guide. They will lead you to the places that need healing. The places that need your attention, your compassion, your strength. When you face the trauma stored in your body, when you let it rise to the surface, it will feel unbearable. It will feel like drowning. But in that storm lies your freedom. On the other side of the pain lies the life you were meant to live. A life where your past no longer controls you. You have been at war with yourself long enough. The battlefield is your body, your mind, your soul. But this is not a war you win through resistance. This is a war you win through surrender. Surrender to the process, to the pain, to the truth. Only then will you reclaim your power. The body remembers? Yes, but it can also release. It can heal. The mind holds the scars, but it can also create. It can grow. You are not broken. You are not beyond saving. You are a masterpiece in the making, forged in fire, tempered by pain, and stronger than you can imagine. The power of the mind-body connection is the power to transform, to rise from the ashes of your trauma, to reclaim your life. So ask yourself, are you ready to face what you've been running from? Are you ready to heal? Because your body is waiting, your mind is waiting, and the life you've been longing for is waiting. The only question is, will you step into the fire and find the strength to rise? The choice is yours. It always has been. Lesson 2. Trauma shapes your perception of the world. Trauma doesn't just mark you, it warps you. It sinks its claws into your mind and twists the lens through which you view the world. Every encounter, every decision, every thought becomes filtered through the shadow of what you've endured. You begin to live in a world that is not the world. It's your world, shaped by fear, mistrust, and pain. You think you're protecting yourself, don't you? You build walls so high, no one can climb them. You harden yourself, believing that if you feel nothing, nothing can hurt you. But the truth is, trauma doesn't shield you. It controls you. It whispers lies into your ear. You're not safe. You're not good enough. No one will ever truly care for you. And you believe it. You believe it because the past has carved those lies into the very core of your being. Think about it. How often do you misinterpret someone's actions because you're expecting betrayal? How often do you sabotage a relationship because deep down, you believe you don't deserve happiness? How often do you shrink from opportunities because you've convinced yourself you'll fail? This is trauma's greatest trick. It convinces you that the cage it built around you is your home. But here's the brutal truth. The world you see is not the world that exists. It's the world your trauma has created for you. Every negative belief you carry, every self-sabotaging thought, every fear-based reaction, it all stems from wounds you haven't allowed to heal. You're living in the shadow of your past, and until you confront it, you will never step into the light. Now, here's the hard part. Changing your perspective isn't easy. It's not about simply letting go or moving on. It's about looking your trauma in the eye and saying, "You don't own me anymore." It's about questioning every belief you've built around your pain and tearing down the lies, one by one. It's about recognizing that the world isn't out to get you, that not everyone will hurt you, and that you are not defined by what has happened to you. But make no mistake, this process will be messy. It will be painful. Because healing requires you to revisit the very moments you've been running from. It requires you to sit with your anger, your sadness, your fear, and acknowledge that it is real, that it happened, that it shaped you. But here's the thing. Just because trauma shaped you doesn't mean it has to define you. You have the power to rewrite your story, to stop seeing yourself as a victim and start seeing yourself as a survivor, to stop interpreting every setback as proof of your unworthiness and start seeing it as a challenge to grow. Your past may have written the first few chapters, but the rest of the book is yours to write. Imagine the freedom of stepping out of your trauma's shadow. Imagine looking at the world and seeing possibility instead of threat. Imagine interacting with others from a place of trust instead of suspicion. This is what awaits you on the other side of healing. But to get there, you have to do the work. You have to dig deep. You have to confront the parts of yourself you've been too afraid to face. Trauma shapes your perception, yes, but it doesn't have to own it. You can change the lens through which you see the world. You can reclaim your mind, your emotions, your life. But you have to decide. Will you continue living in the prison your past built for you? Or will you break free and step into the world as it truly is, full of possibility, connection, and hope? The choice is yours. It's always been yours. So, rise up, face your pain, tear down the lies, reclaim your life. And remember this, you are not your trauma. You are the fire that will burn through it and emerge stronger, brighter, and more unstoppable than ever before. The world is waiting. Are you ready to see it for what it truly is? Lesson 3. Unprocessed memories. Create emotional triggers. You're walking through life, thinking you're in control. You tell yourself, I've moved on. The past is behind me. But then it happens. A sound, a smell, a fleeting moment. And suddenly, you're not here anymore. You're back there. Back in the pain. Back in the fear. Back in the chaos you swore you'd buried. Your body tenses. Your heart races. And your mind spins in circles, grasping for a way out of the invisible storm. This is the power of unprocessed memories. They don't sit quietly in the past, fading with time. No, they lurk in the shadows of your mind, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And when they do, they hit hard. They hijack your emotions, your thoughts, your actions, leaving you powerless, confused, and trapped in a loop of pain you don't fully understand. You see, trauma isn't just something that happens to you. It's something that takes root within you. When you experience something so overwhelming, so painful, your mind doesn't know what to do with it. So it locks it away, deep in your subconscious, in the hopes that you'll never have to face it. But what your mind buries, your body remembers. The pain doesn't disappear. It festers, growing stronger with every unacknowledged moment. And then, it finds ways to resurface through emotional triggers. Triggers are not random. They are echoes of your past, pulling you back into moments you never truly left. A stranger's laugh, the sound of a door slamming, a song playing in the background. They seem harmless to others, but to you, they're landmines. You step on one, and suddenly, you're no longer standing in the present. You're drowning in a memory, reliving the emotions you never processed, feeling the pain as if it were happening all over again. But here's the truth no one likes to admit. You can't outrun your triggers. You can't numb them with distractions or bury them with busyness. They will always find you. They will always pull you back into the past until you decide to face them. Because the only way out is through. To break free, you have to turn toward the very thing you've been avoiding. You have to confront the memories you've locked away and feel the emotions you've suppressed for so long. This is not a gentle process. It's brutal. It's raw. It's messy. But it's also necessary. Because every time you confront a trigger, every time you sit with the discomfort and trace it back to its source, you take back a piece of your power. Recognizing your triggers is the first step. When they rise, don't run. Don't fight. Pause. Breathe. Ask yourself, what am I feeling? Why is this affecting me? What does this remind me of? Follow the thread, no matter how painful it is, until you find the memory it's tied to. And when you do, sit with it. Don't judge it. Don't push it away. Just allow yourself to feel, because only through feeling can you begin to heal. And here's the thing. They will lose their power. The triggers that once controlled you will begin to fade. The sights, sounds, and experiences that used to paralyze you will become just that. Sights, sounds, and experiences. They will no longer drag you into the past. They will no longer own you, because you've faced them. You've processed them. You've reclaimed your life. Unprocessed memories create emotional triggers, yes. But they also offer an opportunity to confront your pain, to understand yourself on a deeper level, to grow stronger than you've ever been. The past doesn't have to define you. The triggers don't have to control you. You have the power to break free, to unchain yourself from the emotions that have held you captive for so long. So what will it be? Will you let your triggers run your life, pulling your strings like a puppet? Or will you take back the reins, face the darkness, and finally step into the light? The choice is yours. The battle is yours. And the victory, if you're brave enough to fight for it, will be yours too. Rise up, take back your power, and show your past that it no longer owns you. Lesson 4. Healing requires facing your past. You can run, but you can't escape. You can bury it deep, but it will claw its way to the surface. You can tell yourself it doesn't matter, that you've moved on, that you're fine. But the truth whispers in the quiet moments, doesn't it? The past doesn't just fade because you wish it to. It festers. It lingers. It owns you until you decide to face it. The memories you suppress, the pain you avoid, it doesn't disappear. It hides in the shadows of your mind, poisoning your thoughts, your emotions, your relationships. It finds ways to surface when you least expect it, triggering you, holding you hostage to moments you've long tried to forget. The longer you avoid it, the stronger its hold becomes. You can distract yourself with noise, with work, with people, but the truth is always there, waiting for the moment. You're too tired to run. And let's be honest, you're tired, aren't you? Tired of carrying this weight. Tired of pretending it doesn't hurt. Tired of feeling like no matter how far you go, the past is always right behind you, breathing down your neck. But here's the hard truth. You can't outrun it. You can't outdrink it. You can't outwork it. The only way out is through. Healing isn't about forgetting the past. It's about confronting it. It's about stepping into the dark corners of your mind, the places you've avoided for so long, and shining a light on the pain that's been consuming you. It's about facing the memories you've buried, not to relive them, but to finally process them, to understand them, to strip them of the power they've held over you. But make no mistake, this isn't easy. Healing is not a warm, comforting process. It's a battle, a war against your own fear, your own shame, your own guilt. It will break you before it rebuilds you. It will force you to confront truths you've denied, emotions you've suppressed, and parts of yourself you've long tried to forget. It will strip you bare, leaving you raw, exposed, vulnerable. And in that vulnerability lies your freedom. Because when you face your past, when you truly face it, you take back your power. You stop letting the memories control you. You stop letting the pain define you. You start to see the wounds for what they are. Reminders that you survived. Evidence of your strength. Proof that you are still standing, no matter how hard life tried to knock you down. But healing isn't just about survival. It's about transformation. When you process your pain, you make space for growth. When you confront your memories, you clear the way for new ones. When you let go of the past, you reclaim your future. This is the work of healing. Not to forget, but to let go. Not to erase, but to integrate. Not to pretend it didn't happen, but to decide it will no longer control you. So, are you ready to face it? Are you ready to step into the fire and burn away the chains that have held you captive for so long? Because that's what healing demands. It demands courage. The courage to confront your darkest moments, to feel the pain you've avoided, to let the memories rise so you can finally let them go. It demands patience. The patience to sit with your discomfort, to give yourself the time and space to heal. And it demands faith. The faith that on the other side of this process lies a version of yourself that is freer, stronger, and more alive than you've ever been. Healing is not about being perfect. It's not about pretending you're unaffected. It's about becoming whole. It's about integrating the pieces of yourself that were shattered by the past and forging them into something unbreakable. It's about standing in the ruins of what was and building something new, something stronger, something better. You have the power to face your past. You have the strength to process your pain. You have the courage to let go of what no longer serves you. The question is, will you choose to face it? Or will you continue running, knowing that the longer you run, the harder it will be to escape? The choice is yours. The battle is yours. And the victory, it will be yours too, if you're brave enough to fight for it. So rise, face the pain, confront the memories, reclaim your life. Because healing isn't a gift you're given. It's a war you win. And you were born to win. Lesson 5. Resilience and growth are possible. They told you to move on. They told you to let it go. But how can you? How do you just let go of the weight that has chained you to the ground for years? How do you move on when the echoes of your pain still haunt your mind, your body, your very soul? People tell you to heal as if it's simple, as if it's just a choice you make. But what they don't tell you is this: healing isn't pretty. It's a war, a battle fought in the depths of your being, where every scar, every wound, every shattered piece of your past must be confronted. But here's the truth no one can deny. Resilience is born in that battle. Growth is forged in the fire of your pain. The same trauma that broke you, that shattered you into 1,000 pieces, is the very thing that can make you stronger, if you let it. The question is, are you willing to face the flames? Are you ready to rise from the ashes of everything that tried to destroy you? Understand this. You are not the person you were before the pain. And that's a good thing. The trauma, the suffering, the betrayal, it changed you. It took something from you, yes, but it also left you with something. The raw materials of resilience. And resilience doesn't mean you forget what happened. It doesn't mean you erase the memories or pretend the pain wasn't real. No, resilience means you take that pain and transform it. You process it, release it, and let it fuel your growth. But here's the hard part. You can't grow if you're still clinging to the weight of your trauma. That weight may feel familiar, even comfortable in its own twisted way. It's shaped your identity for so long, hasn't it? The anger, the fear, the mistrust, they've been your armor. But armor becomes a prison when you refuse to take it off. If you want to reclaim your sense of self, you must shed that weight. You must face the pain, process it, and let it go. Not to forget, but to make room for something greater. Your growth. The process will be messy. It will be painful. It will strip you down to your core and force you to look at the raw, unfiltered truth of who you are and what you've endured. But when you come out on the other side, and you will come out, you'll be unrecognizable. Not because you've lost yourself, but because you've reclaimed yourself. The version of you that was buried under layers of fear, doubt, and self-loathing will finally emerge. And that version of you is powerful beyond measure. Resilience doesn't just happen. It's built, brick by brick, moment by moment, choice by choice. It's in the decision to get up when life knocks you down. It's in the courage to confront the demons of your past. It's in the quiet strength you find when the world feels too heavy to bear. And as you build that resilience, you'll find that the things that once broke you no longer hold power over you. The triggers that once sent you spiraling will lose their grip. The fear that once ruled your life will dissolve. And then, something extraordinary will happen. You will grow. Not just emotionally, but in every way that matters. Your relationships will transform, as you learn to connect from a place of strength rather than fear. Your perspective will shift as you realize that the world is not your enemy. It's your canvas, and your life will open up in ways you never thought possible. A fulfilling life, a meaningful life, a life built not in spite of your pain, but because of it. This is the truth. Resilience and growth are not given. They are earned. They are the rewards of facing your trauma, processing your pain, and reclaiming your power. So ask yourself, are you ready to do the work? Are you ready to break free from the chains of your past and step into the person you were always meant to be? Because that person is waiting for you. They've been waiting all along. Stronger, wiser, unshakable. You've been through hell, yes, but you're still here. And as long as you're here, the story isn't over. Resilience is possible. Growth is possible. A new life is possible. But you must fight for it. You must demand it. And you must believe, with every fiber of your being, that you are worth it. The choice is yours. The battle is yours. And the victory, it belongs to you, if you're willing to rise. So rise. Face the pain. Build your resilience. And show the world, and yourself, that you are so much more than what tried to break you. You are unbreakable. You are unstoppable. You are ready. Lesson 6. Self-awareness is key. Look in the mirror. Who do you see? Is it truly you, or is it a reflection of your past? The fears, the failures, the scars you've carried for so long that you've forgotten what it means to be free. Most people walk through life blind to the truth of who they are. They live on autopilot, shackled by beliefs they never chose, guided by patterns they never questioned. And so, they remain trapped, prisoners of their own minds. But not you. Not anymore. You've been called to face the truth, to see yourself as you truly are, to uncover the dark roots of your thoughts, beliefs, and behaviors. Because here's the cold, hard reality. Everything you think, everything you feel, everything you do, it has a source. And more often than not, that source lies buried in your past. The wounds you've ignored, the pain you've suppressed, the lies you've told yourself to survive. They're all there, shaping your every decision, dictating your every move. You think your anger is just anger? Your fear just fear? Your self-doubt just a fact of life? No. They are echoes of the past, shadows cast by moments you've refused to face. Until you understand where they come from, they will control you. Until you pull them into the light, they will hold you hostage. Self-awareness is the weapon you've been searching for. It's the blade that cuts through the illusions, the lies, the excuses. It's the mirror that shows you the raw, unfiltered truth of who you are and why you are the way you are. But make no mistake, this path is not for the faint of heart. To be self-aware is to confront your own darkness, to admit that some of the pain you feel is pain you've chosen to carry, to acknowledge that some of the chaos in your life is chaos you've created. This is not about blame. It's about power. Because once you see the truth, once you understand how your past has shaped your present, you gain something extraordinary, the power to change it. You are not your past. You are not your trauma. You are not the mistakes you've made or the beliefs you've inherited. You are the one who decides what comes next. But let's be clear, self-awareness is not just about knowing yourself. It's about owning yourself. It's about looking your flaws in the eye and saying, "You don't define me." It's about taking responsibility for your thoughts, your actions, your life. No more excuses, no more running, no more hiding behind the convenient lie that this is just who I am. No, you are whoever you choose to be, but only if you have the courage to face yourself. This is where mindfulness comes in. Mindfulness is the practice of being present, of observing your thoughts and emotions without judgment. It's the act of stepping back from the chaos of your mind and asking, why? Why am I reacting this way? Why do I feel this pain? Why am I stuck in this pattern? Mindfulness is not passive. It is not soft. It is a ruthless interrogation of your inner world. It is the discipline of dismantling the mental traps that keep you small, weak, and afraid. When you cultivate self-awareness, you stop being a victim of your circumstances. Challenges no longer break you, they teach you. Pain no longer defines you, it strengthens you. You begin to respond to life with intention, not reaction. You stop repeating the same mistakes, clinging to the same toxic patterns, and falling into the same traps. You start creating a life that is truly your own. But don't fool yourself into thinking this journey will be easy. The process of becoming self-aware will strip you down to your core. It will force you to confront the ugliest parts of yourself, the parts you've hidden, denied, and avoided for years. But in that confrontation lies your freedom. In that confrontation lies your power. Self-awareness is key. It is the key to breaking the chains of your past, the key to unlocking your potential, the key to reclaiming your life. So ask yourself, are you ready to look in the mirror and see the truth? Are you ready to confront your darkness and take back your power? Because once you do, there's no going back. Once you see yourself clearly, you'll never again settle for a life controlled by fear, pain, or lies. This is your moment. The moment you stop running. The moment you stop hiding. The moment you rise. Cultivate self-awareness. Embrace mindfulness. Take control. And remember, you are not your past. You are the architect of your future. And the life you've always wanted? It begins the moment you decide to claim it. Lesson 7. You are not defined by your past. You've been told a lie so insidious that it has wrapped itself around your identity, whispering to you in the dead of night, chaining you to a version of yourself that no longer exists. The lie is this: you are your past. That lie is a prison. It convinces you that the pain you've endured, the mistakes you've made, the traumas you've carried, that they define you. It tells you that you are broken, unworthy, incapable of becoming more than the shadows that haunt you. And maybe, for a time, you believed it. Maybe you still do. But here's the truth no one wants to say. Your past happened. Yes. The scars are real. The wounds are deep. But they do not define you unless you let them. Trauma is not your identity. It is a chapter in your story, not the whole book. The person you were when the pain struck is not the person you are now, and it's certainly not the person you are destined to become. Look at yourself. Look at the strength it took to survive what you went through. Look at the resilience in your veins, the fire in your soul, the unyielding will that has kept you moving forward, even when everything in you wanted to give up. That strength, that fire, that is who you are. Not your trauma, not your failures, not your mistakes. But let's not sugarcoat this. Moving beyond your past will not happen by chance. It won't happen simply because you wish it so. No, rewriting your narrative is a war against the voices in your head that tell you you're not good enough. A war against the memories that threaten to pull you back into the darkness. A war against the version of yourself that clings to the pain because it's the only thing that feels familiar. To move beyond your past, you must confront it. You must stand face to face with the moments that broke you and say, "You do not own me anymore." You must strip away the layers of shame, guilt, and fear that have buried your true self. And you must do it over and over again until the weight of your past no longer defines the shape of your future. This is not about forgetting. You don't erase your trauma. You don't pretend it didn't happen. You own it. You take it in your hands, you look it in the eye, and you say, "You were part of my story, but you are not the end of it." You take the pain, the lessons, the strength you've gained, and you forge something new. Because here's the thing about the past. It only has the power you give it. The chains that bind you are made of your own fear, your own doubt, your own unwillingness to let go. But the moment you decide, truly decide, that you are more than what happened to you, those chains will break. You have the power to rewrite your narrative, to take the pen from the hands of your past and write a story that is yours, and yours alone. A story where you are not the victim, but the victor. A story where your trauma becomes the catalyst for your growth. Your mistakes become lessons, and your failures become stepping stones. But make no mistake, this is your responsibility. No one is coming to save you. No one can rewrite your story for you. You have to do the work. You have to face the pain, the fear, the doubt. You have to fight for the life you deserve. And when you do, you'll realize something extraordinary. You were never broken. The pieces of you that were scattered by the storm, they were waiting for you to pick them up and build something stronger, something unbreakable. You are not defined by your past. You are defined by what you choose to do with it. Will you let it control you, confine you, define you? Or will you rise, take back your power, and become the person you were always meant to be? The choice is yours. It always has been. So, rise. Rewrite your narrative. Prove to yourself and to the world that you are so much more than the shadows that tried to consume you. You are the storm. You are the fire. You are unstoppable. And your story? It's just beginning. Lesson 8. It's never too late to heal. Time. It feels like the enemy, doesn't it? The years pass, the wounds linger, and somewhere along the way, you start to believe it's too late. Too late to heal. Too late to change. Too late to reclaim the life you lost. But that belief, that's the lie that keeps you chained to your pain. And today, we shatter that lie. Because here's the truth. As long as you're breathing, it's not too late. No matter how long it's been, no matter how deep the scars, no matter how heavy the burden, you have the power to heal. You are not broken beyond repair. You are not too far gone. The past does not own you unless you let it. Your brain, the very organ that carried the weight of your trauma, also holds the key to your recovery. Neuroplasticity, that's what they call it. The brain's ability to adapt, to rewire itself, to rebuild. Your mind is not a static machine. It's a living, evolving force. And it has the capacity to create new pathways, to let go of the patterns of pain and fear that have held you hostage. But that process doesn't happen on its own. It requires you to act, to choose healing, even when it feels impossible. I'm not going to lie to you. The journey ahead will be brutal. Healing isn't a straight path. It's a labyrinth, a twisting, turning road through the depths of your soul. It will force you to confront memories you've tried to bury, emotions you've tried to numb, truths you've tried to ignore. But here's the thing. The longer you avoid the pain, the stronger its grip becomes. The longer you wait to begin, the heavier the weight becomes. And yet even now, it's not too late. It's never too late. Healing is not about erasing the past. It's about rewriting the story it told you about yourself. It's about taking the pain that once controlled you and turning it into a source of strength. It's about deciding right now that your trauma does not get to define your future. No matter how long you've lived in its shadow, you have the power to step into the light. But let me be clear. Healing isn't some magical transformation. It's work. Hard, grueling work. It's the choice to show up for yourself every single day, even when it feels like nothing is changing. It's the courage to face the darkest parts of your mind and say, "You don't own me anymore." It's the patience to trust the process, even when progress feels painfully slow. And here's the thing. They lied to you about time. They told you that the clock is ticking, that your chance has passed, that healing is something you should have done years ago. But time doesn't work that way. Healing doesn't work that way. The brain doesn't care how old you are, how long you've been carrying the pain, or how many times you've fallen. It cares about what you do now. Every step you take, every moment you dedicate to your healing, every time you choose growth over fear, you're rewiring your mind. You're proving to yourself that the past is not your master. You're reclaiming your life, one decision at a time. It's not easy. It's not quick. But it is possible. And it is worth it. So, what will it be? Will you let another day, another year, another decade slip by while you remain shackled to the pain of your past? Or will you rise, scarred but not broken, and take the first step toward healing? The clock isn't your enemy. It's your ally. Because every second that passes is another chance to begin again. It doesn't matter how long it's been. The trauma doesn't get the final say. You do. The life you've been dreaming of, the peace you've been longing for, it's still within reach. But you have to fight for it. You have to choose it. You have to believe, even when it feels impossible, that you are worth the effort. Because you are. It's never too late to heal. It's never too late to rise. It's never too late to become the person you were always meant to be. The journey will be hard, yes, but you've already survived the worst. You've endured the unimaginable. And if you can survive that, you can survive the process of healing. So start today. Start now. Face the pain. Do the work. Reclaim your power. And prove to yourself and to the world that it's never too late to heal. It's never too late to be free. You've faced the shadows today. You've confronted the weight of your past and begun to see the truth. You are not defined by what's behind you. The scars, the pain, the trauma, they don't own you unless you let them. Remember, every step forward, no matter how small, is a victory over the chains that once held you back. We are now booting up the next video about creating an unbeatable mind. Lesson 1. The power of the mind. Picture your mind as a vast, untamed wilderness. Within it lies a roaring beast, a creature born of fear, doubt, and chaos. It is a creature that feeds on your hesitation, grows strong in your indecision, and waits, ready to devour your ambitions the moment you falter. But hidden deep within this wilderness is also a weapon, forged from your willpower and sharpened by your discipline. This weapon is your mind's true strength, and mastering it is the first step to taming the beast and conquering the wilderness. To wield this power, you must understand a simple truth. Your mind is both your greatest ally and your fiercest adversary. It can build you a fortress of resilience or bury you under the rubble of your fears. It can lead you to the summit of your potential or leave you wandering in the dark valleys of mediocrity. The choice is yours, but the battle is inevitable. Imagine you are a soldier marching into battle. The battlefield is your life, filled with trials, setbacks, and unexpected ambushes. Now imagine your mind is your commanding officer. If it's weak, erratic, and plagued by fear, it will lead you into ruin. But if it's disciplined, focused, and unrelenting, it will guide you to victory, even when the odds seem insurmountable. The question is, will you control your mind, or will you let it control you? Mental toughness is the armor you must wear in this battle. It is forged in the fires of discipline and shaped by your ability to withstand pain without breaking. Consider this. When the body screams for rest, it is the mind that commands it to move. When emotions surge like a storm, it is the mind that must steady the ship. And when doubt whispers, "You cannot," it is the mind that must roar back, "I will." But this power does not come easily. It must be earned. Every challenge, every failure, every moment of despair is a test, a hammer strike on the anvil of your mind. With each blow, you either crumble or you grow stronger. The choice is yours to make. But remember this: the mind that is never tested will never know its true strength. Imagine your emotions as a fire. Uncontrolled, they burn everything in their path. Relationships, opportunities, dreams. But if you harness that fire, if you control its intensity, it becomes your forge. It becomes the source of your transformation, the heat that strengthens your resolve and sharpens your focus. Emotional control is not the absence of feeling. It is the mastery of it. It is the ability to turn anger into determination, fear into courage, and failure into fuel. Let me ask you this. How often do you allow your emotions to dictate your decisions? How often do you let doubt chain you, fear blind you, or anger derail you? This is where you must stand firm. This is where you must remind yourself that the mind is the master of all. If you master it, you can bend the world to your will. If you fail, the world will bend you to its will. The unbeatable mind is not a myth or a fantasy. It is a choice. It is the decision to see obstacles as opportunities, pain as progress, and fear as a challenge to be conquered. It is the ability to act with calm precision in the face of chaos, to remain unshaken when the world is crumbling around you. It is the understanding that greatness is not born. It is forged in the crucible of relentless mental discipline. Remember this: the world will not give you what you want. It will test how badly you want it. Life will throw storms your way, unrelenting, merciless storms. But those storms are not your enemy. They are your training ground. They exist to strengthen you, to shape you, to prepare you for the battles ahead. Your mind is the fortress you must build to weather those storms, brick by brick, moment by moment, thought by thought. So, I leave you with this challenge. Face the beast within your wilderness. Forge your weapon. Harness the fire of your emotions. Strengthen your mind until it becomes an unbreakable force, a fortress that no storm can breach. The unbeatable mind is not a gift. It is a lesson, a discipline, a relentless pursuit. And it begins with one simple question. Will you master your mind, or will you let it master you? Lesson 2. The 5 Mountains. Life is a battlefield, and every warrior must choose their weapons wisely. But what if I told you the greatest battle isn't fought with swords or shields? It is fought within. The war rages across 5 terrains, 5 towering mountains that stand between you and the life you were meant to claim. Each mountain demands your strength, your discipline, and your unwavering will. And if you want to conquer the world, you must first conquer these 5 peaks: mental, physical, emotional, intuitive, and spiritual. Mountain 1. The mental mountain. The fortress of the mind. The first mountain is the mind, a fortress that must be built brick by brick. Without clarity, focus, and emotional resilience, your mind becomes a ruin, vulnerable to every whisper of doubt and every storm of fear. Your thoughts are not harmless. They are weapons. They can cut down your ambitions or build bridges to your destiny. Ask yourself, is your mind a fortress or a crumbling wall? When chaos strikes, do you stand firm or do you crumble under the weight of indecision? To master this mountain, you must discipline your thoughts. You must train your focus like a blade, sharpening it against the grindstone of adversity. Fear will attack. Doubt will whisper. But a disciplined mind does not waver. It cuts through the noise and locks onto its target with ruthless precision. Mountain 2. The physical mountain, the temple of strength. The second mountain is the body, a temple that houses your strength and endurance. Imagine this. You're carrying the weight of your dreams, your responsibilities, your ambitions. Now imagine that your body is too weak to bear that weight. It crumbles, and with it, so does everything you've built. Your physical fitness is not just about aesthetics. It is the foundation of your power. A weak body breeds a weak mind. Every drop of sweat, every mile run, every weight lifted is a brick in the temple of your strength. Pain is your teacher, and discipline is your path. Stop running from the grind. It is the forge where warriors are made. Mountain 3. The emotional mountain, the fire, within. The third mountain is the fire within, the realm of emotions. This is where many fall, consumed by the flames of anger, fear, and despair. But let me tell you something. Fire is not your enemy. It is your tool. Left uncontrolled, it burns everything in its path. But harnessed, it becomes the fire that fuels your ascent. Emotional intelligence is the art of mastering this fire. It's the ability to remain calm in the storm, to wield anger as a weapon and fear as a guide. Do not let your emotions rule you. They are not your master. They are your servant. Bend them to your will, and they will carry you higher than you ever thought possible. Mountain 4. The intuitive mountain, the compass of the soul. The fourth mountain is intuition, a compass that guides you through the wilderness of life. Too often we ignore the whispers of our intuition, drowned out by the noise of logic, doubt, and fear. But intuition is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is the voice that knows what the mind cannot see. Trusting your intuition requires courage. It means stepping into the unknown with nothing but faith in yourself. It means silencing the noise and listening to the whispers of your soul. The intuitive mountain is not climbed by force, but by surrender. Surrendering to the truth that lies within you, waiting to be heard. Mountain 5. The spiritual mountain, the summit of purpose. The fifth and final mountain is the spiritual, the summit that connects you to something greater than yourself. This is the mountain of purpose, of alignment, of meaning. Without it, all the other mountains crumble into insignificance. You can have a fortress-like mind, a temple-like body, and a firestorm of emotions. But without purpose, you are nothing more than a wandering soul, lost in the wilderness. The spiritual mountain is not about religion. It is about connection. It is the understanding that you are part of a greater whole. It is the alignment of your actions with your values, your dreams with your purpose. This is the mountain that gives meaning to your struggle and transforms pain into power. It is time to start the climb. Each of these mountains is a test. Each demands something different from you. Your discipline, your endurance, your courage, your faith. And here's the truth. No one can climb these mountains for you. You will face them alone, and you will face them often. But with each climb, you grow stronger. With each summit, you see farther. And with each mountain conquered, you come closer to the life you were meant to live. But let me warn you, these mountains will break you if you let them. They will demand sacrifices, and they will show no mercy. To climb them, you must become relentless. You must embrace the struggle, the pain, the doubt, because the reward is worth it. At the summit of these 5 mountains lies a life of balance, power, and unshakable purpose. So I ask you, will you face the climb? Will you conquer the wilderness of your mind, the fire of your emotions, the frailty of your body, the whispers of your intuition, and the void of purposelessness? Or will you remain at the base, gazing up at the peaks you were too afraid to challenge? The choice is yours. But remember this, the mountains will not move for you. You must rise to conquer them. Lesson 3. The importance of visualization. Close your eyes and step into the darkness. What do you see? Nothing. Look deeper. Within that void lies a world you have not yet shaped. A battlefield waiting for the warrior to step forth. A summit waiting for the climber. A destiny waiting for its master. This is the realm of visualization. It is the place where your victories are born long before the fight begins. And if you learn to command this realm, no obstacle, no enemy, no hardship will ever take you by surprise again. Visualization is not daydreaming. It is not a flight of fancy. It is warfare. It is preparing your mind for battle before the first blow lands. The weak wait for challenges to come. The strong confront them in their minds long before they materialize. They rehearse the struggle, endure the pain, and claim the victory in the theater of their imagination. When the moment of truth arrives, they do not falter. Why? Because they've already been there 1,000 times before. Imagine yourself as a general preparing for war. The battlefield is life, and the enemy is adversity. Relentless, unforgiving, merciless. Do you march in blindly, hoping to react to whatever comes your way? Or do you study the terrain, plan your moves, and anticipate the enemy's every strike? Visualization is your strategy. It is your map through the chaos. Without it, you are lost. With it, you are unstoppable. But let me warn you, this is not a comfortable process. To visualize is to confront your fears before they manifest. It is to feel the weight of failure before you even begin. You must see the obstacles, taste the bitterness of defeat, and endure the pressure of the fight, all within the safe confines of your mind. It will hurt. It will test you, but it will also prepare you. Think of visualization as forging a sword. The heat of your imagination shapes it. The hammer of repetition strengthens it, and the grindstone of clarity sharpens it. Every mental image, every scenario you rehearse, is a strike of the hammer, a pass of the blade over the stone. When the moment comes to wield that sword in the real world, it will not fail you. It will cut through your challenges with precision and power. Consider this. The greatest warriors, athletes, and leaders in history did not achieve greatness by chance. They saw the victory in their minds long before it became a reality. They rehearsed the moments of triumph, yes, but they also rehearsed the struggle. They saw the sweat, the pain, the fear, and they overcame it all within their minds before facing it in life. They visualized themselves standing tall, unbroken, and victorious, and then they made it so. But visualization is not just about seeing the victory. It is about feeling it, tasting it, living it. You must immerse yourself in the mental rehearsal. See the sweat on your brow. Hear the roar of the crowd or the silence of solitude. Feel the weight of the challenge pressing down on you. Make it real. Because the mind does not know the difference between imagination and reality. What you rehearse in your mind, your body will execute with precision. Let me ask you this. Do you see the life you want? Do you see yourself conquering the challenges that stand in your way? Or do you wander through the fog of uncertainty, blind to the power you hold within you? Visualization is not a luxury. It is a necessity. Without it, you are like a ship without a compass, adrift in the storms of life. With it, you are a guided missile, locked onto your target, relentless and unyielding. When the storm comes, and it will come. You will not have time to hesitate. You will not have the luxury of figuring things out on the fly. But if you have already faced the storm in your mind, if you have rehearsed your response and felt the sting of the rain, you will not falter. You will rise, prepared and unshaken, because you have already lived this moment 1,000 times before. Visualization is the ultimate act of defiance. It is staring into the abyss of the unknown and saying, "I've already seen this. I've already conquered it." It is training your mind to thrive in chaos, to endure the pain, and to emerge victorious no matter what. And it is the realization that the mind you prepare today will be the weapon you wield tomorrow. So I challenge you, step into the darkness. Close your eyes and see the life you want. See the battles you will face. Feel the pain, the fear, the struggle, and overcome them in your mind. Prepare yourself for the storm so that when it comes, it will not break you. Instead, it will reveal the warrior you have become. Remember this: the mind that visualizes victory will create it. The mind that rehearses strength will manifest it. The mind that faces its fears will conquer them. Visualization is not a tool. It is a weapon. And in the hands of a relentless warrior, it can shape the impossible into reality. The question is not whether you can win. The question is, can you see yourself winning? The battle begins in your mind. Start there, and the world will follow. Lesson 5. Mindfulness and meditation. Close your eyes and listen to the noise. The endless chatter in your mind. The whispers of doubt. The roar of fear. The ceaseless echoes of your past failures and future anxieties. They never stop, do they? Like a storm raging within, this internal chaos consumes you, drowning out the voice of your true self. This storm is your prison, and the key to breaking free, it lies in the stillness. It lies in mindfulness. It lies in meditation. Let me tell you a truth most fear to face. You are at war with your own mind. Every day, every hour, every moment, it battles to control you. It throws distractions in your path, poisons your thoughts with negativity, and blinds you to the power you hold within. But what if you could master this chaos? What if you could silence the storm? What if you could take the reins of your mind and wield it as a weapon, instead of letting it wield you as a victim? This is the power of mindfulness. This is the power of meditation. These are not soft practices for those seeking temporary peace. No, these are the tools of warriors, the discipline of those who seek to conquer themselves before they conquer the world. Mindfulness is the blade that cuts through the noise, and meditation is the forge where that blade is sharpened. You must start with the chaos within. Your mind is a battlefield. Every thought, every emotion, every distraction is a soldier fighting for control. The problem is, most people never realize this. They let the noise rule them. They react to every impulse, follow every thought down a rabbit hole, and let fear, doubt, and anger dictate their actions. They are prisoners of their own minds, chained by the chaos they refuse to confront. But here's the truth. You are not your thoughts. You are not your emotions. You are the observer, the commander, the master of the mind, not its slave. To realize this, to claim this power, you must first step into the storm. You must face the chaos head-on. This is where mindfulness begins. Now you must use the blade of mindfulness. Mindfulness is the act of seeing clearly. It is the ability to stand in the storm of your thoughts and emotions without being swept away. It is the practice of observing your mind as it races, acknowledging its chaos without judgment, and choosing not to react. Mindfulness is not passive. It is active resistance. It is taking back control. One thought, one breath, one moment at a time. Imagine your mind as a river, rushing and wild. Most people are dragged along by the current, powerless to resist. But mindfulness is the act of stepping onto the riverbank. It is the realization that you are not the current. You are the observer. And from this place of clarity, you can begin to choose which thoughts to entertain, which emotions to embrace, and which to let pass like leaves on the water. You then must enter the forge of meditation. If mindfulness is the blade, meditation is the forge. It is the practice that strengthens your ability to focus, to calm the storm, and to cultivate clarity. Meditation is not about silencing the mind completely. That is a myth. The mind will always produce thoughts. That is its nature. Meditation is about learning to let those thoughts come and go without being controlled by them. It is about finding stillness in the chaos. Picture yourself sitting in the heart of a storm. The winds howl, the rain lashes, and the thunder roars. Meditation is the practice of finding the eye of the storm, the place of calm amidst the fury. It is the daily act of returning to this place, training your mind to find stillness, no matter how wild the chaos becomes. And with each practice, the storm weakens. With each breath, the noise quiets. With each moment of stillness, you grow stronger. Now it is time to cultivate the warrior's discipline. Meditation is not easy. It is not glamorous. It will not bring instant results. The first time you sit in stillness, your mind will rebel. It will scream at you, distract you, and tempt you to quit. But this is the test. This is where the warrior's discipline is forged. Meditation is not about feeling good in the moment. It is about building the mental strength and clarity to face life's challenges with unwavering focus. Start small, a few minutes a day. Sit in stillness, focus on your breath, and watch your thoughts without judgment. It will be uncomfortable. It will be frustrating. But this is where growth happens. This is where the chains of distraction are broken. Over time, the practice becomes a sanctuary, a place of power you can return to whenever the chaos threatens to overwhelm you. It is now time to harness the power of stillness. Let me ask you, how often do you run from your own mind? How often do you distract yourself with noise, with screens, with anything that keeps you from facing the storm within? This is the greatest weakness of our time, the inability to sit in stillness, to confront ourselves, to master our own minds. But this is also your greatest opportunity. In a world consumed by distraction, the one who masters stillness becomes a force to be reckoned with. Meditation and mindfulness are not luxuries. They are not optional. They are the foundation of a powerful mind. They are the practices that turn chaos into clarity, distraction into focus, and weakness into strength. They are the tools of those who refuse to be ruled by their thoughts, who choose to rise above the noise and claim their rightful place as masters of their own minds. It is a never-ending challenge. So here is your challenge. Sit in the storm, face the chaos, begin the daily practice of mindfulness and meditation. It will be uncomfortable, it will test your patience, but it will also transform you. Over time, you will find a stillness within you, a power, a clarity, a focus that no storm can shake. Remember this: the mind that masters itself masters the world. The storm is not your enemy. It is your training ground. The chaos is not your weakness. It is your forge. Embrace it, master it, and in the stillness, you will find the power to rise above it all. The question is not whether the storm will come. The storm is already here. The question is, will you rise to meet it? Will you find the stillness within? Or will you let the chaos consume you? The choice is yours. The time is now. Sit, breathe, conquer. Lesson 6. Building a team. You stand alone at the base of the mountain, staring at its impossible height. The summit represents everything you desire: success, purpose, greatness. But the truth is this: no one reaches the peak alone. Those who try to climb without a team often fall, swallowed by the abyss of their own pride and isolation. If you believe you can conquer life's challenges as a lone wolf, you are fooling yourself. Even the strongest wolf needs a pack. In the shadows of every great achievement lies a truth most refuse to acknowledge. Success is never a solo act. Behind every leader, every champion, every visionary, there is a team. Individuals who support, challenge, and strengthen each other to achieve what none could accomplish alone. The question is, will you build your team, or will you perish trying to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders? Let me destroy a lie you've been fed. You don't need anyone. This lie is poison. It feeds your ego while weakening your foundation. Yes, you are strong. Yes, you are capable. But the truth is, your strength has limits. Your vision has blind spots. Your time is finite. Alone, you may begin the climb, but without a team, you will falter long before the summit. Life is not a solo journey. It is a battlefield. And on this battlefield, you cannot fight every enemy, see every attack, or endure every wound alone. You need allies, warriors who will stand beside you, shield your weaknesses, and push you forward when your strength begins to fail. But not just any allies will do. The weak will drag you down. The complacent will hold you back. To build a team, you must choose wisely. Surround yourself with like-minded individuals, those who share your hunger, your drive, your relentless pursuit of greatness. These are the people who will not only support you, but challenge you to grow beyond your limits. Picture a fire. Alone, a single flame can burn bright, but it is easily extinguished. Bring together many flames, and they ignite into a raging inferno, unstoppable and consuming everything in its path. Your team is your inferno. Together you burn brighter, stronger, and with a force that cannot be denied. A team is not a collection of individuals. It is a force greater than the sum of its parts. Each member brings their own strengths, their own perspectives, their own fire. Where one is weak, another is strong. Where one stumbles, another stands firm. Collaboration is the weapon that transforms a group of individuals into a force of nature. But collaboration is not about harmony. It is about friction. The best teams do not simply agree. They challenge, they question, they push each other to be better. Friction sharpens the blade. Disagreement refines the vision. Growth is born from discomfort, and the strongest teams are forged in the fires of challenge and accountability. To build a team, you must also lead. Leadership is not about control. It is about vision. A leader sees the summit and inspires others to climb with them. A leader recognizes the strengths of their team and amplifies them. A leader does not demand loyalty. They earn it through their actions, their integrity, and their unwavering commitment to the mission. But leadership is also about humility. It is the ability to admit that you do not have all the answers, that you cannot do it all alone. A leader listens, learns, and grows alongside their team. They lead not from above, but from within, as a part of the pack, not apart from it. Building a team is not easy. It requires time, effort, and vulnerability. It requires you to put aside your ego and open yourself to the strengths and weaknesses of others. You will face betrayal, disappointment, and failure along the way. But the reward is worth the struggle. The right team will not only help you climb the mountain, they will make the journey worthwhile. They will push you to become the best version of yourself, They will celebrate your victories and stand by you in defeat. They will be your strength when yours begins to falter, your clarity when the path becomes unclear, and your fire when the cold winds of doubt threaten to extinguish your flame. So let me ask you, who stands with you? Who challenges you? Who pushes you forward when you want to give up? If the answer is no one, then it's time to face the truth. You will not succeed alone. You need a team, a pack, a tribe. And building that team begins with you. Choose your allies wisely. Surround yourself with those who share your hunger for greatness. Lead with vision, humility, and strength. And remember, the journey is not about proving you can do it alone. It's about reaching the summit together, stronger and greater than you ever could have been alone. The mountain is waiting. The climb is treacherous, the summit distant. Alone, you will falter. But together, you can rise. Find your team, build your fire, and face the mountain as a force that cannot be denied. Because in the end, success is not about standing alone at the top. It's about standing shoulder to shoulder with those who climbed with you, forged in the same fire, united by the same purpose, and unstoppable as one. The question is not whether you are strong enough to climb. The question is, who will you climb with? The time to build your team is now. The mountain awaits. Rise together or fall alone. The choice is yours. Lesson 7. The role of adversity in growth. There's a truth most people fear to acknowledge, a truth they avoid because it makes them uncomfortable. Growth demands pain. It demands struggle. It demands that you walk through the fire, face the storm, and confront the darkness. Without adversity, there is no strength. Without suffering, there is no resilience. And without struggle, there is no transformation. Adversity is not your enemy. It is your greatest ally. It is the harsh teacher that strips away your weakness, tests your resolve, and forges you into something stronger, sharper, and more relentless. But only if you embrace it. Only if you stop running from it and start walking toward it. Let me ask you this. When the storm comes, do you stand and face it? Or do you cower and hope it passes? When life knocks you to your knees, do you rise, bloodied and battered? Or do you stay down, paralyzed by the fear of getting hit again? Because here's the truth. The storm will not wait for you to be ready. The storm does not care. It will come, and it will test you. The question is, will you endure, or will you break? Think of adversity as a crucible, a place of fire, pressure, and pain. It is in this crucible that your character is forged. Every challenge you face, every setback, every failure is another strike of the hammer, shaping you into something stronger. But the fire does not choose to temper everyone. Only those who step into it willingly. Only those who endure the heat, the pressure, and the pain will emerge as something unbreakable. Adversity is not the problem. Your avoidance of it is. You've been conditioned to seek comfort, to avoid pain, to escape anything that feels hard or uncomfortable. But comfort is the killer of growth. It is the slow poison that weakens you, that steals your potential, that keeps you stuck in mediocrity. Growth lives on the other side of struggle. It thrives in the soil of hardship. And if you're unwilling to endure the storm, you'll never reach the summit. Pain is not your punishment. It is your teacher. It is the signal that you are alive, that you are growing, that you are pushing beyond your limits. Without pain, there is no progress. Without failure, there is no wisdom. Every scar you earn, every wound you endure is a badge of honor, proof that you were brave enough to fight for your future. But here's the thing about pain. It will break you if you let it. If you resist it, if you deny it, if you run from it, it will find you anyway. and it will consume you. But if you embrace it, if you face it head on, it becomes your greatest weapon. It becomes the fire that fuels your transformation. Resilience is not something you are born with. It is something you earn through battle, through hardship, through the moments when you want to quit, but choose to keep going. It is the ability to adapt, to endure, to keep moving forward no matter how heavy the burden, no matter how dark the road. And it is built one challenge at a time. Think of a tree in the middle of a storm. The winds rage, the rain pours, and the roots are tested. The weak trees snap, but the strong ones, they dig deeper, they hold firm. And when the storm passes, they're stronger than before. Their roots deeper, their trunk sturdier, their will unshakable. You are that tree. Every storm you face is an opportunity to grow stronger, to dig deeper, to prove to yourself that you can endure. Adversity will test your patience. It will push you to the edge of your endurance, to the point where quitting feels like the only option. But it is in these moments that true growth happens. It is in these moments that perseverance is born. Every time you choose to keep going, to take one more step, to fight for one more second, you are strengthening the muscle of resilience. You are proving to yourself that you are stronger than the pain, tougher than the challenge, and capable of enduring far more than you ever thought possible. Adversity does not just demand strength, it demands adaptation. The world is not static, and neither are your challenges. The ability to adapt, to adjust, to learn from every failure and pivot when necessary is the mark of an unbeatable mind. Those who cannot adapt are crushed by adversity. Those who can, rise above it. Think of a river meeting a boulder. The weak would stop, blocked by the obstacle. But the river does not stop. It flows around, over, and through the boulder. It adapts. It continues. Be the river. When life places a boulder in your path, do not stop. Do not complain. Find a way. Flow forward. Adapt and conquer. Here's the dark truth. Growth does not care about your comfort. It does not care about your excuses. It demands sacrifice. It demands pain. It demands that you step into the fire, that you face the storm, that you endure what most are too weak to handle. But in return, it offers something priceless: transformation. The chance to become something greater than you are today. So I ask you, will you embrace the fire, or will you run from it? Will you let the storm break you, or will you stand firm and grow stronger? Will you adapt, persevere, and endure, or will you let adversity crush you under its weight? The storm is coming. The fire is waiting. The challenges ahead are not a question of if, but when. You can fear them, avoid them, and let them rule your life. Or you can embrace them, face them, and let them forge you into something unbreakable. Adversity is not your enemy. It is your greatest teacher. It is the path to growth, the crucible of resilience, and the forge of mental toughness. Step into the fire, stand in the storm, face the darkness, and when it is over, you will not be the same. You will be stronger, sharper, unstoppable. The question is not whether you will face adversity. The question is, will you rise through it, or will you fall beneath it? The choice is yours. The time is now. Lesson 8. Commitment to continuous improvement. Let me paint a picture for you. There's no finish line. There's no moment where you arrive, victorious and complete, with nothing more to achieve or learn. Life does not work that way. Growth does not work that way. The moment you believe you've made it, the moment you stop striving, stop learning, stop pushing forward, that is the moment you begin to decay. The truth is simple, yet so many refuse to accept it. You are either growing or you are dying. There is no in between. Commitment to continuous improvement is not a choice. It is a demand. It is the cost of greatness. It is the mindset that says, good is not enough. Better is not enough. There is always more. But let me be clear. This is not about perfection. It is about relentless progress. It is about looking at who you were yesterday and swearing that today you will be stronger, sharper, and more relentless. Most people fall into the trap of comfort. They achieve a little success, a little growth, and they settle. They build a fortress of complacency, convincing themselves that they've done enough. But comfort is a liar. It whispers in your ear, telling you to rest, to relax, to take it easy. And while you sit there, basking in the glow of mediocrity, the world moves on. Your competition moves on. The fire inside you grows cold. And before you know it, the edge you once had is gone. Let me ask you, are you comfortable? Have you stopped climbing, stopped learning, stopped growing? Because if you have, you are dying. Slowly, quietly, but dying nonetheless. Growth is not a destination. It is an endless ascent, a climb with no summit. And that is the beauty of it. There is always more to learn, more to achieve, more to become. The journey of self-mastery is infinite, and those who embrace this truth become unstoppable. They understand that the struggle never ends, but neither does the reward. With every step forward, you become more powerful, more resilient, more capable of conquering whatever life throws your way. But this ascent is not easy. The higher you climb, the thinner the air becomes, the more treacherous the path. And yet, this is where the strongest are forged. This is where the weak turn back, and the relentless press on. Will you press on? Or will you settle for where you are now, blind to the heights you could still reach? A growth mindset is not just about wanting to improve. It is about believing, deep in your core, that improvement is always possible. It is the refusal to be defined by your past, your mistakes, or even your current abilities. It is the belief that you are not fixed, that you are not limited, that you are capable of evolving into something far greater than you are today. But belief alone is not enough. A growth mindset demands action. It demands that you seek out challenges, that you face failure head-on, that you pursue knowledge and skills with relentless hunger. It demands that you sacrifice your ego, your pride, and your excuses in the name of becoming better. Understand this. Greatness is not achieved in a single leap. It is built through countless small, deliberate steps. The difference between mediocrity and mastery is found in the details, in the willingness to improve by 1% every single day. Most people overlook the small gains. They want instant success, instant transformation. But the wise know that true power comes from consistency, from discipline, from the relentless pursuit of improvement, no matter how small the gains may seem. Every time you push yourself, every time you study, every time you sharpen your skills, you are compounding your growth. The results may not be visible immediately, but over time, they become unstoppable. Small actions, repeated daily, lead to massive transformations. But only if you stay the course. Learning is not a passive act. It is a discipline. It requires effort, focus, and humility. It requires you to admit that you do not know everything, that you are not yet where you need to be. Most people shy away from this. They're afraid to look foolish, afraid to start over, afraid to step outside their comfort zones. But those who fear learning also fear growth. And those who fear growth are doomed to stagnation. Commit to learning, not just from books or teachers, but from life itself. Learn from your failures, from your challenges, from your pain. Every experience, no matter how difficult, carries a lesson. The question is, will you take the time to uncover it, Or will you let it pass you by, blind to the wisdom it offers? Commitment to continuous improvement is not a hobby. It is not something you do when it's convenient or when you feel motivated. It is a way of life. It is waking up every day with a hunger to be better than you were yesterday. It is the refusal to accept mediocrity, the relentless drive to reach higher, to push further, to climb faster. This journey is not for the weak. It is not for the complacent. It is for those who are willing to sacrifice comfort, who are willing to face failure, who are willing to endure the grind in the name of becoming something greater. It is for those who understand that the road to mastery is endless, but the rewards are infinite. So I ask you, will you commit to the climb? Will you embrace the journey of continuous improvement? Or will you settle for where you are now? Will you pursue greatness, not as a goal, but as a way of life? The choice is yours. The path is steep, the climb is hard, and the summit is nowhere in sight. But if you choose to press on, if you choose to embrace the struggle, you will discover something extraordinary. The person you become along the way is far greater than the person who started. Remember this, you're not finished. You're not complete. You're a work in progress, a masterpiece in the making. But only if you keep going. Only if you refuse to stop. Only if you commit to the climb. The road to mastery is long. The journey is endless. But for those who embrace it, the rewards are limitless. Will you rise or will you settle? The choice is yours. The time is now. Keep climbing. Keep learning. Keep growing. And never stop. Lesson 9. Living with purpose. Let me start with a question. Why are you here? Not in this room, not in this moment, but in this life. Why do you wake up every morning? Why do you fight through the pain, the struggle, the grind? Do you even know? Or are you just existing, drifting aimlessly from one day to the next, hoping for meaning to somehow find you? Here's the brutal truth. Without purpose, you are nothing. You are a ship lost at sea, a shadow without form, a flame without heat. Purpose is the fire that fuels you, the compass that guides you, the anchor that keeps you steady when the storms of life try to tear you apart. Without it, you are a prisoner to the chaos, forever at the mercy of circumstances beyond your control. Look around. Most people live without purpose. They wake up, go through the motions, and sleep, only to repeat the cycle until their time runs out. They let their lives be dictated by external forces, society's expectations, fleeting pleasures, or fear of failure. They exist, but they do not live. And the saddest part? They don't even realize it. They've numbed themselves to the emptiness, filling the void with distractions, excuses, and lies. But you're different. You're here because you feel it, don't you? That nagging voice in the back of your mind that whispers, there's more. More to life. More to achieve. More to become. That voice is your purpose, buried beneath the noise, waiting for you to claim it. But claiming it is not easy. It demands clarity. It demands courage. It demands that you stop running from the truth and face yourself. Purpose is not given. It is discovered. It is not handed to you on a silver platter. It is forged in the fires of introspection, pain, and relentless pursuit. To find your purpose, you must strip away the lies you've been told, the lies you've told yourself, and confront what truly matters to you. Not to your parents, not to society, not to anyone else, to you. Ask yourself, what do you value above all else? What are you willing to fight for, suffer for, die for? What legacy do you want to leave behind? These questions are not easy, but they are necessary. Purpose is not comfortable. It is not convenient. It is a relentless burning force that demands your full commitment. It will not tolerate half measures, or excuses. It will demand everything you have, and in return, it will give you everything you need. When you live with purpose, everything changes. Your actions are no longer random or reactive. They are deliberate and aligned. Purpose gives you direction. It makes every decision clearer, every step more intentional. It eliminates the noise, the distractions, the temptations that pull you away from your path. With purpose, you don't waste time chasing things that don't matter. You focus, you execute, you move forward. Purpose is the ultimate weapon against adversity. When life throws obstacles in your path, purpose gives you the strength to overcome them. It gives you a reason to endure, to fight, to push through the pain. Without purpose, every setback feels like the end of the world. With purpose, every setback is just another challenge to conquer, another step closer to your destiny. Let me make one thing clear. Living without purpose is far more painful than the struggle of living with it. A life without purpose is a slow death, a constant ache that gnaws at your soul. You may not feel it at first, but over time, the emptiness will consume you. It will leave you bitter, hollow, and filled with regret. And regret is the heaviest burden of all. Regret for the chances you didn't take, the dreams you didn't chase, the person you could have become. But here's the good news. It's not too late. No matter where you are, no matter how far you've strayed, you can choose to live with purpose. You can choose to wake up, to fight back, to claim the life you were meant to live. Purpose gives you power. It makes you unstoppable. When you know your why, nothing can break you. Fear loses its grip. Doubt fades away. Obstacles become opportunities. Purpose transforms your pain into progress, your failures into lessons, and your struggles into strength. It turns you into a force of nature, unshakable and relentless. But purpose is not static. It evolves as you grow, as you learn, as you change. You must constantly refine it, rediscover it, and recommit to it. Living with purpose is not a one-time decision. It is a daily practice. It is waking up every morning and choosing to align your actions with your values, your goals, and your vision. So, I challenge you. Find your purpose. Dig deep. Confront the uncomfortable truths. Strip away the distractions and lies. Ask yourself the hard questions, and don't stop until you have your answer. And once you find it, commit to it with everything you have. Let it guide you, fuel you, and transform you. But let me warn you, purpose is not easy. It will demand sacrifice. It will require you to let go of comfort, mediocrity, and the false security of the familiar. It will challenge you to rise above your fears, to face your failures, and to endure the pain of growth. But it will also give you a life worth living, a fire that cannot be extinguished, and a legacy that will endure long after you're gone. The time to act is now. The clock is ticking. Every moment you live without purpose is a moment wasted, a moment you can never get back. Don't let your life slip through your fingers. Don't settle for existing when you were born to live. Remember this: purpose is the difference between a life of regret and a life of meaning. It is the difference between being a prisoner of your circumstances and being the master of your destiny. The question is not whether you have a purpose. The question is, will you find it? Will you commit to it? Will you live it? The choice is yours. The time is now. Find your purpose. Live with purpose. And let nothing stand in your way. We are now booting up the next video about building back trust with yourself. It's time to face the hardest person you'll ever confront. Yourself. That reflection in the mirror doesn't lie, but you've been lying to yourself for far too long. You say you want change. but your actions betray you. You say you're ready to rise, but your excuses keep you crawling. That ends now. To build trust with yourself, you have to be real with yourself. Raw, honest, brutal. You've got to drag your doubts, your fears, and your insecurities into the light and confront them head on. Because if you can't trust yourself, how can you expect the world to trust you? How can you conquer anything if you haven't even mastered what's inside you? To my returning grim-faced warriors, keep grinding, keep pushing. You've seen the fire, and you're here to fan the flames. To my new recruits, this is your initiation. Step into the darkness and find your power. There's no room for weakness here, but there's endless room for growth. This isn't just motivation. It's a call to arms. It's a demand to stop running, stop hiding, and start becoming the person you were meant to be. So join the Grimface Army, where we turn shadows into strength and pain into power. It's time to face yourself. It's time to be real, and it's time to rise. Let's get to work. Lesson 1. Understanding self-trust. Trust. It's a word that's thrown around so easily, yet it carries a weight so heavy it can crush the unprepared. When we talk about trust, we speak of relying on someone or something to act in our best interest. But let me ask you this. What happens when that someone fails you? When the pillar of support you leaned on crumbles into dust? When the hands you reached for are nowhere to be found? In those moments of betrayal, despair, and isolation, there's only one place left to turn: to yourself. But here's the real question. Do you trust yourself? Self-trust. It's not just a concept. It's a weapon. A razor-sharp edge forged in the fire of adversity and cooled in the waters of resilience. To trust yourself means to rely on the only person who will never abandon you, never falter, never let you down. If you are willing to master the alignment of your internal selves. Self-trust is the ability to depend on yourself to act in your own best interests, not to coddle yourself, not to indulge in fleeting pleasures, but to act in alignment with your highest potential. It's a pact between the fractured pieces of your soul, the part of you that dreams, the part of you that fears, and the part of you that acts. Most people are at war within themselves. They say they want greatness, but their actions betray them. They crave freedom, but chain themselves to excuses. Their internal selves are fragmented, fighting, disconnected. And then they wonder why their lives spiral into chaos. If you cannot trust yourself, how can you expect the world to trust you? If you cannot rely on yourself, why should anyone else? When you betray yourself, when you lie to yourself, make promises you don't keep, or act against your own best interests, you fracture the foundation of your being. You create doubt, hesitation, weakness. You become a stranger to yourself, haunted by whispers of insecurity. And in those moments when life demands strength, you will falter, not because you lacked ability, but because you lacked trust. Think about it. How many times have you said, "I'll start tomorrow," knowing full well that tomorrow will never come? How many times have you let fear dictate your actions, betraying the vision of who you could become? Every broken promise to yourself is a crack in the mirror of your identity, building the fortress of self-trust. But here's the truth. You can rebuild. You can forge a fortress of self-trust so unyielding that no storm, no betrayal, no failure can shatter it. It begins with alignment. Your internal selves, the dreamer, the skeptic, the doer, must come into harmony. The dreamer sees the vision, the skeptic analyzes the risks, and the doer takes action. None can dominate, and none can be silenced. When these selves align, you become unstoppable. It's not about being perfect. It's about being consistent. Start small. Keep the promises you make to yourself, no matter how trivial they seem. If you say you'll wake up at 5 a.m., get out of bed like your life depends on it, because it does. If you say you'll take that risk, step into the unknown with the ferocity of a lion. And when you fail, and you will, do not cower. Do not retreat. Face the failure, own it, and rise again. Self-trust is not about never falling. It's about knowing you'll always get back up. Here's the dark truth. No one is coming to save you. The safety nets you cling to will eventually snap. The people you rely on will falter. And when the lights go out and you're left alone with nothing but your thoughts, the only question that matters is, do you trust yourself enough to keep going? Self-trust is not soft. It is not gentle. It is ruthless. It demands that you face your demons, confront your weaknesses, and stand tall in the face of your own failures. It's the voice inside you that says, I've got this, even when the world screams otherwise. So, I challenge you. Look in the mirror and ask yourself, do I trust me? If the answer is no, don't despair. Fight. Fight to align your internal selves. Fight to rebuild the foundation you've neglected. Fight to become the person you were always meant to be. Because in the end, trust in others is fragile. Trust in systems is fleeting. But self-trust, that is unbreakable. That is power. And when you possess it, nothing can stop you. The question isn't whether you will face challenges, betrayals, and failures. You will. The question is, when the storm hits and the world turns its back, will you have the strength to stand tall, look within, and say, I trust myself to survive this? The answer lies within you. Find it, nurture it, and never let it go. Lesson 2. Fragmentation of self. Look into the darkness within yourself, and you will see it. A battlefield. You are not a singular being, not a unified force of will, but an ecosystem of selves, a chaotic assembly of conflicting desires, needs, strengths, and fears, all housed within the fragile walls of your body. Each part of you believes it knows what's best. Each part fights for dominance. And it is this inner war, this fragmentation of self, that keeps you from your true potential. The ecosystem of selves. You like to believe that you are one entity, one mind, one soul. But that is a lie. Inside, you exists a multitude of selves. The dreamer, the critic, the coward, the warrior, the nurturer, the destroyer. Each of these selves serves a purpose, but they don't always agree. The dreamer yearns for greatness, while the coward whispers of comfort and safety. The critic picks apart your every move, while the warrior demands action. The nurturer seeks peace, while the destroyer hungers for chaos. And in this cacophony of voices, you find yourself paralyzed, stuck between conflicting desires, unable to trust any one part of yourself to lead. The roots of internal conflict. Self-trust shatters when these parts of you fail to act in each other's best interests. The dreamer makes promises the doer cannot keep. The warrior charges into battles the nurturer cannot heal from. The critic tears apart the progress made by the builder. This is the source of your inner turmoil. When one part of you betrays another, it creates a fracture in your being, a crack in the foundation of who you are. And let's be honest, how often have you betrayed yourself? How many times have you allowed the coward to silence the dreamer? How many times have you let the destroyer take over, only to regret the ruins left behind? Every time you pit one part of yourself against another, you deepen the divide. You create a zero-sum game where one part of you wins at the expense of the whole. But here's the truth. No part of you wins unless all of you wins. The zero-sum trap. Imagine this. You push yourself to achieve a goal, ignoring the warning cries of your body and mind. You succeed, but at what cost? Your health suffers. Your relationships deteriorate. The part of you that thrives on connection is left behind, silenced, abandoned. In this moment, one part of you has won, but the system, the ecosystem of your being, has lost. This is the zero-sum trap, and it is the death of self-trust. When one part of you takes without giving, when one part dominates while the others suffer, you create imbalance. You create resentment. And just as a fractured team cannot win a war, a fragmented self cannot achieve greatness. Building internal trust. If you are to escape this trap, you must become the leader of your internal ecosystem. You must forge a truce between the warring factions of your mind. You must demand cooperation, alignment, and trust. Trust is not built on dominance. It is built on collaboration. Self-trust emerges when every part of you works together, not as enemies, but as allies. The dreamer must consult the doer. The warrior must protect the nurturer. The critic must guide the builder, not tear them down. And most importantly, every part of you must find a win-win solution. You cannot achieve lasting success if one part of you is left behind. The dreamer's ambition must align with the nurturer's need for rest. The warrior's courage must balance with the critic's caution. Only when all parts of you find harmony can you create a foundation of unshakable trust. The path to integration. But this path is not easy. It requires brutal honesty. You must look at the parts of yourself you've silenced, ignored, or vilified. You must confront the destroyer within you, the coward, the critic. You must ask, what do you need? What do you want? How can we work together? This is not an act of weakness. It is an act of power. To integrate your fragmented selves is to become whole. To create harmony within is to forge a weapon more powerful than any external force. Lesson 3. Practical steps to build self-trust. Self-trust is not granted. It is forged. It is earned in the crucible of your inner conflicts, hammered into shape by your actions, and tempered by your willingness to face the darkest corners of your mind. If you are ready to take the first steps toward mastery of self, then listen closely. This is not a path for the faint-hearted. It is a journey into the fragmented depths of who you are, a journey to unify, to rebuild, and to rise. Step 1. Work with internal parts. You are not one person. You are a council of voices, each vying for control, each with its own desires, fears, and ambitions. Some parts scream for attention, while others hide in the shadows. But you must face them all. Engage directly with the parts of yourself that conflict, the parts that sabotage, the parts that fight against your progress. They are not your enemies. They are lost soldiers in the battle for your soul. Bring them to the table. Speak to them. Help them see that harming one part of you harms the whole. You are a system, and no system survives without harmony. Step 2. Develop intimacy. Do you truly know yourself? Have you sat in silence and listened to the parts of you that you distrust? Or do you drown them out, pretending they don't exist? To build self-trust, you must develop intimacy with your inner world. The critic who tears you down, is it trying to protect you from failure? The procrastinator who delays your progress, does it fear the pain of rejection? Listen, understand. Every part of you has a need, a feeling, a perspective. Find those needs and meet them constructively. Create win-win scenarios where no part of you feels abandoned. Step 3. Reframe self-sabotage. What you call self-sabotage is not betrayal. It is misguided protection. Even your most destructive habits arise from a belief that they are helping you. The part of you that lashes out in anger, that drowns in indulgence, that cowers in fear, they are not villains. They are wounded guardians, trying to shield you from pain in the only way they know how. Instead of waging war against these parts, seek to understand them. Why are they afraid? What are they protecting? When you reframe sabotage as an act of misguided loyalty, you begin the process of healing. Step 4. Build self-confidence. You're not a failure. You're not a fraud. But you have spent so long focusing on your flaws that you have forgotten your strengths. To build self-trust, you must reclaim your confidence. Take inventory of your talents, your abilities, your victories. Focus on the tasks that come naturally to you, the moments when you feel powerful and capable. Confidence is not arrogance. It is the quiet certainty that you're enough, that you have value, that you can trust yourself to handle whatever comes. Step 5. Listen to your feelings. Emotions are not weaknesses. They are signals. They are the voices of your inner selves, crying out to be heard. When you feel anger, sadness, fear, or joy, don't dismiss it. Don't suppress it. Listen. What is this emotion trying to tell you? What part of you is speaking through it? Even if your feelings are not objectively true, they are valid. They deserve your attention. They are the compass that guides you through the maze of your mind. Step 6. Let go of the right answer. There's no perfect path. There's no universal truth that will solve all your problems. Stop searching for the right answer and start searching for your answer. What feels right to you? What aligns with your values, your goals, your authentic self? Be willing to evolve. Be willing to change. Self-trust is not built on rigid certainty. It is built on the courage to adapt and grow. Step 7. Take risks. You will never trust yourself if you are afraid to act. Risk is the crucible of self-trust. It is in the leap, the unknown, the mistake that you discover what you are capable of. Yes, you will fail. Yes, you will stumble. But every failure is a lesson. Every mistake an opportunity to grow stronger. Trust is not built in safety. It is built in the fire of risk. Step 8. Compile a trust list. You already trust yourself more than you realize. Take a moment to reflect. Make a list of all the ways you rely on yourself every day. Do you wake up on time? Do you keep your promises to others? Do you face challenges, even when they terrify you? This list is your foundation. It is proof that you are capable, reliable, and worthy of trust. Build on it. Expand it. Reinforce the positive perception of yourself. Step 9. Develop boundaries and authenticity. Trust cannot exist without boundaries. You must know where you begin and where the world ends. Establish your limits. Protect your energy. And above all, live authentically. Align your actions with your true self. Not the self the world wants you to be, but the self you are when no one is watching. Authenticity is the bedrock of self-trust. When you live in alignment with your values, your desires, your truth, you strengthen the bond between your inner selves. Lesson 4. Mindset shifts. Trust. It's not a switch you flip. It's not a fleeting moment of clarity. It's a process. A dark, gritty, often painful journey into the depths of your soul. And if you're waiting for the day you wake up suddenly trusting yourself, let me tell you, that day will never come. Self-trust isn't gifted. It's earned. It's fought for. It's built brick by brick in the shadows of your inner battles. If you're ready to step into the fire and forge this trust, then prepare yourself. Because this isn't about comfort. This is about transformation. Too many people give up on themselves because they expect immediate change. They believe that self-trust is an event, a single decision, It's not. Self-trust is a process, and processes take time. This isn't a quick fix. It's a slow, deliberate dance with every fractured part of your being. It's showing up for yourself day after day, even when you don't feel like it, even when it hurts, even when it seems like you're not making progress. But here's the truth. Every step matters. Every small action you take toward trusting yourself builds momentum. You don't see it right away, but trust is growing in the background, like roots digging deep into the soil. So stop expecting perfection. Stop expecting instant results. Instead, focus on the process. Show up, do the work, and trust that the foundation you're building will hold, even when the storms of life come crashing down. Your lack of self-trust isn't because you're broken. It's because you're fragmented. You've allowed parts of yourself to exist in isolation, to battle against one another. The dreamer doesn't trust the doer. The critic doesn't trust the nurturer. The coward doesn't trust the warrior. If you want self-trust, you must integrate. You must bring these parts of yourself together, not as enemies, but as allies. And to do that, you need awareness. Awareness is the weapon that cuts through the noise. It's the spotlight that illuminates the shadows where your fears and doubts hide. Without awareness, you're blind to the patterns that keep you stuck. You're blind to the reasons why you sabotage yourself, why you break promises to yourself, why you hesitate to take action. So start paying attention. Listen to your internal dialogue. Notice the push and pull of your inner selves. When you feel fear, ask yourself, which part of me is afraid and why? When you feel resistance, ask yourself, which part of me is holding back and what does it need? This is the work. This is how you begin to integrate. And as you do, the fractured pieces of your identity will begin to align. You'll start to feel a sense of unity, of wholeness, and that is where trust is born. Here's the paradox of self-trust. It's hard to build it first, but the more you build it, the easier it becomes. Trust feeds on itself. Progress creates momentum. And as you start to trust yourself, you'll find that the process becomes more natural, more intuitive. Imagine this. You take one small step toward trusting yourself. You follow through on a promise, no matter how small. That success creates a spark of confidence. That confidence fuels your next step. And with every step, the spark grows into a flame until it becomes an unquenchable fire. The better it gets, the better it gets. But you have to start. You have to push through the resistance, the fear, the doubt. You have to keep going, even when it feels like nothing is changing. Because change is happening. It's just happening beneath the surface, in places you can't see yet. So, here's the truth. Self-trust is not a destination. It's a journey, a process, a relentless commitment to showing up for yourself, day after day. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to have all the answers. You just have to start. Take one step, then another. Build the momentum, build the fire. And as you do, remember this. The process will get easier. The fragments of your soul will begin to align. The doubts and fears that once held you back will fade into whispers. And you will stand, whole and unshaken, as a force to be reckoned with. This is the path. This is the work. Trust the process. Trust yourself. And never stop moving forward. Because the better it gets, the better it gets. And the fire within you is only just beginning to burn. We are now booting up the next video about how it takes more than motivation to succeed. Lesson 1. Passion and perseverance. Drive success. What separates the ordinary from the extraordinary? What makes one soul rise when the rest crumble under the weight of adversity? It's not talent. It's not luck. It's something deeper. something darker, something forged in the fires of relentless struggle. Grit. Grit. A word that reeks of sweat, blood, and sacrifice. It's not glamorous. It doesn't shine in the spotlight or glitter with instant gratification. Grit is ugly. Grit is dirty. And grit is essential. It's the quiet force that sustains you when passion fades and the world tells you to quit. It's the determination to claw your way forward when every muscle in your body screams for you to stop. Passion. Yes, passion is the spark that lights the fire. But passion isn't just about excitement or enthusiasm. It's not fleeting. True passion isn't found in bursts of inspiration. It's found in dedication. It's found in consistency. Passion is waking up every day with the same relentless commitment to your goals, even when you don't feel like it. It's the refusal to abandon your dreams, even when the road is littered with obstacles, heartbreak, and failure. Understand this. Passion alone will not carry you. It burns bright, but without perseverance, it's a fire that dies out when the winds of adversity blow. That's where grit steps in, the fuel that keeps the fire burning when the world grows cold. Grit takes your passion and tempers it into something unbreakable. It teaches you to endure, to persist, to press on no matter how steep the climb or how dark the path. But grit is not given. It's not inherited. It is forged in the crucible of hardship. Every setback, every rejection, every failure, these are the hammer blows that shape you. They test your resolve. They demand that you decide. Will you let this defeat you, or will you rise again? Will you falter, or will you endure? Let me be clear. The road to success is long. It is grueling. It will strip you down to your core, exposing your weaknesses, your fears, your doubts. But here's the truth most people don't want to hear. This is where the real work begins. This is where you decide whether you will break or whether you will break through. You see, passion without perseverance is like a blade without a hilt. Sharp, but useless. It cannot withstand the battles ahead. Perseverance without passion, on the other hand, is like a hilt without a blade. Sturdy, but ineffective. But together, they are a weapon. Together, they are unstoppable. The world will not hand you success. It will not pave your path with gold. If you want it, you will have to bleed for it. You will have to fight for it. You will have to refuse to give up, even when your body is battered and your spirit is shattered. This is the essence of grit. This is the key to greatness. So I ask you, what are you willing to endure for your dreams? Are you prepared to face the pain, the failure, the endless grind? Are you willing to sacrifice your comfort, your complacency, your excuses? Because success does not come to those who merely want it. It comes to those who relentlessly pursue it. Grit is not for the faint of heart. It's not for the weak. It's for those who understand that true passion is not a fleeting emotion, but a steadfast commitment. It's for those who are willing to endure, to persist, to keep going, even when every fiber of their being wants to quit. Passion and perseverance. Together, they will carry you through the darkness. Together, they will guide you to the summit. Together, they will make you unstoppable. The question is, do you have the grit to see it through? Or will you fall like so many before you, crushed by the weight of your own doubts? Decide now. Decide today. Because the path of passion and perseverance is not just a path to success. It's a war, and only the relentless survive. Lesson 2. The growth mindset is crucial. They say failure is the greatest teacher, but how many of us truly listen to its lessons? How many of us embrace the sting of defeat, the humiliation of setbacks, and the agony of inadequacy as gifts? Yes, gifts that forge us into something greater. Most run from failure. They see it as an enemy, a black mark on their self-worth. But here's the brutal truth. Those who fear failure are doomed to mediocrity. Because without failure, there is no growth. Without falling, there is no rising stronger. Without being broken, there is no becoming unbreakable. This is the essence of the growth mindset. It is not simply believing that you can improve. It is knowing, deep in your core, that every challenge, every defeat, every ounce of pain is a stepping stone toward mastery. It is the refusal to let failure define you. It is the relentless pursuit of becoming better, no matter how many times you stumble, no matter how many times the world knocks you down. The fixed mindset? It is a prison. It tells you that your abilities are static, that you are who you are and will never be more. It whispers lies, soft, seductive lies that make you comfortable in your mediocrity. It tells you to avoid risk, to fear challenge, to stay small and safe. But the growth mindset? It is liberation. It tells you that your potential is infinite, but it comes with a price. The price is effort. The price is persistence. The price is enduring failure after failure without losing your resolve. It tells you that nothing worth having comes easily, and that every failure is a brick in the foundation of your success. Think about it. Every time you fail, you have a choice. You can see it as a wall, immovable and insurmountable. Or you can see it as a door, a painful, grueling door that forces you to dig deeper, think harder, and fight stronger than you ever thought possible. The question is not whether you will fail. It's whether you will let that failure break you or build you. But make no mistake, a growth mindset does not come naturally. It is not an innate gift. It is a discipline, a choice you must make every single day. It requires you to look at your flaws and shortcomings, not with shame, but with curiosity. It requires you to confront your failures, not with despair, but with hunger. It requires you to push past the limits of your comfort zone over and over again until discomfort becomes your new normal. It's easy to say, "I'll try again." But the growth mindset demands more. It demands that you not only try again, but that you try smarter, harder, and better. It demands that you learn from your failures, not just endure them. It demands that you strip away the excuses, the blame, the self-pity, and ask yourself one simple question. What can I learn from this? Every setback is a mirror, reflecting the areas where you are weak, unprepared, or inadequate. The fixed mindset will look away, afraid of what it sees. But the growth mindset, it will stare into that mirror with unflinching honesty and say, "Good. Now I know where to improve." And here's the darkest truth of all. Growth is painful. It is slow. It is unforgiving. It will demand sacrifices. Sacrifices of your ego, your comfort, and sometimes even your pride. But that pain is the price of transformation. That pain is the crucible in which grit is forged. That pain is the proof that you are alive, striving, evolving. So the next time you fail, the next time the world slams a door in your face, don't ask, "Why me?" Ask, "What now?" Don't shrink from the challenge. Rise to meet it. Don't curse the struggle. Embrace it. Because the growth mindset is not just about becoming better. It's about becoming unstoppable. It's about taking every setback, every failure, every ounce of pain, and using it as fuel to drive you forward. It's about turning your weaknesses into strengths, your doubts into determination, and your failures into stepping stones toward greatness. The world will not hand you growth. It will not hand you success, but it will hand you challenges, obstacles, and failures. And what you do with them, that is what defines you. So I ask you, do you have the courage to adopt the growth mindset? Do you have the grit to see failure not as an end, but as a beginning? Do you have the strength to look at your pain, your mistakes, your inadequacies, and say, thank you. You will make me stronger? Decide now. Because the growth mindset is not for the faint-hearted. It is for those who refuse to be defined by their failures. It is for those who are willing to endure the pain of growth for the glory of transformation. And if you choose this path, know this: you will fall. You will fail. You will suffer. But in the end, you will rise. You will conquer. You will become something the world cannot ignore. The growth mindset is crucial. The question is, do you have the will to embrace it? Lesson 3. Purpose fuels passion. Passion. It's a word thrown around like it's all you need to fuel your journey. But passion alone is fleeting, fragile, a candle in the storm, easily extinguished when the winds of adversity howl. True, unrelenting passion must be tied to something deeper, something unshakable. That something is purpose. Purpose is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Without purpose, passion withers. Without purpose, grit crumbles. Purpose is the fire that burns when motivation runs dry. It's the anchor that holds you steady when the storms of life rage. It's the reason you get up when the weight of the world tries to pin you down. But let me tell you this: purpose isn't handed to you. It isn't a gift that falls into your lap. Purpose must be hunted, fought for, and forged in the crucible of introspection. It doesn't come easy, and it sure as hell doesn't come without sacrifice. You have to dig deep into the darkest corners of your soul, confront your fears, your doubts, your pain, and ask yourself, why am I here? What am I willing to fight for? You see, passion is selfish. It's about what excites you, what drives you, what makes you feel alive. But purpose is selfless. It's about what you can give, what you can contribute, what impact you can make. And when you tie your passion to your purpose, you create something unstoppable, something eternal. Passion ignites the fire, but purpose keeps it burning. Purpose transforms your work from a mere pursuit into a mission. It takes your interests, your skills, your desires, and aligns them with something far greater than yourself. And when your passion serves a purpose, when it becomes a force for something bigger, you become a force of nature. But purpose isn't always noble or grand. It doesn't need to be. Purpose isn't about saving the world. It's about finding your world, your reason, your cause. Maybe it's your family. Maybe it's your art. Maybe it's a desire to break free from mediocrity, to prove to the world and to yourself that you are capable of more. Here's the hard truth. A life without purpose is hollow. It doesn't matter how much passion you have if it isn't anchored to something meaningful. Passion without purpose is a high without substance, a rush without direction. It fades, leaving you empty and lost. Purpose gives you direction. It gives your passion a reason to endure. And yes, finding purpose is painful. It requires stripping away the layers of who you think you are, of what society tells you to be, until you stand raw and vulnerable before the truth. It's not about chasing what's easy or comfortable. It's about facing what's necessary. Purpose demands that you align your passion with a goal that matters, a goal that scares you, a goal that forces you to evolve into someone stronger, someone better. But here's the beauty of purpose. When you find it, it sustains you in ways you never imagined. It makes the struggle worth it. It makes the pain bearable. It makes every failure, every setback, every sleepless night feel like a step towards something greater. Think about it. Why do soldiers fight? Why do artists create? Why do entrepreneurs build? It's not for the money or the fame. It's for the purpose, the belief that what they do matters, that their efforts, their sacrifices, their lives are part of something bigger than themselves. So I ask you, what is your purpose? What drives you when the excitement fades? What keeps you moving when passion alone is not enough? Is it your family? Is it your legacy? Is it the desire to leave this world better than you found it? Don't fool yourself into thinking purpose will come to you. You have to go out and find it. And once you do, once you tie your passion to your purpose, you become unstoppable. Purpose doesn't just fuel passion, it transforms it into something eternal. The world will try to distract you. It will try to seduce you with comfort, with complacency, with the hollow promises of instant gratification. But remember this, comfort is the enemy of purpose. Purpose is born in struggle. It is forged in the fires of adversity. It thrives in the darkness where most fear to tread. So find your purpose, fight for it, align your passion with it. And when you do, you will discover a power within you that no obstacle, no failure, no force in this world can extinguish. Purpose fuels passion. Purpose sustains grit. Purpose transforms lives. The question is, are you brave enough to find yours? Lesson 4. Effort is key to mastery. Mastery. It's a word that gets thrown around as if it's something you can stumble upon, something that might one day fall into your lap if you're lucky enough or talented enough. But let me be brutally clear. Mastery is not a gift. It's not a stroke of luck. It is a price you pay in blood, sweat, and relentless effort. Effort. That's the one word most people fear, isn't it? Because effort demands consistency, sacrifice, and patience. It's not glamorous. It doesn't offer immediate rewards. But let me tell you something. Talent without effort is meaningless. Inspiration without effort is fleeting. Effort is the bridge between mediocrity and greatness. Without it, your dreams are nothing but fantasies. Angela Duckworth speaks of deliberate practice, a method that's as painful as it is powerful. It's not just about showing up. It's about showing up with purpose. It's about identifying your weaknesses, exposing your flaws, and attacking them with a ruthless focus. It's not fun. It's not easy. But it's necessary. Deliberate practice demands that you strip away your illusions of competence. It forces you to confront the brutal reality of where you fall short. And that's where the magic happens. Not in doing what you're already good at, but in grinding through the areas where you are weak, where you are vulnerable, where you are most likely to fail. But here's the truth. Most people don't want to hear. Effort is boring. It's repetitive. It's exhausting. It's the daily grind of doing the same thing over and over again, refining it bit by bit, inch by inch, until you master it. It's not the adrenaline rush of a breakthrough or the euphoria of success. It's the quiet, grueling work that no one sees, that no one applauds, but that ultimately makes all the difference. We live in a world obsessed with bursts of intensity. The all-nighter, the crash diet, the sudden sprint toward a goal. But mastery doesn't come from bursts of intensity. It comes from consistent effort over time. The kind of effort that grinds down mountains, that carves rivers into stone. The kind of effort that doesn't quit, that doesn't make excuses, that doesn't wait for motivation to show up. You want to master something? Then show up every day. Not just when you feel inspired, not just when it's convenient. Every single day. Because mastery isn't about what you do when you're feeling good. It's about what you do when you're tired, when you're frustrated, when the world is against you, and you still refuse to quit. But let's not sugarcoat this. Effort is painful. It's lonely. It's waking up early when the rest of the world is still asleep. It's staying late when everyone else has gone home. It's sacrificing your comforts, your distractions, your excuses. It's pushing through the days when progress feels invisible, when it feels like you're running in place, when every step forward feels like a war against your own limitations. And that's the point. Effort isn't supposed to be easy. It's supposed to hurt. It's supposed to test you, to stretch you, to break you down, so you can build yourself back up stronger. Every hour you put in, every ounce of sweat, every moment of struggle, it's all a part of the process. The process of becoming, the process of mastery. But here's the dark truth. Most will never understand. Mastery has no finish line. It's not a destination you reach. It's a journey you commit to for life. You will never be done. There will always be more to learn, more to improve, more to conquer. And that's why effort is key. Because effort isn't about achieving perfection. It's about relentless progression. It's about becoming better today than you were yesterday, no matter how small the improvement. So I ask you, are you willing to endure the grind? Are you willing to face the discomfort, the boredom, the pain of deliberate practice? Are you willing to sacrifice the fleeting satisfaction of shortcuts for the lasting fulfillment of mastery? Because effort doesn't lie. It doesn't care about your excuses. It doesn't care about your potential. It only rewards those who show up, day after day, with the grit to keep going when others have long since given up. Mastery isn't for everyone. It's for the relentless, the disciplined, the ones who are willing to put in the work, no matter how long it takes, no matter how hard it gets. It's for those who understand that effort is not just the price of admission, it's the path itself. Effort is the key to mastery. The only question that remains is, do you have what it takes to keep turning the key, day after day, until the door finally opens? Lesson 5. Resilience is built through hardship. Resilience. The word alone tastes bitter, doesn't it? Because it's not something handed to you, not something you inherit or stumble upon. Resilience is forged in fire. It is carved into your soul by hardship, by suffering, by the relentless grind of life breaking you down over and over again, until you're left with a choice. Stay broken, or rise. This world doesn't care about your comfort. It doesn't care about your plans. It will throw storms your way that rip through everything you thought was safe, everything you thought was certain. And in those moments, when the ground crumbles beneath your feet and the air feels too heavy to breathe, you'll learn who you really are. Understand this. Resilience isn't about avoiding pain. It's about enduring it. It's about standing tall in the face of adversity, even when every instinct tells you to fall. It's about taking the punches, the failures, the betrayals, and letting them mold you into something stronger, harder, unbreakable. But here's the hard truth. Resilience is not a gift. It's not something you're born with. It's a muscle. And like any muscle, it must be trained. And training is pain. It's failure. It's humiliation. It's the long nights, the hard decisions, the moments when you think you've given everything and still have to give more. You don't build resilience by avoiding hardship. You build it by facing it head on, by walking straight into the storm with nothing but grit in your veins and fire in your heart. Every challenge you overcome, every setback you endure, every defeat you rise from, it's all a part of the process. It's all sharpening you, hardening you, preparing you for the battles ahead. Do you want to know the secret? Life doesn't get easier. The challenges don't stop coming. But you can get stronger. You can train yourself to face the chaos, the pain, the uncertainty, and not flinch. You can learn to see setbacks not as failures, but as stepping stones. Because every time you're knocked down, every time the world tells you no, it's an opportunity to rise, an opportunity to prove, not to them but to yourself, that you will not be broken. But make no mistake, resilience isn't pretty. It's not inspirational quotes and feel-good moments. It's ugly. It's messy. It's crying in the dark when no one's watching. It's clawing your way out of the pit when there's nothing left but your will to survive. It's dragging yourself forward inch by bloody inch when the weight of the world is crushing you. And here's the thing. The world loves to talk about success, about achievement, about glory. But resilience is what happens in the shadows. It's what happens when no one's watching. It's the struggle that no one sees, the pain that no one acknowledges, the fight that no one applauds. But without it, success is impossible. You don't become resilient by staying safe. You don't build grit by avoiding failure. You become resilient by stepping into the fire, by daring to take risks, by embracing the pain as part of the process. The scars you earn along the way, they're not signs of weakness. They're proof that you've survived, that you've endured, that you've grown stronger than the forces that tried to break you. So stop running from hardship. Stop fearing failure. Start welcoming the struggle. Because every challenge you face, every setback you endure, every moment of pain is shaping you into something greater. Resilience is the cornerstone of grit. It's the armor that protects you, the foundation that holds you steady, the strength that allows you to keep moving forward, even when the path is dark and uncertain. But here's the question you need to ask yourself. Are you willing to embrace the pain? Are you willing to let it teach you, strengthen you, transform you? Are you willing to see your hardships not as roadblocks, but as the very building blocks of your resilience? Because the truth is this: life will knock you down, again and again and again. And every time it does, you will face a choice. Stay down or rise, quit or fight, break or rebuild. Resilience isn't built in the moments of ease. It's built in the moments of struggle. It's built in the moments when everything feels impossible, and yet you keep going. It's built when you take the pain, the failure, the rejection, and you let it forge you into something unshakable. So I ask you, will you let life break you? Or will you rise from the ashes, stronger, harder, more resilient than ever before? Resilience is built through hardship. The question is, do you have the courage to embrace the fire? Lesson 6. Grit can be cultivated. Grit. It's not something you're born with. It's not some mystical trait that a chosen few possess, while the rest are doomed to mediocrity. No, grit is earned. Grit is forged. And the brutal truth? You can cultivate it, if you're willing to pay the price. The world would have you believe that success is reserved for the talented, the lucky, the naturally gifted. But they're wrong. Talent is overrated. Luck is unreliable. And gifts? Gifts fade. What remains, what separates the ordinary from the extraordinary, is grit. That relentless drive to keep going when the odds are stacked against you, when the road ahead seems endless, when every step forward feels like dragging yourself through fire. But here's the good news. Grit is not fixed. It's not some static quality you either have or don't. It's a muscle, and like any muscle, it can be trained, strengthened, and sharpened. You are not stuck with the level of resilience, passion, or perseverance you have today. You can build it. You can become stronger. You can become unstoppable. So how do you cultivate grit? It begins with passion, but not the fleeting kind of passion that fizzles out when things get tough. No, I'm talking about the kind of passion that consumes you, the kind that makes you get up every day and pursue your goals with unrelenting focus. Passion isn't just about loving what you do. It's about committing to it, dedicating yourself to it, even when the excitement fades, even when the obstacles pile up. But passion alone is not enough. Grit demands perseverance. It demands that you show up, day after day, rain or shine, success or failure. Perseverance isn't flashy. It's not glamorous. It's grinding through the hard days, the boring days, the painful days, knowing that every step forward, no matter how small, is a step closer to your goals. And here's where the growth mindset comes in. If you believe that your abilities are set in stone, that failure defines you, that effort is pointless, then grit will always elude you. But if you believe that you can grow, that you can learn, that every failure is a stepping stone to success, then grit becomes inevitable. Because grit thrives in the belief that improvement is always possible, that the struggle is worth it, that the pain has purpose. But let's not stop there. Grit is not cultivated in isolation. It's not just an individual journey. Parents, educators, leaders, you have the power to plant the seeds of grit in others. You have the power to encourage persistence, to demand discipline, to inspire a focus on long-term goals. You have the power to teach those around you that setbacks are not failures, but opportunities. That discipline is not a punishment, but a path to freedom. That grit is not just a tool for survival. It's a weapon for domination. But let me be clear. Cultivating grit is not easy. It's not a quick fix. It's not a motivational poster or a catchy slogan. It's a war. A war against your comfort zone, against your fears, against your excuses. Cultivating grit means embracing discomfort, leaning into the pain, and committing to the long, grueling process of transformation. You see, grit is not about intensity. It's about consistency. Anyone can work hard for a day, a week, a month. But can you keep going for a year, for a decade, for a lifetime? Grit doesn't demand that you sprint. It demands that you endure. It demands that you outlast. It demands that you keep moving forward, no matter how slow, no matter how hard, no matter how hopeless it seems. And here's the darkest truth. Grit will test you. It will push you to your limits and then demand more. It will ask you to sacrifice your comfort, your complacency, your excuses. It will strip you down to your core and force you to confront who you really are. But if you have the courage to endure, the courage to persist, the courage to cultivate grit, then nothing, and I mean nothing, will stand in your way. So I ask you, are you ready to cultivate grit? Are you ready to embrace the discomfort, the struggle, the relentless pursuit of greatness? Are you ready to push past the limits you thought defined you? To grow into the person you were always meant to be? Because grit is not a gift. It is not a talent. It is a choice. A choice to rise when you fall. A choice to fight when you're tired. A choice to keep going when everyone else has given up. And if you make that choice, day after day, year after year, then there is no force on this earth that can stop you. Grit can be cultivated. The question is, will you do what it takes to cultivate yours? Lesson 7. The importance of a grit culture. Look around you. Who do you stand beside? Who do you walk with? Who do you listen to when the world grows silent and the doubts creep in? Because let me tell you this, your environment matters. The people you choose to surround yourself with will either sharpen your edge or dull your blade. And in this life, only the sharp survive. A gritty culture. It's not just a luxury, it's a lifeline. If you want to rise, if you want to endure, if you want to become the force of nature you were meant to be, you need to be part of a culture that doesn't flinch in the face of hardship. A culture that values persistence over perfection. A culture that doesn't coddle weakness, but demands resilience, discipline, and a relentless focus on the long game. You see, grit is contagious. When you stand shoulder to shoulder with individuals who refuse to quit, who stare down adversity and laugh in its face, who keep moving forward no matter how brutal the path, something inside you changes. Their grit becomes your grit. Their fire fuels your own. And before you know it, you're not just surviving, you're thriving in the storm. But let me be brutally honest. A gritty culture isn't easy to find. Most people don't want grit. They want comfort. They want shortcuts. They want the illusion of success without the pain of the process. These people will drag you down, sap your energy, and poison your potential. They will whisper doubts into your ear, plant seeds of complacency in your mind, and celebrate your failures because it makes them feel better about their own mediocrity. You don't need those people. You need warriors. You need builders. You need relentless souls who understand that success isn't given. It's earned through sweat, sacrifice, and unyielding persistence. You need a culture that holds you accountable, that pushes you to your limits, that forces you to become stronger, harder, better. But here's the dark truth. You can't just stumble into a gritty culture. You have to seek it out. You have to create it. And yes, you may have to burn bridges along the way. You may have to leave behind the comfort of mediocrity, the people who hold you back, the habits that chain you to the ground. Because grit thrives in the fire, not the shadows. It demands an environment that challenges you, not one that coddles you. A gritty culture doesn't just inspire you, it transforms you. It teaches you to see failure as fuel, setbacks as stepping stones, and pain as proof of progress. It demands that you rise when you fall, that you fight when you're tired, that you persist when every fiber of your being wants to quit. And when you're part of such a culture, something incredible happens. You stop fearing the struggle. You start embracing it. You begin to crave the challenge because you know it's shaping you into something unstoppable. But it's not just about what you take. It's about what you give. In a gritty culture, you're not just a participant. You're a builder. You become the fire that ignites others. Your persistence inspires those around you. Your resilience becomes a beacon for those who are struggling. And in lifting others, you strengthen yourself. Organizations, communities, teams, they thrive or wither based on their culture. A gritty culture doesn't celebrate talent. It celebrates effort. It doesn't reward quick wins. It rewards relentless commitment. It doesn't crumble under pressure. It rises stronger and more united than before. And when you're part of such a culture, your excuses die. Your doubts fade. Your limits shatter. So I ask you, who do you surround yourself with? Are they building you up or tearing you down? Are they pushing you forward or pulling you back? Are they fueling your fire or smothering your spark? Because the truth is this: you become the environment you immerse yourself in. If you want grit, you need to live in it, breathe it, and bleed for it. But don't wait for someone to create that culture for you. Be the one who builds it. Be the one who sets the standard. Be the one who refuses to let mediocrity take root. Demand excellence from yourself and from those around you. Because when you do, you don't just build a culture, you build a legacy. Grit is not an individual endeavor. It's a collective force. And when you align yourself with gritty individuals, when you immerse yourself in a culture that values persistence, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of long-term goals, you become unstoppable. The importance of a gritty culture cannot be overstated. The question is, will you rise to create it, or will you let mediocrity consume you? Lesson 8. The role of routine and discipline. Motivation. It's a liar. It's fleeting, unreliable, a spark that ignites but fades as quickly as it came. Motivation will abandon you the moment the road gets hard, the moment the weight of your dreams feels unbearable. And when it does, what will you have left? The answer is discipline. Discipline doesn't care how you feel. It doesn't care if you're tired, if you're uninspired, if the world seems to conspire against you. Discipline shows up when motivation fails. It is the foundation, the structure, the unbreakable spine that holds you steady when everything else crumbles. But here's the truth most don't want to hear. Discipline isn't sexy. It's not glamorous. It's not the kind of thing people write about in feel-good self-help books. Discipline is gritty. It's repetitive. It's the daily grind of doing what needs to be done, not because you want to, but because you must. And that's where routine comes in. Routine is the weapon you wield to conquer chaos. It is the shield that protects you from distractions, from doubts, from the endless noise of a world that wants to pull you off course. Routine takes the mental effort out of consistency. It removes the question, the hesitation, the internal battle of should I or shouldn't I? With a solid routine, the answer is always the same. You will. Understand this. The brain craves efficiency. It will always seek the path of least resistance. That's why habits, both good and bad, form so easily. If you don't create routines that align with your goals, your brain will create ones that align with your comfort. And comfort is the enemy of greatness. Routine and discipline are the silent assassins of mediocrity. They don't need applause. They don't need recognition. They work quietly, in the background, turning small, consistent actions into monumental results. They strip away the excuses, the laziness, the weakness, leaving behind only progress. Raw, undeniable progress. But make no mistake, building discipline is a war. It's a war against your impulses, your excuses, your desire for instant gratification. It's waking up early when every bone in your body screams for more sleep. It's hitting the gym when your muscles ache and your mind begs for rest. It's putting in the work when the work feels thankless, when no one is watching, when the results seem miles away. Routine is your ally in this war. It simplifies the struggle. It eliminates the noise. It turns effort into habit and habit into instinct. With the right routine, discipline becomes second nature. You don't question whether or not you'll work toward your goals. You simply do it, day after day, until the grind becomes who you are. But let's be clear. Routine is not a prison. It is a foundation. It is not meant to restrict you, but to free you. To free you from the chaos of indecision, from the mental exhaustion of fighting your impulses. Routine allows you to focus your energy where it matters, on the relentless pursuit of your long-term goals. And here's the darkest truth of all. Discipline and routine will not make the journey easier. They will not spare you from pain, from failure, from struggle, but they will make the journey possible. They will keep you moving forward when the weight of your dreams feels too heavy to bear. They will ensure that you keep showing up, keep putting in the work, keep grinding toward the person you are meant to become. So I ask you, do you have the courage to embrace the grind? To sacrifice your comforts, your distractions, your excuses? Are you willing to build a routine that serves your goals? To train your discipline until it becomes unshakable? To live a life that most will never understand because they lack the strength to endure it? Routine and discipline are not optional. They are not negotiable. They are the price of greatness. They are the path to mastery. They are the tools that transform fleeting motivation into lasting results. The world will try to seduce you with shortcuts, with quick fixes, with empty promises of effortless success. But remember this, the ones who succeed are not the ones who rely on motivation. They are the ones who rely on discipline. They are the ones who build routines that keep them moving forward, no matter how hard, no matter how long, no matter how hopeless it seems. Discipline is not a choice. It is a necessity. Routine is not a burden. It is a weapon. Together, they are unstoppable. Together, they are the key to everything you've ever wanted. The importance of routine and discipline cannot be overstated. The question is, will you wield them, or will you let your potential die in the chaos of inaction? Lesson 9. Happiness and success go hand in hand. Happiness. The word itself feels fragile, doesn't it? Like some fleeting dream that vanishes the moment you reach for it. We're told to chase it, to prioritize it, to make it the centerpiece of our lives. But here's the truth. No one wants to tell you. Happiness is not something you chase. It's something you earn. And it doesn't come from comfort or ease or instant gratification. It comes from struggle. It comes from grit. It comes from the pursuit of something meaningful. Happiness and success. They are not opposites. They are not two separate paths. They are one and the same, forged from the same fire, built from the same relentless pursuit of goals that matter. But here's the kicker. True happiness doesn't come from the destination. It comes from the climb, the grind, the pain of pushing yourself past your limits for something greater than yourself. Grit. That's the bridge between happiness and success. Gritty people don't waste their lives chasing empty pleasures, fleeting highs, or shallow victories. They don't settle for meaningless goals that bring temporary joy, but leave them hollow inside. No, gritty people know that true happiness, real, unshakable happiness, comes from pursuing something that matters, something that challenges them, something that forces them to grow. But let's not sugarcoat it. The pursuit of meaningful goals is brutal. It's not all smiles and inspiration. It's long nights, hard decisions, and endless sacrifices. It's failure after failure, setback after setback. But here's the paradox. That struggle, that pain, that relentless grind, that's where fulfillment is born. That's where happiness lives. Not in the absence of difficulty, but in the conquest of it. And let me tell you this. The external rewards, the money, the recognition, the accolades, they're hollow without the internal victory. Long-term success isn't about what you achieve. It's about who you become in the process. It's about looking in the mirror and knowing, without a shadow of a doubt, that you've earned every inch of your progress, that you've fought for it, that you've bled for it, that no one can take it from you. You see, happiness isn't the absence of struggle. It's the presence of meaning. It's the knowledge that your pain, your effort, your sacrifices, they're not wasted. They're building something. They're shaping you. They're leading you to a life that matters. But most people won't get this. Most people spend their lives chasing comfort, avoiding pain, settling for mediocrity because it's easier. And then they wonder why they feel empty, why their success feels hollow, why their happiness never lasts. The answer is simple. They have no grit. They have no fire. They have no goals that demand more from them than they're willing to give. But you're different. You're here because you know there's more to life than comfort. You're here because you're willing to endure the struggle, to embrace the grind, to chase goals that terrify you because they matter. You're here because you understand that happiness and success are not handed out like prizes. They are earned through grit, through perseverance, through relentless effort. And here's the truth. Gritty people are happy, not because their lives are easy, but because their lives are meaningful. Every failure, every setback, every ounce of pain, it's all worth it because it's leading them somewhere. It's shaping them into someone stronger, someone better, someone unstoppable. So I ask you, what are you chasing? Is it comfort? Is it mediocrity? Or is it something that sets your soul on fire? Something that forces you to grow? Something that makes the struggle worth it? Are you willing to endure the pain, the failure, the grind, knowing that on the other side lies a happiness that cannot be shaken? Because here's the dark truth. The easy path will never fulfill you. The shallow goals will never sustain you. True happiness, true success, they demand sacrifice. They demand grit. They demand that you rise every time you fall, that you keep moving forward even when the road feels endless, that you refuse to quit because you know that what you're fighting for is worth it. Happiness and success go hand in hand, but they are not handed to you. They are not gifts. They are the spoils of war, the rewards for those who dare to fight, who dare to bleed, who dare to pursue something greater than themselves. The question is, do you have the grit to earn them? Lesson 10. Passion takes time. Passion. The word feels electric, doesn't it? Like it holds the secret to unlocking everything you've ever wanted. But here's the truth. No one tells you. Passion is not a spark. It's not some magical life-changing moment where everything clicks into place. No, passion is a slow burn. It is not discovered. It is built. It is forged through time, effort, and persistence. And if you're waiting for passion to fall into your lap, you'll be waiting forever. We're fed lies about passion, that it's something instant, something easy. They tell you to find what you love, as if it's waiting for you, perfectly packaged, ready to fill your life with purpose. But the brutal truth? Passion isn't found. It's earned. It's grown, inch by inch, through exploration, through struggle, through experimentation, and failure. It's not handed to you. You have to bleed for it. Duckworth says that passion takes time, and she's right. But time alone isn't enough. It's what you do with that time that matters. You have to stick with it. You have to stay in the fight long after the initial excitement fades, long after the doubts creep in, long after the world tells you to quit. Because only then, only through persistence and grit, can passion take root and grow into something powerful. But let's not romanticize this. The process of developing passion is not pretty. It's messy. It's frustrating. It's stumbling around in the dark, chasing interests that may lead nowhere, failing over and over again until you find the one thing that sets your soul on fire. And even when you find it, passion doesn't magically bloom overnight. It demands effort. It demands patience. It demands that you stick with it even when the excitement fades, even when the progress slows, even when it feels like you're going nowhere. This is where most people fail. They dabble. They try something new, get bored, and move on. They want passion without the work, purpose without the struggle. But passion doesn't work like that. Passion rewards those who stay. It rewards those who dig deep, who embrace the discomfort, who allow themselves to grow slowly, steadily, relentlessly. But here's the thing. Developing passion isn't just about what you do. It's about who you become in the process. When you commit to something, when you stick with it through the ups and downs, you don't just build passion. You build resilience. You build grit. You become the kind of person who doesn't give up, who doesn't settle, who doesn't stop until they've created a life that truly matters. And yes, it takes time. A long time. You will question yourself. You will wonder if you're wasting your energy, your effort, your life. But here's the dark truth you must embrace. There is no shortcut. There is no hack. Passion grows in the soil of persistence, watered by effort, illuminated by the light of time. And if you're not willing to give it the time it demands, you will never know the power of true passion. So, are you willing to wait? Are you willing to put in the work, to endure the frustration, to stumble and fall and get back up again? Are you willing to commit to the process, knowing that the rewards will not come quickly, but that they will come? Because passion isn't about the initial spark. It's about the fire you build over time. It's about finding something that matters, something that challenges you, something that forces you to grow, and then sticking with it until it becomes a part of you. It's about turning an interest into an obsession, a curiosity into a calling, a flicker into a flame. Passion takes time. It takes effort. It takes grit. But the rewards are worth every second, every struggle, every sacrifice. Because when you finally find your passion, when you've earned it through sweat and persistence, it will be unshakable. It will drive you forward when nothing else can. It will give your life purpose, meaning, and power. But make no mistake, passion isn't waiting for you. It's not something you find. It's something you build. And the only question is, are you willing to put in the time? Or will you let the fire die before it ever begins to burn? We are now booting up the next video about the science behind getting rich. Money can buy back your most precious resource, time. Time to spend pursuing your major purpose. Time to enjoy life with your family, free from the suffocating grip of financial stress. Money can protect the people you love. It can provide life-saving healthcare for a child or parent, sparing you the agony of losing them too soon because you couldn't afford it. It can give your children the education and opportunities you never had, breaking the cycle of struggle for generations to come. It can help you escape the grind, leaving behind a dead-end job that drains your soul for a life where you wake up with a purpose that drives you. It can fund your passions, support causes you believe in, and amplify the impact you make in this world. But, let's be real, money doesn't just appear. Building wealth takes discipline, strategy, and unwavering focus. It demands that you master your mind and actions, just as you've been mastering your life through grim-face motivation. This is the next step. This is where your discipline transforms into financial power, where your honor guides your choices, and where your purpose becomes unstoppable. So, returning warriors, sharpen your resolve. Newcomers, embrace the challenge. Together, we'll conquer the myths, learn the science, and build the wealth that lets you live on your terms. The stakes are high. The time is now. It's time to take control. Welcome to Grimface Financial. Let's begin. Lesson 1. Thought is the starting point. In the shadows of your mind lies the birthplace of all creation. Thought. It is the first whisper of wealth, the unseen spark igniting the inferno of possibility. Every empire, every fortune, every triumph you've ever admired began as a fleeting thought, a mere idea held firmly, relentlessly, by someone who refused to let it slip away. Your thoughts are the architects of your reality. They construct the foundation upon which you build your life. But let me ask you this. What dominates your mind when you wake in the darkness before dawn? Is it fear? Is it doubt? Or is it the image of a life that transcends mediocrity? Wealth is not born in your bank account. It is not crafted in the marketplace. It is forged in the fire of your mind. Your dominant mental state becomes your truth, shaping the very fabric of your existence. If your mind is steeped in scarcity, you will live in scarcity. If it is drenched in abundance, abundance will find you. This is not a choice. It is a law. But thinking alone is not enough. A scattered mind is powerless. To create wealth, you must visualize your desires with the clarity of a predator locking onto its prey. Picture it vividly. Feel it as though it's already yours. Let that image burn into your consciousness until it sears away every shadow of doubt. Do not merely daydream. Command your vision into existence. Hold that vision relentlessly. There will be storms, distractions, and voices of doubt that try to tear it from you. Ignore them. They are the cries of the defeated, the whispers of those who surrendered before the battle began. You are not them. You are here to conquer, to rise, to become more. Your vision must become your obsession. You must nurture it, feed it with belief, and protect it from the poisons of fear and complacency. Each day, take one step closer to it. Let your thoughts guide your actions like an unyielding compass, pointing to your true north. This is where the journey begins. Not in the market, not in the world, but in your mind. Thought is the starting point of wealth. If you master your mind, you will master your reality. But if you falter, if you let your mind run wild and untamed, then you will be nothing more than a shadow of what you could have been. So I leave you with a question. What will you think today? Will you allow the noise of the world to dictate your destiny? Or will you claim your power and shape your thoughts into the weapons of your success? The choice is yours, and it begins now. Wealth creation starts with thought. Your future depends on it. Lesson 2. The creative process. In the grim theater of life, most choose to play the role of a scavenger. They fight over scraps, clawing and tearing at each other for the crumbs left behind by those who dared to rise. They believe the world is a battlefield of limited resources, a zero-sum game where one's gain is another's loss. But you, if you wish to transcend, must abandon this pathetic existence. Understand this. True power is not taken. It is created. The game you think you must win is nothing but a distraction, a smokescreen to keep you locked in mediocrity. To compete is to admit you are bound by the rules of others. To create is to rise above them. Shift your focus. Stop scrambling for what already exists. Instead, direct your mind to what could be. The world is not carved in stone. It is malleable, shaped by those with the courage to see beyond its current form. When you choose creation over rivalry, you elevate yourself to a higher plane. You were born with the most formidable weapon, your mind. It is a forge capable of crafting ideas, visions, and solutions out of the void. But are you using it, or have you let it grow dull from neglect? Your mental faculties are your greatest tools, but they demand discipline. They require you to step away from the noise, to retreat into the silence of your thoughts, and summon something greater than yourself. Ideas are the seeds of transformation. When nurtured with focus and action, they take root and grow into reality. This is the creative process, pulling the intangible from the ether and shaping it with your will. It is not magic, it is law. But be warned, creation demands effort, persistence, and sacrifice. To birth something new is to endure the labor of tearing it from your mind and forcing it into existence. It will not come easily, and it will not come without resistance. But those who persist are those who conquer. Do not look to others for validation. Do not measure yourself by their standards or seek their approval. Rivals are nothing but shadows in your path, distractions from the work that truly matters. Your focus must remain unyielding, your energy directed entirely at creating value, not competing for it. Take action. Thought without movement is as lifeless as a stone. Your ideas are useless unless you wield them like a blade, cutting through the fog of inaction. Every step you take, no matter how small, brings your vision closer to reality. So, I ask you, are you a scavenger, fighting for the remains of another's creation? Or are you a force of nature, shaping the world through the power of your own mind? The choice is yours, but the path is clear. Create, or be forgotten. Innovate, or be consumed by the tide of mediocrity. The creative process is your salvation, your weapon, your legacy. Use it. Shape the world. Become the one others will look to, not as a rival, but as a master. Lesson 3. Gratitude amplifies abundance. Gratitude, a word too often whispered in hollow tones, reduced to fleeting moments of politeness. But gratitude, in its true form, is not soft or passive. It is a force, raw, primal, and transformative. Gratitude, when wielded correctly, is the key to unlocking abundance. In this world, many are obsessed with what they lack. Their thoughts are chained to what they don't have, what they've lost, and what they think they deserve. This focus on scarcity poisons their minds, blinds them to the riches surrounding them, and locks them in a state of perpetual yearning. They become prisoners of their own dissatisfaction. But you are not here to be a prisoner. You are here to break free, to rise, to claim the abundance that is your birthright. And the first step is to shift your focus from what is missing to what already exists. Gratitude is not weakness. It is power. It is the deliberate act of recognizing what you have, no matter how small, and amplifying it through your attention. What you focus on grows. If you choose to see abundance in your life, the universal mind, the infinite source of creation, responds by magnifying it. When you align yourself with gratitude, you align yourself with power. You stop grasping at the world like a beggar and begin commanding it like a creator. Gratitude connects you to the flow of the universe, to the limitless potential that surrounds you. It is the signal you send out, telling the world you are ready to receive more. But gratitude is not passive. It is not a quiet thank you whispered under your breath. It is an active force, a conscious decision to focus on the good and amplify it. It is seeing every challenge as an opportunity, every setback as a lesson, every small success as a foundation for greater triumphs. Ask yourself, what have you been overlooking? What blessings have you ignored because your mind is too consumed by what you don't have? Shift your gaze. Look closely. The abundance is there, waiting for you to notice it, waiting for you to claim it. Gratitude is the ultimate rebellion against scarcity. When you cultivate it, you shatter the illusion of lack. You declare to yourself and the universe that you are not a victim of circumstance, but a master of your reality. You take control, and the universe responds in kind. So stop dwelling on what is missing. Stop feeding the darkness of scarcity. Instead, feed the light of abundance. Start now. Look around you. Feel the power of gratitude coursing through you, awakening the flow of creation within your life. Remember this. Gratitude is not just a feeling. It is a weapon. Use it to carve your path to abundance. Wield it to align with the universal mind. Embrace it, and watch as the world reshapes itself in your favor. Gratitude amplifies abundance, and abundance, my friend, is your destiny. Lesson 4. The universal law. There is a rhythm to this universe, a set of immutable laws that govern everything, from the stars burning in the night sky to the smallest spark of ambition in your soul. These laws are not swayed by your excuses or fears. They are not bent by your desires or ignorance. They simply are. And if you wish to rise above mediocrity, to claim the life that burns in your visions, you must align yourself with them. The universe is not chaotic. It is precise, calculated, and infinitely abundant. But most live as if they are trapped in a world of scarcity, competing, clawing, and scrambling for crumbs. They fail because they act against the very laws that could set them free. Understand this. The universe does not conspire against you, nor does it play favorites. It simply reflects back the energy you project. If you focus on lack, you will attract more lack. If you focus on abundance, abundance will flow to you. This is not a philosophy, it is a law. But belief is the key that unlocks its power. You must believe, with unshakable certainty, in the abundance of the universe. Believe that there is more than enough for you, for me, for everyone. This belief is not naive. It is the cornerstone of creation. Without it, your actions are hollow, your efforts scattered. Your thoughts are the architects of your destiny, but thoughts alone will not suffice. They must be followed by aligned action. You cannot merely dream of abundance. You must act as if it is already yours. This is how you align with the universal law, by thinking, believing, and moving as though success is inevitable. Yet, many will resist this truth. They will cling to their scarcity mindset, blaming the world, the system, or their circumstances. They will fight over resources, never realizing that the true battle is within themselves. Do not be one of them. Refuse to live as a slave to their illusions. Ask yourself, are your thoughts in harmony with abundance, or are they mired in doubt? Are your actions bold and purposeful, or are they timid and hesitant? The universal law does not respond to half-hearted attempts. It rewards clarity, conviction, and consistency. There is enough for everyone. Enough wealth, enough opportunity, enough success, but only for those who are willing to align themselves with the laws of the universe. The rest will be left behind, victims of their ignorance, consumed by their own resistance. So, choose now. Will you fight against the tide, or will you flow with it? Will you act in defiance of the laws that govern success, or will you embrace them and claim your place among the few who understand? The universe is vast. Its abundance is limitless. Its laws are unyielding. Align your thoughts, believe in the abundance, and act with purpose. This is how you harness the universal law. This is how you rise. The law is there for all. But mastery, that belongs to you, if you dare to claim it. Lesson 5. Clear vision, definite purpose. In a world drowning in distractions, where people wander aimlessly, chasing fleeting desires and hollow ambitions, clarity is your weapon. Without it, you are nothing. A leaf blown by the wind, a shadow swallowed by the night. But with it, you become unstoppable. The truth is harsh but simple. Vague desires yield vague results. Dreams without direction are nothing more than fantasies. The universe does not respond to wishful thinking or half-hearted attempts. It responds to precision, to purpose, to the unrelenting force of someone who knows exactly what they want. So I ask you, what do you want? Not in vague, shapeless terms, but in vivid, brutal detail. Can you see it? Can you feel it? Can you describe it so clearly that it burns in your mind like a beacon in the dark? Because if you can't, you'll never have it. Clear vision is not optional. It is the foundation of everything. It is the lens through which your energy is focused, the map that guides your every step. Without it, you will stumble, distracted by the noise of the world, consumed by the trivial and the meaningless. But vision alone is not enough. You must pair it with a definite purpose, a singular driving force that pulls you forward no matter the obstacles. This is not a casual desire. It is not a fleeting interest. It is a burning obsession, a purpose so deeply ingrained in your soul that you would rather face destruction than abandon it. Yet most people fail here. They flinch at the first sign of adversity. They scatter their energy across too many pursuits, chasing everything and capturing nothing. Do not be like them. Your focus must be ruthless, laser-like. It must cut through the noise, the doubt, and the fear until only your purpose remains. Ask yourself, what are you willing to fight for? What are you willing to sacrifice for? What is the one thing that you cannot live without? Until you can answer these questions with unwavering clarity, you are drifting, wasting precious time, and squandering your potential. The universe rewards specificity. It responds to those who command it with clear intent. The more precise your vision, the sharper your focus, the faster your desires will manifest. This is not magic. It is law. A vague mind produces a vague life, but a clear mind carves its path through the chaos and bends reality to its will. So, define what you want. Write it. Visualize it. Obsess over it. Let it consume your thoughts and direct your actions. Do not dilute your focus by chasing what doesn't matter. Commit fully to your purpose, and the world will bow to your will. Remember, the world belongs not to the wishful, but to the decisive. The spoils go, not to the wanderer, but to the one who marches with clarity and purpose. Be clear. Be relentless. Be undeniable. Your vision is your compass. Your purpose is your power. Together, they make you unstoppable. So focus, sharpen your mind, and claim what is already yours. Lesson 6. Faith and belief. Faith. It is the unseen force, the silent architect behind every triumph, every victory, every story of success. Without it, you are nothing, a hollow shell, paralyzed by doubt and consumed by fear. But with it, with unwavering faith, you become unstoppable. Understand this. Faith is not some fragile whisper of hope. It is a roar, a declaration of certainty in the face of chaos. It is the unshakable belief that your goals are not just possible, but inevitable. Faith is not given. It is forged. It is a weapon you must wield if you wish to carve your place in this world. But let us confront the enemy. Doubt and fear. They are the twin shadows that stalk your every move, whispering lies into your ear. They tell you that you are not enough, that the universe is indifferent, that failure is inevitable. These whispers are poison. If you listen to them, if you let them take root, they will strangle your ambition and leave you broken. Faith is the antidote. It is the armor that shields you from fear, the blade that cuts through doubt. When you believe in your ability to achieve your goals, when you trust in the abundance of the universe, you align yourself with the forces of creation. You step into the flow, and the universe responds. But faith is not passive. It is not a wish or a plea. Faith demands action. It requires you to move forward, even when the path is unclear, even when the odds are stacked against you. It is the fire that burns within you, driving you to take the next step, and the step after that, until your vision becomes reality. Ask yourself this: do you truly believe in your ability to succeed? Or do you carry the weight of doubt, hidden in the corners of your mind? Be honest. Faith cannot coexist with hesitation. You must uproot every seed of fear, every whisper of uncertainty, and replace them with absolute belief. Faith is the cornerstone of wealth creation because it destroys the barriers that hold you back. When you believe, you stop hesitating. You stop second-guessing. You stop sabotaging yourself with excuses and indecision. Faith clears the path, allowing you to focus all your energy on the actions that matter. But faith is not just belief in yourself. It is belief in the universe. Trust that the universe is abundant, that it supports those who align with its laws. Trust that every setback, every failure, is a step in the process, a lesson designed to strengthen you. The universe does not conspire against you. It waits for you to rise, to claim your place, to declare with conviction that you will not be denied. So I ask you, will you let fear and doubt define your life, or will you choose faith? Will you crumble under the weight of uncertainty, or will you stand firm, believing in your power and the abundance that surrounds you? Faith removes obstacles. It silences the whispers of fear and replaces them with the roar of determination. Believe in yourself. Believe in your vision. Believe in the universe. And then act with the certainty that nothing can stop you. Faith is the cornerstone of success. Without it, you are lost. With it, you are limitless. Choose wisely. Lesson 7. Act in the present moment. The present moment. It is all you have. Not yesterday's regrets or tomorrow's promises. Just this fleeting, unforgiving moment, here and now. Yet most squander it, caught in the grip of their past failures or paralyzed by the mirage of future success. They wait, they hesitate, and life passes them by. But not you. You are here to break that cycle, to seize the moment with ruthless precision and carve your destiny with action, not excuses. Understand this. Success does not come to those who wait. It comes to those who act, boldly and decisively, in the now. Stop waiting for the perfect time. It will never come. Stop longing for better resources, more money, or ideal circumstances. These are lies you tell yourself to justify inaction. The perfect moment is a myth, and every second you spend waiting for it is a second wasted. Where you are right now is where you begin. The tools you have, no matter how crude, are the tools you use. Do not despise humble beginnings, for they are the furnace in which greatness is forged. Take the resources you have, your mind, your body, your will, and wield them like weapons. Make them work for you. Action is the language of success. Not idle dreams, not vague intentions, but purposeful, efficient action. Every step you take, no matter how small, moves you closer to your goal. Every deliberate choice you make sends a message to the universe. I am ready. I will not be stopped. But action without purpose is wasted energy. You must be efficient. Cut away distractions, silence the noise, and focus on what truly matters. Do not mistake busyness for progress. Every move you make should serve your vision. Every decision should sharpen your path. And yet, many will hesitate. They will wait for a sign, for a guarantee of success. Let me tell you the harsh truth. There are no guarantees. There's only the grind, the work, the relentless forward motion that separates the conquerors from the conquered. Ask yourself, what can you do today? Not tomorrow, not next week. Today. What action can you take, no matter how small, that aligns with your purpose? Then do it. Do it with conviction. Do it without hesitation. The present moment is your battlefield, and action is your weapon. Strike while others wait. Move while others hesitate. Build while others dream. This is how you rise above, how you dominate, how you win. Remember this. Every great success began with a single step taken in the now. Those who act, who embrace the present moment with ferocity, bend the world to their will. Those who wait are left with nothing but regret. So act. Here. Now use what you have. Do what you can. Take that step, and then take another. Let the momentum carry you forward until nothing can stand in your way. Success belongs to the doers, the creators, the relentless. Be one of them. Act in the present moment, and the future will bow before you. Lesson 8. Efficiency is key. Efficiency. It is the dividing line between those who merely survive and those who thrive. It is the silent force that separates the mediocre from the extraordinary. If you wish to rise, to dominate, to become something greater, you must master the art of working smarter, not harder. Too many grind themselves into dust, mistaking endless effort for progress. They confuse movement with achievement, mistaking busyness for purpose. But the truth is brutal. Effort alone will not save you. Success does not come to those who work the longest. It comes to those who work the smartest. Every action you take is an investment. Are you spending your energy wisely, or are you throwing it away on trivial tasks and meaningless distractions? To achieve greatness, you must become ruthless with your time. Prioritize, eliminate, focus. Efficiency is not about doing everything. It's about doing the right things, and doing them with precision. Excellence is born in the small things. The way you execute the simplest task reflects the way you approach your life. Half-hearted effort in the minor details breeds mediocrity in the grand schemes. If you cannot master the small, how will you ever conquer the big? But excellence does not mean perfection. It means giving your best to every task, no matter how insignificant it may seem. It means approaching each moment with focus, intention, and discipline. Do not aim for perfection, aim for progress. Build momentum through the mastery of small victories, and let them carry you forward. Yet efficiency is not just about work. It is about balance. Overburdening yourself, spreading your energy too thin, is a slow death. You are not a machine. You are a force. And a force, when spread wide, is weak. Concentrate your efforts. Target what matters. Do not waste yourself on battles that do not serve your ultimate purpose. Ask yourself, are you working smartly, or are you just working? Are your actions deliberate, or are they mindless? Do you wake each day with a clear plan, or are you a slave to distractions and chaos? Efficiency demands discipline. It demands that you strip away everything that does not serve your goals. It demands that you say no to the unnecessary, so you can say yes to greatness. Remember this: excellence in the small leads to mastery in the great. Focus your energy. Prioritize with precision. Work with purpose. In the end, it is not the strongest or the fastest who rise. It is the most efficient. Those who waste nothing, who perfect their craft, who execute with clarity and power. Be one of them. Master efficiency, and you will master success. Efficiency is not a choice. It is a necessity. Embrace it, or be consumed by your own chaos. The decision is yours. Lesson 9. Leave competition behind. Competition. It is a cage, a trap, a relentless cycle that binds you to mediocrity. The world teaches you to fight for scraps, to measure yourself against others, to view success as a conquest. But this mindset is a lie, a distraction, a thief that robs you of your true potential. You are not here to compete. You are here to create. Understand this. Jealousy and resentment are the poisons of progress. They are the chains that keep you tethered to the success of others, blinding you to your own path. When you envy someone else's achievements, you hand them your power. You reduce yourself to a shadow of their triumphs. But you are not their shadow. You are a creator, a force capable of carving your own opportunities from the void. The success of others does not diminish you. It has nothing to do with you. Their victories are theirs. Yours will be forged by your own hands. Focus your energy inward. Stop looking at what others have and start building what you need. Competition is a game of scarcity, but creation is a game of abundance. When you create, you step out of the arena of petty rivalries and into the infinite expanse of possibilities. But creation does not mean isolation. Collaboration is a weapon, a tool that multiplies your power. While others waste their strength tearing each other down, you will rise by building alliances. Growth is not a solitary pursuit. It thrives in connection, in shared visions, in mutual elevation. Ask yourself, are you chasing someone else's path, or are you forging your own? Are you consumed by resentment, or are you focused on growth? Do you see others as threats or as opportunities to learn and expand? Leaving competition behind is not weakness. It is liberation. It is the choice to step out of the endless race and move at your own pace, on your own terms. It is the decision to channel your energy into creation rather than destruction. Life is not about conquest. It is about evolution, about becoming more than you were yesterday, not by defeating others, but by mastering yourself. When you leave competition behind, you free yourself to grow, to innovate, to rise without limits. Remember this: the ones who compete stay trapped in the cycle. The ones who create break free. Choose creation. Choose growth. Choose freedom. The path is yours to walk, and no one else's. Forge it, own it, and leave the petty games of competition behind. Lesson 10. Create value for others. Wealth. It is not stolen, it is not begged for, and it is not handed down. Wealth flows to those who deserve it, those who create value. If you wish to rise above the masses, to seize the life that others only dream of, you must understand this truth. The world does not reward takers. It rewards creators. What can you give? What can you solve? What needs can you meet that others cannot? These are the questions that determine your destiny. Wealth is not born from greed or selfish ambition. It is born from service, ruthless, relentless service to others. But let us be clear, creating value is not charity. It is power. Every problem you solve, every need you meet, every person you serve strengthens your position, builds your influence, and fuels your ascent. You are not here to take from the world. You are here to bend it to your will by becoming indispensable. Most people fail because they chase wealth directly. They focus on their own needs, their own desires, their own empty hunger. But this is a dead end. True wealth comes not from what you want, but from what you give. The more you create for others, the more the world will create for you. This is not about kindness. It is about strategy. Look around you. The world is full of problems, full of pain, full of unmet needs. These are opportunities. Each problem you solve is a step closer to power. Each person you serve is another foundation stone in your empire. But you cannot create value half-heartedly. It requires focus, effort, and precision. Do not scatter your energy. Choose your path wisely. Find the problems that matter, the needs that are overlooked, and attack them with everything you have. Be the answer the world didn't know it needed. Ask yourself, what value are you creating right now? What problems are you solving? What needs are you meeting? If you cannot answer these questions, you are drifting. Stop wasting time. Start building. Remember this: the more value you create, the greater your wealth. The equation is simple, the law unbreakable. Serve with purpose, and the rewards will come. Not because you demand them, but because you deserve them. So stop thinking about what you want. Start thinking about what you can give. Create value so immense, so undeniable, that the world has no choice but to reward you. This is the path to true wealth, true power, and true freedom. Wealth flows to those who create. Be one of them. Building solve, serve, and watch as the world bends to your will. Lesson 11. The power of persistence. Persistence. It is the force that separates the weak from the powerful, the dreamers from the doers. It is the silent weapon of those who refuse to break, the relentless drive of those who will not be denied. If you desire greatness, if you crave success, then persistence must become your creed. Understand this: the path to your vision will not be smooth. It will not be handed to you on a silver platter. It will be riddled with challenges, failures, and setbacks designed to test your resolve. The question is not if you will face adversity, it is whether you will rise above it. Most people crumble when the weight of failure presses down on them. They abandon their dreams, whispering lies to themselves that it wasn't meant to be. But not you. You are here because you refuse to quit. Because you know that persistence is the bridge between where you are and where you want to be. Your vision is your anchor. Hold it tightly, even when the storm rages. Especially when the storm rages. Temporary setbacks are exactly that. Temporary. They are not the end unless you allow them to be. Persistence transforms those setbacks into stepping stones. Each failure, a lesson. Each obstacle, a test of your will. Consistency is the hammer that turns ideas into reality. Dreams without action are fantasies, and action without persistence is wasted effort. You must show up every day, no matter how hard it gets, no matter how many times you fall. Each step forward, no matter how small, inches you closer to your goal. But persistence is not blind. It is strategic. It requires adaptability, the ability to adjust your methods without abandoning your purpose. When one door closes, find another. When one plan fails, create a new one. The vision remains constant, but the path is yours to carve. Ask yourself, how badly do you want it? Are you willing to endure the pain, the doubt, the endless grind? Are you prepared to outlast everyone else, to keep going when they have long since given up? Because that is what it takes. The world does not reward those who quit. It rewards those who persist, those who refuse to bow to failure, those who rise again and again, no matter how many times they are knocked down. Remember this, every great success story is a tale of persistence. Every empire was built brick by brick, every legacy forged through countless struggles. Your story will be no different. So do not abandon your purpose. Do not let temporary setbacks define you. Stay relentless, stay consistent, and let persistence be the fire that drives you forward. In the end, it is not talent, luck, or connections that will determine your fate. It is your will to keep going. Persist, and the world will bend to your determination. Quit, and you will fade into obscurity. The choice is yours. Rise or fall. Fight or surrender. Persist or perish. Your destiny waits on the other side of persistence. Go claim it. Lesson 12. Wealth is a means, not the goal. Wealth. It is power, yes, but only if you understand its true purpose. Those who chase it blindly, who hoard it like misers, who measure their worth by the weight of their gold, are lost. They are slaves to their greed, prisoners of their possessions. But you are not here to be a slave. You are here to master wealth, not for its own sake, but for something far greater. Wealth is not the goal. It is the key that unlocks doors. It is the fuel that drives your vision. It is the means by which you elevate yourself and those around you. To see it as an end is to misunderstand its power entirely. The weak believe that wealth is about accumulation. More cars, bigger houses, endless luxuries. But these things are hollow. They are distractions, traps that ensnare the foolish and keep them shackled to their base desires. True wealth is not about what you own. It is about what you can do. Ask yourself, what is your higher purpose? What will you create, achieve, or transform when wealth flows into your life? Will you use it to grow, to evolve, to reach heights you never thought possible? Or will you squander it, blinded by the false allure of materialism? Wealth is a tool for personal and spiritual growth. It frees you from the chains of survival, allowing you to focus on what truly matters. It gives you the power to expand your mind, to enrich your soul, to pursue the passions that ignite your spirit. But wealth's greatest power lies in its ability to contribute. When you create value for others, when you lift those around you, You amplify your impact far beyond yourself. Wealth is not meant to be hoarded, it is meant to flow. The more you give, the more you receive. This is the law of abundance. Yet this is not about charity. It is about power. When you use wealth to build, to uplift, to leave a legacy, you transcend the petty games of hoarders and step into the realm of creators. You become unstoppable, not because of what you own, but because of what you do. But beware, wealth is seductive. It whispers lies of comfort, of complacency, of superiority. Do not let it corrupt you. Stay focused on the higher purpose. Use wealth as a weapon to shape your destiny, not as a crutch to rest upon. Remember this, wealth is a means, not the goal. It is a tool, a servant, a force that amplifies who you already are. If you are weak, it will destroy you. If you are strong, it will empower you. So rise above the greed, the envy, the mindless pursuit of more. Use wealth to grow, to give, to conquer new frontiers. Focus on the legacy you will leave, the lives you will touch, the heights you will reach. Wealth is not the prize. It is the pathway. Walk it with purpose, and the world will be yours to shape. Warriors, you've taken another step toward mastering the art of wealth and reclaiming your power. What you've heard today isn't just knowledge. It's a call to action, a challenge to rise above mediocrity and embrace the discipline, honor, and strategy required to take control of your life. Remember, wealth is not the goal. It is the weapon, a tool to reclaim your time, protect your loved ones, and build a life on your own terms. The world won't hand you freedom, but you already know that. You're here because you refuse to be shackled by excuses or circumstance. We are now booting up the next video about putting principles to action. This isn't just about grinding through challenges. It's about doing so with elegance and efficiency. It's about taking control of your focus, your energy, and your time, and wielding them like weapons to conquer what others fear to even approach. Because the hardest tasks aren't just obstacles, they're opportunities. They're the proving grounds where you sharpen your mind, strengthen your resolve, and build the foundation for greatness. And when you learn how to face them head on, with precision, with grace, you unlock a power most people will never know. So, warriors, whether you're here for the first time or the 100th, remember this. Grimface is more than a channel. It's a movement, a mindset, a call to action. Together, we rise, we endure, and we dominate. Let's get into today's lesson, and let's do what others won't, so we can achieve what others can't. Lesson 1. Prioritize the big tasks. They say the devil is in the details, but the truth is, it's the big looming tasks that haunt your progress. They tower over you like dark monoliths, casting long shadows on your ambitions. Yet these are the very tasks that hold the key to your transformation. You avoid them, don't you? You dance around them, filling your days with meaningless busy work, convincing yourself you've been productive. But deep down, you know the truth. The mountain still stands. The big tasks are unforgiving. They don't care about your excuses, your fears, or your fragile ego. They demand your focus, your grit, your unwavering determination. These are the tasks that move the needle, that break the chains of mediocrity and propel you toward greatness. But they require something most people aren't willing to give: sacrifice. When you look at your goals, ask yourself, what truly matters? Not what feels easy, not what others expect, but what actions will carve a path through the chaos and lead you to the life you desire. The tasks that scare you the most are the ones worth chasing. They are the tasks that will define you. Procrastination is a seductive lie. It whispers that you have time, that you can delay the hard things until tomorrow. But tomorrow is an illusion. Every day you wait, the mountain grows taller, the shadows stretch further. You don't have time to waste. The clock is ticking, and every second is a step closer to regret. So stop hiding. Stop pretending the small things matter more. Face the mountain. Prioritize the big tasks. They will test you. They will strip you down to your core, exposing your weaknesses, your doubts, your fears. But it is in that crucible of challenge that you will find your strength. Here's the secret. The hardest task is never as terrifying as the version you build in your mind. The resistance you feel isn't real. It's fear, and fear is a liar. You don't need perfection. You need momentum. Attack the big task head-on, and you'll find that every small victory fuels your fire. Before you know it, the mountain will crumble beneath your will. Prioritizing the big tasks isn't just about productivity. It's about taking control. It's about proving to yourself that you have what it takes to dominate your life, instead of being dominated by it. Every big task you conquer is a declaration of your power, a reminder that you are not here to settle for scraps. You are here to take what's yours. So, what will it be? Will you remain a slave to fear and indecision? Or will you rise and face the tasks that matter most? The choice is yours. Prioritize the big tasks, and you prioritize your future. Anything less is surrender. This is your lesson, your commandment, your call to arms. Face the mountain. Do the hard things first. Prove to yourself that you are unstoppable. Because you are. And when the dust settles, when the tasks are conquered, you will look back at the battlefield of your life and know that you earned your victory. Nothing worth having ever came easy, but it came to those who dared to fight for it. Lesson 2. Action trumps perfection. You're waiting, aren't you? Waiting for the perfect plan, the flawless moment, the crystal clear sign that now is the time to begin. You tell yourself, I'll start when the conditions are right. I'll move when I'm ready. But let me tell you something. That moment you're waiting for, it doesn't exist. It's a mirage in the desert of inaction. Perfection is a seductive prison, locking you in place while your dreams wither in the distance. You analyze, you plan, you tweak, convincing yourself you're making progress. But deep down, you know the truth. All this preparation is just another way to avoid what needs to be done. It's fear, dressed up as prudence, whispering, not yet. But here's the brutal reality. Life doesn't reward perfection. It rewards those who act. The battlefield of success is littered with the bodies of those who waited too long, who hesitated when they should have struck. They wanted the perfect conditions, and while they waited, others took the risks, made the mistakes, and claimed the victories. Action is messy. It's uncomfortable. It's filled with missteps and failures. But it's also the only path forward. Perfection is a myth, but progress is real. Every small action you take, no matter how imperfect, moves you closer to your goals. Momentum is a powerful force, and once you've built it, nothing can stop you. But momentum doesn't come from waiting. It comes from doing. Ask yourself, what's worse, starting imperfectly or never starting at all? Because that's the choice you face. Hesitation is the death of dreams. The world doesn't need your perfect plan. It needs your imperfect action. It needs you to step into the chaos and start carving out your destiny with your bare hands. When you act, you gain clarity. The path becomes visible only as you walk it. Mistakes aren't failures. They're data, feedback, lessons to sharpen your edge. Every stumble makes you stronger. Every wrong turn teaches you how to navigate. Perfection won't teach you this. Only action can. So stop waiting. Stop hiding behind the lie of not ready. You are ready enough. The first step doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be taken. Let go of your fear of imperfection and embrace the truth. Action is what separates the victors from the defeated. Action is what turns dreams into reality. This is your lesson, your truth, your rallying cry. Move. Start now, as messy and uncertain as it feels. Begin where you stand, with what you have, and trust yourself to figure it out as you go. Because every moment you wait, the gap between who you are and who you could be grows wider. Don't let the ghost of who you could have been haunt you for the rest of your life. Choose action. Choose momentum. Choose progress over perfection. And when the dust settles, you won't remember the missteps, the rough edges, or the stumbles along the way. You'll only remember that you moved. And because you moved, you won. Lesson 3. Master time management. Time. The most ruthless force in existence. It's the one thing you can't stop. The one resource you can't replenish. Every second that slips through your fingers is gone forever. Another heartbeat closer to the end. You feel it, don't you? That quiet dread. The ticking clock in the back of your mind reminding you that your time is limited. And yet, you waste it. You let distractions steal your focus. You give away hours to meaningless pursuits, drowning in noise and chaos, while your goals rot in the shadows. Social media, endless scrolling, trivial conversations. These are the thieves of ambition, stealing your most precious resource without you even noticing. Wake up. The world doesn't care about your wasted hours. It only cares about results. Time doesn't slow for you, doesn't wait for you to figure it out. It's relentless, merciless. And if you don't take control of it, it will own you. The key to success, to mastery, to greatness, lies in how you wield your time. Waste it, and you fail. Master it, and you hold the power to shape your destiny. The first step is to plan with purpose. Don't just float through your days, hoping for the best. Design your hours with precision. What are your priorities? What tasks will move the needle? Focus on what matters, and cut out the rest. If it doesn't serve your goals, it doesn't deserve your time. But planning isn't enough. You must guard your time with ferocity. Distractions are everywhere, waiting to devour your focus. They whisper, just a few minutes won't hurt. But those minutes add up, forming a chain that binds you to mediocrity. Learn to say no. Protect your focus like your life depends on it. Because it does. Energy is finite. Don't waste it on trivial things or people who drain you. Allocate your energy to the tasks that matter most, the ones that demand your sharpest focus and deepest resolve. Prioritize the hard things, the meaningful things, and let the rest fall away. The world will try to pull you in 1,000 directions, but you must stay grounded in what truly matters. Here's the hard truth. Most people let time control them. They live on autopilot, reacting to every demand, every distraction, every shiny object that crosses their path. But not you. You are here to master time, to bend it to your will, to make every second count. You are here to dominate your days, not be dominated by them. This is your lesson, your commandment. Take control of your time, or it will control you. Plan with purpose. Guard your focus. Allocate your energy wisely. And never let distractions steal your future. Because in the end, time is the ultimate judge. It will reveal who used it wisely and who squandered it. Don't let it expose you as a fool. Master time, and you master your life. Fail, and you will watch your dreams die in the shadows of wasted hours. The choice is yours. Choose wisely. Lesson 4. Leverage the 80-20 rule. Not all effort is created equal. You've been taught that hard work is the key to success, that grinding endlessly will bring you what you desire. But that's a lie. The truth is darker, sharper, and far more efficient. Most of what you do doesn't matter. 80% of your results will come from 20% of your efforts. This is the 80-20 rule, the brutal reality that a small fraction of your actions determines your outcomes. The rest? Noise. Dead weight. Time wasted on things that make no difference. Look at your life. Be honest. How much of your day is spent on tasks that truly move you closer to your goals? How much is wasted on distractions, obligations, and meaningless busyness that feels productive but accomplishes nothing? The hours you waste are the chains that bind you to mediocrity. If you want to rise, to break free, to achieve the extraordinary, you must do what most people can't. Focus relentlessly on what matters most. Identify the 20% of activities that drive 80% of your results. These are your high-value tasks, the levers that move the world. Everything else is expendable. But here's the catch. This requires ruthless clarity. It means cutting through the noise, the clutter, the lies you tell yourself about what's important. It means letting go of the trivial and doubling down on the impactful. It will be uncomfortable. You will have to say no to things that seem urgent, people who demand your time, and habits that waste your potential. But the price of greatness is sacrifice. High-value activities are not easy. They are not the tasks that give you instant gratification or fleeting comfort. They are the hard things, the things that require focus, discipline, and courage. They are the tasks that make you sweat, the decisions that make you think, the actions that make you grow. These are the 20%. These are the tasks that separate the successful from the stagnant. When you focus on the 20%, you magnify your power. You create momentum that cascades through your life, amplifying your results. The effort you put in becomes exponential. But if you scatter your energy, trying to do everything, you dilute your impact. You waste your strength on things that don't matter. This is your lesson. Leverage the 80-20 rule. Stop trying to do it all. Stop spreading yourself thin. Focus your time, your energy, your resources on the tasks that truly matter. The 20% that drive your success. Because, in the end, success isn't about working harder. It's about working smarter. It's about cutting away the unnecessary, the meaningless, the distractions that hold you back, and committing to what truly matters. Master this, and you will rise above the noise. You will harness your power and focus it like a laser, cutting through obstacles, carving a path to your goals. This is how you dominate. This is how you win. Focus on the 20% and let the rest burn. Lesson 5. Break goals into steps. You stand before a mountain, its peak hidden in the clouds, impossibly distant. The weight of your ambitions presses down on you, suffocating, paralyzing. You know where you want to go, but the journey feels too vast, too daunting. So you stand still, frozen by the enormity of it all. Sound familiar? This is the trap of big goals. They can inspire you, but they can also crush you under their weight. They whisper in your ear, "You're not enough. You'll never make it." And for many, that whisper becomes truth. But not for you, because you're about to learn the secret that separates the dreamers from the doers, the defeated from the victorious. The mountain isn't climbed in one leap. It's conquered one step at a time. Breaking a goal into steps isn't just strategy. It's survival. It's how you disarm the fear, silence the doubt, and create momentum where there was once only stagnation. When the peak seems impossible to reach, focus on the ground beneath your feet. What's the next step? Not the 100th, not the 1000th, just the next. Here's the brutal truth. Most people fail not because their goals are too big, but because they let the size of the goal crush them. They drown in their own expectations, overwhelmed by the gap between where they are and where they want to be. Don't let this be you. Don't let your dreams die in the shadow of your hesitation. Every goal, no matter how massive, is just a series of small, manageable tasks strung together. Break the monster into pieces. Divide and conquer. Focus on what you can do right now to move forward, even if it's a single step. That step may seem insignificant, but it's not. Each step builds momentum, and momentum is power. Momentum is what turns effort into progress, progress into success. But be warned, breaking a goal into steps doesn't mean you'll avoid struggle. It doesn't mean the journey will be easy. Each step will test you. Each task will demand effort, focus, and persistence. The climb is still steep, the air still thin. But now, the path is clear. Now, you have a way forward. Do you know what happens when you take that first step? The mountain begins to shrink. What once seemed insurmountable becomes achievable. With every step, your confidence grows, your strength multiplies. And before you know it, you'll look back and see how far you've come, and wonder why you ever doubted yourself. This is your lesson, your commandment, your battle cry. Break your goals into steps, and take the first one now. Don't let the size of the dream stop you. Don't let fear or doubt or the illusion of impossibility hold you back. Start small. Start now. One step, then another, and another. That's how mountains are conquered. That's how legacies are built. Because here's the truth. The only thing standing between you and your goals is your willingness to begin. So begin. Step forward into the unknown and keep stepping until the summit is yours. Lesson 6. Develop self-discipline. Discipline. The word itself strikes fear into the weak and ignites power in the strong. It is the bridge between where you are and where you want to be. The iron chain that binds your actions to your ambitions. Without it, success is just a mirage, a fleeting dream that crumbles under the weight of excuses and distractions. You want results, don't you? You want greatness, freedom, a life on your terms. But let me tell you a brutal truth. Wanting is not enough. Motivation fades. Inspiration dies. But discipline is eternal. It's the relentless force that keeps you moving when everything inside you screams to stop. Self-discipline isn't a gift. It's a weapon. It's forged in the fires of repetition, sharpened by consistency, and wielded with ruthless intent. And like any weapon, it's not easy to master. It will demand everything from you. Your comfort, your excuses, your laziness. But in return, it gives you control. Control over your habits, your time, your life. Think about your goals. Think about the life you're chasing. Now ask yourself, do my daily actions align with my ambitions? Or are you betraying yourself, sabotaging your dreams with habits that lead nowhere? Success doesn't come from wishful thinking. It comes from discipline, day in, day out, whether you feel like it or not. Building self-discipline is painful. It's waking up early when your body begs for more sleep. It's saying no to temptations that would derail you. It's doing the hard things, the boring things, the necessary things, over and over, until they become who you are. Discipline doesn't care about your feelings. It demands action, and it rewards consistency. But here's the beauty of it. Discipline compounds. Each time you follow through, you strengthen your resolve. Each small victory fuels your momentum. What once felt impossible becomes second nature. You don't rise to the level of your motivation. You fall to the level of your discipline. And if you've built it strong enough, Nothing can break you. Accountability is your ally. Hold yourself to a standard so high that others can't even comprehend it. Don't rely on external forces to keep you in check. Be your own enforcer. Track your progress. Confront your failures. Demand more of yourself than anyone else ever could. This is how you grow. This is how you dominate. The road to success is littered with the corpses of those who lacked discipline. Don't join them. You have a choice. Surrender to your weaknesses or rise above them. Build habits that serve your goals. Make discipline your default. Because when everything else fails, motivation, inspiration, luck, discipline will carry you through. This is your lesson, your creed, your oath. Develop self-discipline or accept mediocrity. Build the habits, do the work, hold yourself accountable, and never ever quit. Because in the end, the disciplined always rise, the disciplined always win, and the disciplined always look back on their lives with pride, knowing they refuse to settle, refuse to falter, and refuse to give in. Will you? Or will you become another casualty of comfort? The choice is yours. Choose discipline. Choose power. Choose to rise. Lesson 7. Conquer procrastination. Procrastination, the silent killer of dreams. It doesn't strike with violence or fury. It creeps in quietly, wrapping you in the false comfort of delay. It whispers in your ear, "Not now. Tomorrow. You have time." And like a fool, you listen. You put off the hard tasks, the ones that matter most, until they loom over you like shadows, growing larger and darker with every passing moment. Let me tell you the brutal truth. Procrastination is not your friend. It's the assassin of progress, the thief of potential. Every time you choose to delay, you dig yourself a deeper grave. The task doesn't disappear. It waits, growing heavier, more intimidating, feeding off your hesitation. And while you sit idle, your goals wither in the darkness of your inaction. Why do you delay? Is it fear? Is it discomfort? Is it the illusion of time, tricking you into believing that later is an option? Whatever the reason, it's a lie. Procrastination is a cage, and the only way out is through action. Here's the secret. The hard tasks you avoid are rarely as difficult as you imagine. The fear of the task is always greater than the task itself. Your mind is the enemy, magnifying the challenge, creating a monster where there is none. But once you face it, once you take that first step, the illusion shatters. The monster shrinks. The task becomes manageable. The only way to conquer procrastination is to act. Not tomorrow, not later, but now. Stop overthinking. Stop waiting for the perfect moment. It doesn't exist. The time is now, and every second you delay is a second you'll never get back. Start small if you have to, but start. Action is the antidote to fear, the destroyer of hesitation. Remember this. Procrastination feeds on your weakness. Every time you put something off, you strengthen its grip. But every time you act, you weaken it. You break its hold, piece by piece, until it has no power over you. Hold yourself accountable. Face the tasks that scare you, the challenges you've been avoiding. Conquer them, and you'll find a strength you didn't know you had. Momentum will follow. Confidence will grow. And before you know it, you'll look back at the mountain you once feared and laugh, because you'll see it for what it truly was. A shadow, nothing more. This is your lesson. Conquer procrastination, or let it conquer you. The choice is yours. Will you allow the thief of time to steal your future, or will you rise, face the challenge, and take what's yours? Stop waiting. Stop delaying. Act now. Because the clock is always ticking, and every second wasted is a second lost forever. The task you avoid today will haunt you tomorrow. Face it. Do it. Win. And prove to yourself that you are stronger than the lies, the fears, and the excuses that seek to hold you back. Lesson 8. Plan ahead. The chaos of life doesn't wait for you to figure it out. It strikes without warning, sweeping away the unprepared, the aimless, the weak. You've felt it, haven't you? The crushing weight of days that spiral out of control, where nothing seems to go right. That's what happens when you wander without a plan, when you leave your fate to chance. Let me tell you the truth. Success isn't an accident. It's a deliberate act. It's the result of preparation, of foresight, of ruthless clarity about where you're going and how you'll get there. If you don't take control of your time, your energy, your life, someone or something else will. Planning isn't optional. It's survival. It's the shield that protects you from the chaos, the weapon that cuts through distractions, the map that leads you to your goals. Without a plan, you are a ship adrift in a storm, powerless, directionless, destined to crash. Every great achievement starts with a vision, but a vision without a plan is a fantasy. It's not enough to dream. You must map out the path to make it real. That means setting clear goals, breaking them down into actionable steps, and scheduling them with precision. It means looking ahead, anticipating obstacles, and preparing to crush them before they even arise. Don't just plan for today. Plan for the week. Plan for the month. Plan for the future you want to create. Think strategically, not reactively. If you don't decide what matters most, the world will decide for you, and it won't care about your goals. But be warned, planning is only the beginning. A roadmap means nothing if you don't follow it. Discipline and execution are what transform plans into progress. Each day, review your path. Ask yourself, am I moving closer to my goals, or am I drifting? Hold yourself accountable. Adjust as needed. Stay on track, no matter how difficult the road becomes. Here's the harsh reality. Time is your most valuable resource, and if you don't plan how to use it, you will waste it. The days will blur into weeks, the weeks into years, and you'll look back wondering where it all went. Don't let that be your story. Take control now. Plan ahead. Save yourself from the stress, the regret, the endless spiral of aimless wandering. This is your lesson. Plan your life, or let life plan you. Map out your days with purpose. Create a roadmap for your goals. Look ahead, prepare, and execute with precision. The unprepared are swallowed by chaos, but the planners, they carve their own path through it. Because in the end, those who fail to plan aren't just planning to fail. They're planning to surrender. Don't surrender. Don't drift. Take the reins. Build your roadmap. Follow it with relentless focus, and make your vision your reality. The future doesn't wait for anyone. Start now. Plan ahead, and own your destiny. Lesson 9. Focus on results, not activity. You wear your busyness like a badge of honor, don't you? Filling your days with endless tasks, running from one thing to the next, convincing yourself that you're making progress. But let me shatter the illusion. Busyness is not productivity. It's a trap, a lie you tell yourself to avoid the uncomfortable truth that your efforts might be meaningless. Activity for activity's sake is the death of progress. It keeps you spinning your wheels, exhausting your energy, while the finish line remains as distant as ever. You can fill every hour of your day with tasks, but if they don't bring you closer to your vision, you're wasting your time. And time is one thing you can't afford to waste. Ask yourself this: what am I really accomplishing? Strip away the noise, the distractions, the endless to-do lists. What remains? Are your actions aligned with your goals, or are you just busy for the sake of being busy? The world doesn't reward effort. It rewards results. No one cares how hard you work if you have nothing to show for it. Focusing on results requires brutal honesty. It demands that you look at your actions and ask, is this moving me forward, or is it holding me back? It means cutting away the fluff, the trivial, the unnecessary, and doubling down on what truly matters. Most people aren't willing to do this. They cling to their busyness because it makes them feel important, even as they achieve nothing. But you're not like most people. You're here to dominate, to achieve, to create. And that means holding yourself to a higher standard. It means shifting your focus from activity to outcomes, from effort to impact. Every action you take should serve a purpose, drive a result, move you closer to your vision. If it doesn't, it's dead weight. Cut it loose. Results don't come from doing more. They come from doing what matters. They come from prioritizing the actions that yield the greatest impact and executing them with precision. This isn't about working harder. It's about working smarter. It's about being relentless in your pursuit of what truly matters and ruthless in eliminating what doesn't. This is your lesson. Stop confusing activity with progress. Focus on results, not effort. Measure your success by outcomes, not hours. The world doesn't care how busy you are. It cares about what you deliver. So deliver. Because in the end, no one remembers how hard you tried. They remember what you achieved. Focus on the results that matter and let everything else burn. That's how you rise. That's how you win. That's how you leave a legacy. Lesson 10. Commit to lifelong growth. Growth is a choice. It is not given, not granted, not inherited. It is earned through blood, sweat, and relentless effort. Yet most people stop growing the moment life stops forcing them to. They settle. They stagnate. They die long before their heart stops beating, content with mediocrity because the pursuit of more seems too hard, too painful. But not you. You're here because you know the truth. Stagnation is death. The moment you stop learning, stop improving, stop evolving, you begin to rot. Life is not static. It is a battlefield, and only those who commit to lifelong growth survive. If you're not sharpening your edge, someone else is. And when the time comes to clash, you will be outmatched. Lifelong growth isn't comfortable. It demands sacrifice. It requires you to confront your ignorance, to embrace the discomfort of not knowing, of failing, of being the weakest in the room. But this is where power's forged. In the moments when you push past your limits, when you choose to endure the pain of growth, rather than the slow decay of complacency. Every skill you learn, every piece of knowledge you acquire, is a weapon in your arsenal. With each new capability, you expand your potential, strengthen your foundation, and become more dangerous. Growth doesn't just make you better, it makes you unbreakable. It gives you the tools to adapt, to overcome, to dominate. But growth isn't accidental, it's intentional. It's not something that happens to you, it's something you pursue. It's waking up every day and asking yourself, what can I learn? What can I improve? How can I be better than I was yesterday? It's investing in yourself with the understanding that you are your greatest asset. Here's the harsh truth. Most people will never commit to this path. They will let their potential rot, because growth is hard and comfort is easy. But comfort is a trap, and those who fall into it will never rise. You must be different. You must be relentless. You must demand more of yourself every single day. This is your lesson. Commit to lifelong growth, or accept a life of mediocrity. Read the books. Take the risks. Seek the challenges. Surround yourself with those who inspire you and push you to new heights. Never settle. Never stop. Never believe the lie that you've done enough. Because growth is the only way forward. The stronger you become, the more capable you are of shaping your life, of overcoming adversity, of achieving the impossible. And when you commit to growth, you don't just change yourself, you change the world around you. This is your commandment. Grow or die. Invest in your skills. Expand your mind. Evolve into the person who can conquer any challenge, who can face any fear, who can achieve any goal. The choice is yours. Stagnation or transformation, weakness or strength, decay or dominance. Commit to lifelong growth and let nothing stand in your way. Today's lesson wasn't just about doing the hardest things first. It was about proving to yourself that you have what it takes to rise above hesitation, fear, and weakness. You've been given the tools to face challenges with elegance, efficiency, and power. Now, it's time to take action. To our returning warriors, remember this. Every hard task you conquer strengthens the grim face movement. You are the example, the standard, the proof that greatness is forged in the fire of adversity. Keep pushing, keep leading, keep rising. And to those new to Grimface, the question remains, will you join us? Will you embrace the hard path, face your shadows, and claim the power that comes with it? This is more than motivation. It's transformation. If you're ready to commit, to fight, to rise, then subscribe and step into the movement. This is your call to arms. As always, warriors, never forget, Grimface is not just a name, it's a way of life. We endure, we dominate, we succeed, and together, we are unstoppable. Until next time, stay focused, stay disciplined, and above all, stay relentless. Grimface out.